bam, bam, bam. I can do a million of these things right now. Building that pull-up bar. Bam! I can do a million of these things. Look at my shit at 50. Thanks for that motivation, Eddie. Let me stop clowning. So, here we go. So, I said election season was coming up. So they had all these fake ass, trumped up shootings and killings that went on, and played with y'all emotions. They was all fake. Here comes George Floyd's crazy ass. Now we find out later, when I told y'all in the beginning, we find out that George told the police to put him on the ground. Nobody knew that. You guys are all upset. I said, shut the fuck up until you see the complete video and all the evidence come out. Because black folks see little bitty clips and just jump to conclusions and go crazy, right? They can't wait to say, see the white man, we told you that. That's all black folk want to do, especially these pro-black. We told you, look, they're evil. People are just so dead set on trying to prove something, and they don't want ones that's fucking up. All this pointing, they should be pointing at themselves. Look, we told him. No. Come to find out, George Floyd told the police to put him on the ground. They got the video saying that. They didn't just put him on the ground. They was pleading with this guy. Please get into the back of the police car. Just sit down. We're going to roll the windows down for you. George said he was claustrophobic. They said, okay, well, we'll roll the windows down for you. Mind you, he just got out of a car. He's not claustrophobic, being sitting in the car. So they was pleading, George, we'll roll the windows down for you. Just sit in the back, please. He was steadily resistant for a long time. God damn, how much longer the cops got to plead? Then he said, you know what, I'm claustrophobic. Put me on the floor. I'd rather be on the floor. They put him on the floor. Shit, your request. That knee in the neck, we was proving that the motherfucker had fentanyl because he was hiding drugs in his mouth while they was arresting him. And he had fentanyl, so while he was on the floor, he swallowed that shit, whatever he was hiding in his mouth. He had COVID, bad heart. So a combination of that, swallowing fentanyl, knee on your back, all this stress and shit, and his shit heart rate was up, and he died. It wasn't the knee on the neck that killed him. We find that out. The autopsy reports is there, all that shit is complete. Now, should the cop have had his knees on the neck that long? No, but that wasn't the cause of his death. They've been having knees on people's necks and backs forever. The motherfucker was passing fake dollar bills, counterfeit money. It had nothing to do with race. Nothing to do with race. Any human being, go to a store and you pass off some fake counterfeit money, the police will be called on you because the feds do not play with fake money. They want to catch it. They're going to question you to death where this money come from because they know it's more around. So they would have came out and done the same thing to a black, a white, a Mexican, an Indian, an Arab, anyone. It wasn't race-mated, but you guys were suckered by Black Lives Matter and the Democratic Party. Black Lives Matter is the Democratic Party. They the one had you guys all up in the uproar, protesting and running around here, holding up signs, acting the goddamn fool behind some bullshit. Black Lives Matter collected $10 billion. Where's it at? They're disappeared today. Election's over. They disappeared. You guys got played. The other kid with the shooting in the, what state was that? Georgia? Where the white boys were chasing him. Videos came out. This kid has serious behavior problems. This motherfucker threatened police, jumped bad at police, ran up on police before. In this videos, I've proved this already. He was a bad character. He was doing something wrong and running around that neighborhood, and they wanted him out. He ran up on a man with a shotgun. That is mental health shit. He wasn't cornered. People keep trying to press that. This motherfucker was not cornered. He ran up on a man with a shotgun and tried to take it. Now look here. If somebody run up, if you're trying to make a citizen's arrest or something, and somebody run up on you and try to take your shotgun, and you sitting here fighting, what's gonna happen? You gonna let him take the shotgun and then let him shoot you with it? No, that's called self-defense. They blasted. It was dumb for him to run up on him. It was dumb for them to come after him. I agree, but it was also dumb for him to rush head up with a motherfucker holding a shotgun. The kid had serious behavior problems. He was a bona fide 100% thug. And if you're not my Facebook friend, you probably didn't see the other videos and presentations I made, so you may not understand. But just chill and trust me, Chief X knows what the fuck he's talking about. Breonna Taylor. You guys were fooled. Talking about they shot her while she was sleeping in bed. Come to find out, she wasn't sleeping in bed. She was standing in the middle of the hallway, and her and her boyfriend didn't want to answer the motherfucking door when the police, and then they dumbass bust on the goddamn police and shoot the goddamn police in the leg through the damn door. Police shoot back. That's what happens. Dumb shit. I'm not supporting none of that dumb shit. I'm not crying no tears for all them that ignorance. Breonna Taylor is found. It was in the dope gang, trap house. All this is proven. Go to AK Nations. He got documented. All this is proven. Breonna Taylor rented a car. They found a motherfucker dead in a car she had rented. That's what sparked the investigation anyway, even before her shooting. Listen, I'm a grown adult. How is a dead man gonna be found in a car I rented? And I'm just innocent? Am I just out here doing no dirt? Shut the fuck up. You guys were wrong and fooled. Okay? Look here. Them 3 deaths was the major point over the last year before the election, and they created that drama to fuck with y'all emotions. Who was out rioting and looting the most? And tearing up neighborhoods and burning buildings and looting? Democrats. Republicans wasn't doing that. They were on good behavior. Who was talking about defund police? Black Lives Matter. Who needs police the most in their neighborhoods? Black people. Defund the police means more death and destruction unchecked in the black community. It was the dumbest thing to ever say, defund the police. Who said that? Black Lives Matter. You guys voted for your total destruction. Let me go in and let you know how. First of all, Black Lives Matter got donated $10 billion. Look it up. $10 billion. Where's that money? Black folk received any of it? NBA, NFL talking about it anymore? What changed? What laws were changed behind all that drama, Black Lives Matter, and all this old money donating? What changed? Nothing. You guys should have voted for Trump and conservative. Because black folk are conservative. You know why your black ass is conservative? Most blacks are not for gay marriage. The Democrats are. Republicans not. But black folk not for black gay marriage too much, in general. You know how we are. We have conservative values. But we vote liberal. Why? Black folk are not, as a whole, for gay marriage. Why are you still voting liberal? Who pushed gay marriage? Democrats. Everything you guys voted for was against your interest. Where's that $10 billion? Who got that money? Democrat Party got all that money. They stole this election and bought this election. $10 billion to the Dems and Black Lives Matter. Zuckerberg is under fire right now in court. He may go to jail. They're calling saying he helped steal and buy an election because he gave, oh my God, he gave like, what was it, 40 million to the election process or the electors. And guess where his money went? 90% of his money went to Democratic cities. So out of 10 cities he donated to, 9 of them were Democrat. Y'all didn't know that? So when I tell you, when they say Google, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter was against Trump, that's what it was. They were censoring conservatives. They were censoring Trump, removing posts from conservatives and the president of the United States. So when does Twitter and Facebook censor the president of the United States? That's never happened until this time for Trump. The cards were against him. 85% of the media was against Trump. NBC, CBS, and they flooded y'all BLM. They flooded y'all with all this drama, and all of it was some fake ass shit. They fooled you. Kamala Harris, funded by mainly Planned Parenthood. She used to be the top cop. And she pushes Planned Parenthood, a huge supporter. You guys voted for your destruction. You guys voted for way more abortions. You voted for your destruction. Black people have to be the dumbest voters in America. Biden and Harris tough on gun laws and rights. Abortion is about to go down more and more and more now. Planned Parenthood is happy. Kamala's supporting them. You guys don't even... Where's that $10 billion go? Where is Black Lives Matter December the 19th, 2020? You don't hear them. They played you. And now they won't even let Black Lives Matter get at the seat at the table. Joe Biden on Zoom calls, checking all the black politicians, basically saying, shut the fuck up, I'll run this, I don't owe you shit. That's what he's basically saying. And now look at you niggas. All these black women in love with Obama. Obama leaves office, their feelings is hurt. Trump comes in, they have hate for him for no fucking reason at all. Black folk hate for Trump is uncalled for and unjustified. People today, and I'll debate them, cannot think of one thing that Trump did bad to black folk throughout his presidency. Only thing Trump did was totally try to help. Soon as he got in office, he was open to helping black folk. That's why Kanye ran up in there. Yeah, come on, what you need, Kanye? Let's talk. Whoever wanted to talk was able. Trump even did this. He said, oh, HBCUs need some help? I got you, what's up? Let's talk. And then he changed the office where the HBCUs resided at. He said, no, bring your office to the White House, and gave him an office in the White House. So they can have so they can have access to him. They're not at a remote site no more. He brought them to the White House, first time ever that happened. That was for your benefit, black folk, and your kids who might want to go to these HBCUs. Then he implemented some kind of permanent funding, like HBCUs had to every year request something. Trump made it where it was permanent. You don't have to keep coming back every year requesting this kind of funding. We're going to make it permanent for you. You guys didn't know that. You guys totally voted against your interests and fucked up black folk progress. Dem's been doing that. You had about 4 new young black Republican congressmen and women. The one black congresswoman in Baltimore wanted to clean up Baltimore, that Democrat-run hellhole, shithole in Baltimore. And that black young Republican lady wanted to clean it up. Guess what all them black Baltimores did? Fuck you, bitch. We don't want you cleaning shit up. The Dems been making us raggedy for years. We voting for a Democrat. What the fuck? Guess what Detroit did? Guess what Los Angeles did? We want 84-year-old Maxine Waters in there again with her 84-year-old laid up in bed ass. Forget that 30-year-old black young congressman who wanted her seat and wanted to clean up South Central LA and Inglewood. Fuck them. We want more abortions. We want to be played with our emotions. Get Biden and Harris in there. Get that top cop. Get that crime bill writer up in there. We want to vote for our destruction unknowingly. Sad. It's a sad day. It's a sad motherfucking day. 90% of y'all listening to me fucked it up for black folk. You need to repent, get on your knees, and apologize. Candace Horse told you that they was bullshitting you. But you didn't believe her because you want to keep pushing this victimhood narrative. You want to keep acting like people are fucking with you when they're not. You want to just keep pointing your finger at the white man. See, I told you the white man. No, the white man ain't fucking with you today in 2020. Candace was right. See, I used to be against Candace. And Candace said some shit one day. Pissed me off because I was thinking like y'all. I said, I'm going to fact check her. Because you know how I am, trust me. I don't rep nobody who's full of shit. I'm known for exposing frauds and lies. I said, you know what? I got to fact check this heifer. And she kept kicking shit all this whole year for this election. And I was fact checking. I said, God damn, she's right. The shit she was saying was uncomfortable truths that black folk didn't really like or want to hear because they want their narrative. They want the victim narrative so bad. It was so much uncomfortable truths that she was kicking. It was pissing people off. That's why people mad at Candace. Don't like her. But what she was saying was true as fuck. She just fact-checked her. One day I'm going to do a video. We're going to go through it. And everybody going to see. Candace was right as fuck. Yep. Candace started Blexit movement. Blexit movement was a revolutionary movement and still is. It's called Black Exiting the Democratic Party. That's what it means. Blexit. So revolutionary shit. And black folk was exiting and did exit. Trump had the highest black vote for a Republican candidate ever. For a reason. And nobody told me Joe Biden got more votes than Obama did from black folk. That's this fake narrative and this fake ass election shit that went down. And these fake ass numbers. And all that shit is proven. You're going to see on this hearing that comes up between January 6th, because they've been trying to ignore it. They'll be like CNN and NBC, they've been, no, oh, you're going to see. It's all kinds of proof of voter fraud. Dominion machine fraud. I'm telling you. And if you ain't listening to Newsmax, the truth station on YouTube, Newsmax is on YouTube, Newsmax is on Awesome. If you ain't listening to about 3 different stations, you have no clue about what the truth is. Because 85% of the media is not talking about it and ignoring it. Y'all black folk fucked up. Now, see, here's the thing, because I keep saying this. Insanity is doing the same thing, expecting different results, right? If Baltimore's raggedy and it's been Democrat run forever, at some point, people should say, you know what, let's try something different. We don't have to always be traditional. You can think outside the box. It is a lady out here talking about cleaning up Baltimore. And you know the Dems didn't do it for decades after decades after decades after decades. It's insane to keep voting for Dems to run Baltimore. That's insanity. At a certain point, hey, let's try this. See, you're supposed to switch up when needed, as needed. You don't just stay in the box. You don't just stay a sheep forever. You think outside the box and change. I'm like, people are talking this tax shit. I'm like, and I realize that the Republicans do lower taxes for the rich and the poor. And I'm like, why is California and New York blue and Democrat all the time, but California and New York got the damn highest taxes? Shit is high as fuck. And Dem run. The states with the lowest taxes are mainly overall Republican. Something's fishy. Why do we vote against our interests? Why are we so stuck on being a left-ass liberal when we know we have conservative values as black folk? All the white folk was voting for gay marriage. Black folk really wasn't. Them Dems, white Dems. But it's not your thing. You really guys don't want no long-term welfare. Why do you guys want people keeping you victims forever? So, like, if there wasn't a victimhood mentality, the Democrats wouldn't have nothing to say or fight for. They'd be like, oh, y'all don't want to be victims no more? We got to change how we campaign and talk now. Black folk don't want to be victims. But we're benefiting off you being victims. Because we get a job now, we can fake this shit and keep y'all victims, and that's how we win. Get off the Dem train, family, and think. You guys basically, I'm gonna end this video. Basically, you guys voted for more abortions. You guys voted for people who are talking about defunding police. More destruction to the black community. You guys voted for more illegal immigrants coming into the country, making it tough on your children. You guys voted for all these things. You guys voted for your destruction and don't even realize it. Biden is a racist bastard who never meant any good for you. You guys voted for and forgave a motherfucker who wrote the damn crime bill. It's not like he voted for the damn crime bill. The nigga wrote the crime bill. And black folk voted for the motherfucker who wrote the 94 crime bill. We forgive you. Praise Jesus. You know how you niggas is. You guys are too forgiving. Biden didn't harm you. He helped you. Opportunity zones Trump gave y'all to clean up your neighborhoods. They did. Black folk in Baltimore and all these, they didn't respect opportunity zones. Opportunity zones were opportunity for, like in Leimert Park, where I live in Leimert Park, Little Africa, to buy stuff and get support, get tax breaks, and start black businesses in these communities and get them cleaned up. That's what opportunity zones was basically about. And who gave you that? Trump. Who shitted on that? black folk, Democrats. You couldn't see the light. Ice Cube and all these people are trying to tell you, you guys could not see the light because your mommy and daddy got you liberal, your grandparents got you liberal, and you guys cannot see the light. You fucked up. You are the sheep in America. Nobody's fucking with you. You guys commit more crimes and homicides than any race in America. And this is a fact. You guys are terrorizing neighborhoods. And you got the nerve to continue to point the finger. You guys need to say, you know what? We're not pointing the finger no more. We're going to get on ourselves and turn inwards on ourselves and correct ourselves. We need more motherfucking police. That's what you niggas should be talking about. We need black kids to become police, not bashing the police and being anti-police. We need to support the police. We need thousands and thousands of black prosecutors. We need thousands, a million black policemen. And these youths running up into the police department and applying for jobs. That's change. You guys are teaching the kids to hate police. White folk love that. You know, you guys are catering to your enemy when you do that. You can't obtain power and authority if you're not trying to get into positions of power and authority. The more black cops, the better it is for the black communities. But this is just common sense. You should not be talking anti-police shit. That's what Black Lives Matter did. That's what the Democrats did. The only people who didn't do that is Republicans. They support the police. They support law and order. And I've learned to start supporting the law and order and the police. I have. Because I realize all this shit niggas be talking about the police is playing on your emotions talk. And fucking lies. Ain't nobody trying to kill your ass. You have a LeBron talking all this shit. We scared to come outside. Hey, y'all niggas, yeah, we scared. Your ass ain't scared to come outside. Definitely LeBron ain't scared to come outside. You have a 0.0001 chance of getting killed by the police stepping outside. They not fucking with you. You guys are committing the most homicide. Niggas are still robbing cell phone stores and shit. I watch these police protection videos. Self-defense videos. And they just show crimes that go down. Half of them is always black folk. Niggas is, in 2000, this is what I'm saying. In 2020, niggas is still running up in cell phone stores and trying to rob them and getting locked up in there and don't have no clue technology is bad. Find me a white boy, an Asian boy, or an Arab who runs up in the goddamn cell phone store and try to steal everything and rob them. You won't find that. We do the most ignorant shit. Let's just be real about that. In recovery, they say, in Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous, they say, if for me to clean myself up and recover, I have to first admit that I'm an addict and I need help. If you can't first do that, that's the first step. You can't recover. You can't heal because you're still in denial. So, for black folk in the black community to heal and progress, we have to first admit we've been fucking up. and we commit the most homicides, we do the most crime out of any race in America. We have to first admit that shit. God damn it, we do this and we're going to change. We're going to stop pointing the finger and we're going to point the finger at ourselves and correct ourselves. Like I tell people, you should watch the documentary on the Chinese-Japanese War and how Japan oppressed China, killing them motherfuckers, destroyed them. And they turned in on themselves and corrected themselves, and now they're power. They said, fuck everybody. Turned in on themselves, figured out what to do, built, worked, progressed, and now they're power. World powers are scared of China. China's buying up, doing everything. Black Americans need to turn in on themselves, stop pointing the motherfucking finger, and get to motherfucking work. And stop voting against their own interest. Stop voting in people who are destroying them and mean to destroy them. Stop being fooled by slick talk and swag and how motherfuckers sound. Or that 10 billion, 10, I didn't say 10 million. Think. I said $10 billion Black Lives Matter got. Between Mark Zuckerberg, Black Lives Matter, all the media, Twitter, they all bought this election. And that's fraudulent in itself. And Trump was still kicking ass. When everybody went to bed November 3rd, all the Dems, all the libs, black folks, black women was shaking their boots. Oh, Trump's gonna get another 4 years. Then we woke up, shit changed. Trump, that means with the world and the media against Trump, the people, real Americans spoke. And Trump still kicked ass. And everyone knows it, but don't want to say it. It's actually an incredible feat he done. It's like, I'm gonna tell you, this is the feat. It's like some 17-year-old who never had a pro fight get in the ring with Mike Tyson and going the whole 12 rounds with him. He may have lost, but he was in there just hanging. Give that 17-year-old motherfucking props, because he was kicking ass. It was David against Goliath. But see, it ain't over. Wait till January 6th. So I just wanted to rant a little bit and make you feel this. How do you feel voting for frauds? How do you feel voting for killers? How do you feel voting for people who's pushing abortions and that abortion is going to go up now? Because Kamala is going to pay back with love Black Lives Matter. Not Black Lives Matter. But Planned Parenthood for supporting her and helping them get in office. They're going to be rewarded for that. Black folk, you need to wake up. Seriously. And stop voting based on emotion.
Wrong. Yo, yo, yo. The Watcher, you can hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, we got dead air, man. Spit a 16 for the people, dog.
You're crazy. I can't spit a 16, but y'all can see what's in the cart right now.
What you got going on, dog? Some old healthy shit? Look at this nigga here, dog.
I was actually fucking with Unbiased, and he told me to buy this shit.
Hey, that boy the Sebi shit, boy.
Hey, I like to double down on both sides.
Hey,
Until the
I hear that
vaccine's
though.
coming, I'm gonna be safe.
Yeah, you gotta open that third eye up, man.
That's what get me in trouble.
That's Walmart?
Nah, this is Ross.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if they have that out there.
Yeah, we got Ross here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're just killing time and stuff. Come here and just fuck off some dollars when you're bored instead of going out.
Hey, look, man. You know, when you get to our age, man, shit like that be fun as hell.
Hey, bro, I'm here with the family.
You be like,
Yeah,
man.
Sunday just finished some games, ate, and we're walking off some food. All right.
I hear that, bro.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yo. Yeah, I can't hear anybody.
We can hear you, Unbiased.
Okay, yeah, I can't hear anybody just now.
Yeah, I couldn't hear earlier.
Yeah, so Chief that's crazy, but I just played that just to get people in and entertain, you know.
So what exactly was he saying? I heard him saying about the cell phones.
Okay, that part I didn't get.
Okay.
Yeah, that part I didn't get. But I guess he was just saying, you know, I don't know. Black folks, they're not just politically aware, you know. Like we vote and then we go to sleep.
He was advocating for Trump, is what he was doing.
Oh yeah.
That's what I kind of heard.
That's
what I heard. That's a nice ass shirt.
You know,
but was he valid though? Was he wrong?
I agree with him on Biden, but you know, he putting Trump as like the solution. Like that's kind of crazy to me, but hey.
Yeah. Well, to me, it's a start. Even if it's a symbol.
Yeah. Go ahead, Haskell.
No, I was gonna say to the Watcher, man, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. You know what I'm saying?
Run that. I missed that. What was that?
No, I said it's 6 of one or half a dozen of the other in regards to Trump and Biden.
I disagree, but hey, to each his own. I'm not out to convince anybody. It's a fun argument going back and forth. I can play both sides very well.
Yeah. I like to. What I do, I wait for the arguments against Biden, and then I want to see if they're legit, you know. And then when I hear the arguments against Biden, if I think it's black allergy, then I'm going to challenge you. You know, but if it's legit, then then it's legit. But a lot, from what I've been hearing, it's been a lot of black allergy, like just made up misrepresentation of history, and and actions and bills.
What I run across is that, like 80% that, and then 20%, which is I guess a branch of the blackology, which is like everything that he can be criticized on, all of them could be criticized on. Nobody would get a pass on the shit that he would be knocked for, especially 30 years ago. 30 years ago. Y'all gonna try to claim something 30, 20 years ago? All right,
but it's wrong. But the claim is wrong. Like that's why I like to get in that conversation because I want to know the claim is wrong. And then what's worse is whatever your claim is, the Republicans are on record for saying is weak. So whatever you thought the Democratic Party did some years ago, the Republican Party said it was weak. It wasn't tough enough, meaning that they would have went harder.
Yeah, I mean, like with her, not necessarily with regard to the crime bills and that, but I mean, some statements he made were him appealing to certain unfavorable characters in the opposition.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
That's what I'm saying. So I try to find the legit criticisms, and even if they are legit, I'm like, all right, fine. Now listen to what I'm saying, though. So if that's the bar, name any politician in history who's done near that amount. Everyone's done worse. So it's like, shut the fuck up. That's not gonna.
Yeah. That's the thing. It's like, yeah, if that's the bar, then get on everybody.
Right. It's like no one. First of all, I'm not team any of them. It's just which one do I hate? All right, you can't have a seat, bro. That's how I look at it. And not even if it's for me specifically, it's more for the people I identify with in my culture because they're going to want to suffer. I'll be fine. So I got to make sure that the people that I feel that are in the most need, they don't get stepped on. So I'm looking for someone who's not stepping on them the most.
Right.
Hey,
and
who the hell is Uncle Goober, yo?
That's me.
He said, what is that, bro?
Nah, that's what my students call me, Goober. and that's what I call. I call all kids. Anybody that's not pre-teen, anybody that's like 12 and down, in my mind is a goober. Okay, so if I met, your children or your niece or nephew or little cousins or same thing watcher, as soon as I meet them, I'm gonna call them a goober, like immediately, and like they're gonna accept the term because I'm like kind of fun for kids. They would immediately accept it, and then they'll call me goober too, and let's go back and forth.
Not my little girl.
But I started off with the term because I couldn't remember their names. Instead of calling them the wrong name, I just say, "Come over here, goober." I just
Yo, that's hella cute, bro.
Yeah, I got all the kids in my complex calling me goober, and anybody that's Haskell, if you came in here with me, if they seen with me, they'll call you goober too. Anybody I'm associated with, they'll call goober. Like, who's your goober friend? That's what they would say.
Yo, that's dope, bro.
God, yeah, I think I lost the card. Oh.
So Haskell, I made this. So I got two Zooms, by the way, Haskell. This Zoom is for the kids. The other one is Unbiased Sports. So if you see right now, I'm logged in as Unbiased Sports. That's actually another Zoom, a Zoom account.
Boy, that one last night wasn't for the kids, boy.
Yeah.
Boy.
Hey, yo, Sister Nanny was a different person like 4 a.m. She was totally different.
What do you mean?
She was calm. She was having a decent conversation.
Are you still looking at?
She was totally good.
That's that love hour, man.
You're gonna go to get in line? Okay. Yeah, I'm still looking.
Hey, but did you Unbiased? Yeah. Did you hear that recording of Biden talking to those civil rights leaders, those black leaders?
Say that again?
Did you hear that recording of Biden talking to the black leaders?
Yeah, I heard that leaked audio, right?
Yeah, bruh. Why was he talking to them people like hoes, man? He was talking to them like straight bitches.
And the thing is, like, because it was leaked, who knows? It's not the whole conversation. Who knows what got that out of them? Who knows what they was asking for? Yo, we want reparation money. You know, who the hell knows what they was asking for from the flip? They was probably asking for $1 trillion and shit.
Yeah, but Unbiased, if it was another group asking for whatever, no matter how outlandish the request, he wouldn't talk that disrespectfully to him. You know what I'm saying? It just goes to show you when it comes to black folk, that's just how.
Nah, see, I can't go with that correlation. It just goes to show you that those are actual real people that has real personalities and certain ways about them that, and it just happened to be black. It's possible that he just got tired of those particular people.
I'm biased. He sounded like he was talking to some unruly children, bro.
Ooh, they probably was unruly. That's why you don't hear the other half of the audio. I don't just necessarily act like he's seen the whole black nation in those few black folks. I just don't think that.
Man, he was this is what he basically said, I'm biased.
I mean, it's possible. I just think it's two ways to look at it. Your way, my way. But go ahead.
Bro, he basically said, look here, man, you niggas ain't getting shit. All right? And matter of fact, if you don't shut the hell up, I got a good mind to goddamn, you know what I'm saying? Put you over my knee. You know, that's how he was talking, bro. Like, I was like, wow.
Yeah, so like again, I'm very I know how people do on the internet. Like a lot of people would take a snippet of something, and it's funny how you never hear the entire audio because whoever leaked that has the entire audio. So when you take a snippet, that's all you want to share with the people. It's most likely there was an agenda behind that, and most likely that person was probably a Trump supporter. And just wanted Biden look real bad. So see, I told you, go Trump. I told you. Yeah, I would like to hear the whole audio. If I heard the whole audio and I seen him like going in like that for no reason, then I would say, yep, absolutely, you're definitely right. He look at black folks a certain way, man. Like, but I gotta hear the whole audio because people are humans and they have buttons. Like they're not perfect. They're not these fake characters, and they have real emotions when you hit that button. And who knows how the exchange was going between those two to lead him to burst like that. Again, like I said, the demands they was probably making was probably ridiculous. You know, they probably want all type of political jobs, or whatever, or you know, set asides or whatever. He's like, man, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, because even at one point he was like, y'all are gonna have to start taking you know, the Hispanics are starting to outnumber y'all. So y'all need to start working with them. You know, basically he was sending it was a coded message to say, hey man, it was coded.
Oh, shit.
You ain't never talked to nobody in real life and they say some shit and you know it's undertones to it. All right, for example, if a nigga come up to you and be like, bruh, what size them shoes is? You think he really asked you what size those shoes are?
Yeah, but that's a stretch of a comparison because when, like you said, it depends where you're at, who's talking, and who's the recipient. And you could say, yep, he's definitely about to get them for his niggas. But if you're in Foot Locker and you're looking for some J's and the guy in black and white stripes say, hey, what size are your shoes? I wouldn't think he's going to rob me. I think he's going to he's going to sell me some shoes. That's all.
So yeah, it's all about the context. But if you look at the context of how and the tone and the manner of how Biden was speaking and everything else that he talked about, basically, you ain't gonna get this, you ain't gonna get that, you ain't gonna get this. You niggas need to know your place. And then you combine that with, hey, these Hispanics about to pass y'all up. Then
yeah,
it's a reasonable conclusion. He basically telling you, shit, these motherfuckers gonna be telling bossing you around in a second. So y'all niggas you ain't shit. Like, nigga, be grateful that, you know what I'm saying?
Like so for me, again, like the other way you could look at it is that they were trying to push their weight yeah, we got the black vote. We voted for you. We got you in there. We, black, 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 black. He was like, ho, chill out. Because I believe that other Hispanic group is just as powerful for you guys. So you trying to push your weight around here, you need to relax and get on board with them guys and work with them and see what they talking. And y'all both bring something to me. But this black, 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 black stuff ain't gonna work. I'm a president for all Americans. So I got
Yeah, but any group advocates for themselves. That goes for the Hispanics, any group. Ain't no group gonna come and talk about, oh, the blacks and this one. And no, they're gonna talk about what's in their group's interest. And it's only black people who don't seem to have, like, we not supposed to do that. We not supposed to have that right. You know what I'm saying? And at some point, man, niggas supposed to get tired of getting hold. He hold them people. He hold us.
Yeah, like I said, I would love to just hear the whole original audio.
Bruh, when Jews get in the room with politicians and they contributed to campaigns and got politicians in place or whatever, right? You think they in there talking about, man, black folks, black folks need this and the Hispanics need nah, nigga. They talking about exclusively about their group and what their group need. So for you to tell, not you unbiased, but for Joe Biden or whoever else to basically be that dismissive, like, nigga, be glad for what you got. Get out my face. Like, huh? Who's you talking to, homie? Like, nah, like I said, like the black people are the only group that are not allowed to be self-interested. Like, we just supposed to be grateful for whatever scraps we get. Nah, man, fuck that dude, man.
Well, he's your president. And if you want a favor, that's the guy everybody got to come see.
You're going to be out of there in a minute. Don't worry.
Who's next? Kamala?
Hey, all the women going to be celebrating.
and then Lakeisha going to be like, see? I told you.
Yeah.
Watch.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you though. I do kind of want to see a woman president. I want to see that.
You think the country collectively is ready for that?
Hell no. Nah. Especially them white boys. Them country white boys, they'll go crazy. They will go crazy.
Yeah. You'll see a lot of things happening, man. If you thought this Trump administration was bad.
And then imagine the first female president not being white. Like, nah, bro. White women wouldn't even be like happy about it.
Right. Well, what about that Hispanic AOC chick?
Oh, she's annoying.
I know.
Yeah, she one of them type of chicks that, thinks they're smarter than they actually are. Like, man,
right.
Shut up.
Yeah, and she be going out of her way to be noticed.
Right.
And her.
Yeah, she's a tryhard. I hate tryhard people in general, man. Like, Shut the hell up.
Yeah, like come on, man. Always vocal, always trying to be controversial, and look at me, everybody. I'm for the people. Like, stop it.
Exactly, bro. Yo, I thought you'd be a Trump dude, though, unbiased.
Well, I was. I ain't gonna say I was pro-Trump, but I was 50-50. And what broke the tie was when I heard the blackology arguments against Biden. I'm like, oh my God. That's the best you got? Like, come on, like give me some real good stuff. Like, don't come with some bills that you ain't researched yourself and you just quoting the next dude and it's all wrong and you don't even know what it was for, you know. So the audio leak that you're talking about, if you're against Biden and that's some proof, I will accept that. Okay. The same way how some black folks are hesitant about vaccines, like when I hear their reason, there's some reasons I can accept, some I can't. I'm like, okay, I okay, yeah, I get that. And other people, I might stop. Like, you just blind.
Hey, bro, you know, my mom just got done chewing me out, right? Because, you know, my mom's a nurse. And
oh, shit.
yeah, she brought up the conversation. I be trying to stay away from that shit. So she got to talking about the vaccine and da-da-da. I'm like, man, I ain't taking that shit.
Wait,
Bruh.
tell me you told her about your virus theory.
Nah, she ain't ready for that. Hell
Oh
nah.
my God. Never. Come on. See, man, yeah, you part of Illuminati,
Hell
bro.
nah.
It's secrets.
I would never bring that up to my mom, Joe. Are you crazy?
Yeah. You swore secrecy to somebody, bro.
Dude, check this out, man. Would you try to convince your grandmother that Jesus don't exist?
If she want to start that argument with me, yes.
Shit.
Yeah,
Well, you a braver nigga than me.
Yeah, they call me the can man. Anybody can get it. Africans, Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, Black Americans, anybody can get it.
Well, I guess sign as alpha as I think I am, because I don't want no smoke with grandma. I'm good.
Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't start the argument, but and I wouldn't really provoke it either. But if she's adamant, saying, "Baby, you need to go to church," you know, Jesus can say, "I'm like, all right, grandma, listen, grandma, stop," because now you know why, Haskell? I don't want people to make me feel like I'm lacking some knowledge somewhere, like because that's how they'll push it on you. Like, you need to research Jesus and call on him now because he could be the answer you're looking for, you know. And then when you like dismiss it, they look at you as like you're lacking wisdom. All right, grandma. All right, now let's talk about Jesus.
Hey, you a cold nigga, bro. You's a cold nigga, dog. I ain't about to do it, bro. Cause look, my grandmother, you will be banned from the house, bro. Real talk. If you start talking that, oh, Jesus ain't exist, and you know what I'm saying? You start giving her actual facts about the Bible, who wrote it, and man, listen, man. Dog, I would not be able to go in my grandmother's house, and I'm not exaggerating or trying to be funny.
But I was pretty successful in high school when I was talking to my uncle. My uncle was pushing that on me like a little bit, you know, but he was more mature, or like he acted like he was more open to those type of dialogue. And, you know, I would just go into his interpretation of the Bible, like his scriptures, like, and I ain't gonna lie, I was like an undercover Hebrew, like how you are undercover, like how your virus theory. Well, I was an undercover Hebrew, so I wouldn't tell anybody. I wouldn't tell anybody, like my friends and family like that, or strangers, but I would argue from that perspective. So like they didn't really know what I was coming with. You did.
That's how you do it, unbiased. That's how you do it, man.
so they would look at me as like a what you call like hardcore black folks that's like extreme nationalists. What's the word you was prescribed to them? No, I'm saying like a real word, not some kinds of community stuff. Like a real word you would do a add to somebody who's like okay, like somebody. Yeah, okay, we're there, but a better word. So I'm a Christian, radical.
Oh, so, radical. Okay.
Yeah, so they would look at me as more of a radical Christian. You did, because I want to let them know what I really believe in. So, but I will argue from the Bible's perspective. So they'll look at me like, all right, he's just a radical Christian.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because, you know, for people like that, you still have to stay within the paradigm, right? If you go out completely outside the paradigm, it's just gonna fry their brains, bro. Like it's too much. So if I'm having a discussion with my mom about vaccines and stuff,
Yeah.
you know, I'll drop in something like the fact that tuberculosis went away without, without vaccines. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I try to submarine some shit in. If I
Yeah,
try to
see, the
tell her
thing,
that, huh?
now I was gonna say the thing when you say it to people, they look at you, they look at Haskell, they say anti-vaxxers, the pseudo's favorite pseudo. So when you say things, people mess up and automatically dismiss it as though it's
Right.
automatically false. You said it, but I would say no, he's right. I would say that was more of a failing water system. Just litter, water, sewage. Yeah, so like if you clean that up, that in itself will get rid of certain viruses and bacterial infections. So like, but they wouldn't know that because they don't look into the actual history of viruses.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like you have to stay within the paradigm. If you read the 48 laws of power, I forgot what law it is. It says never try to change too much at once, So if I'm speaking to my mother, I can't tell her that germ theory is invalid.
Yeah, okay. You probably can't tell her that.
It's
but
too
you can
much.
tell her about the sewage and the tuberculosis. I think that would be acceptable.
Oh no, I told her about that one, and she actually she heard me out. She was like, "Okay, yeah," but she said, "You sound like one of those." she said, "I'm getting the feeling that you're one of those anti-science people."
She smoked you out.
Hey, because how I be trying to do, right? I be trying to like nibble around the edges. I ain't gonna give you no angle. I'm gonna do a lot of that Philly shell.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That Pacquiao.
I can't let you know. I can't let you know exactly where I'm coming from because then you're gonna automatically, like you said, just dismiss it.
Right.
So, but she like, hold on, man. Cause my mom's smart as hell, dog. She was like, hold on, man. You sounded like
Yeah, but I already told the watcher, I told Wujawa, I said, if I'm gonna have a vaccine discussion with anybody, I said I would prefer Haskell because he's the one who is actually justified in his stance. Like he put in hella research and investigation. So he's justified in what and how he views vaccines, viruses. So who am I to like tell you you're stupid or you're wrong? Like, yo, you put in the work and you come up with this. But what I don't respect is people who don't, and they get on here and they talk anyway.
Yeah, but then guess what? The funniest part, unbiased, I was like, so mom, are you gonna take the vaccine? Well, I'm gonna wait and see. I'm like, what you mean you gonna I'm like
Frontline
what?
worker gonna wait and see. Oh, man, you a frontline worker? You gonna wait and see?
Yeah, and then she told me unbiased that she didn't have to take the flu vaccine. I was under the impression that if you was a nurse, like it was mandatory, but she said she's never taken a flu vaccine, bro. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, do you know polio was also, and now I remember the terminology. It was like, this thing is called like fecal to mouth or fecal to waste, something like that. But even polio was one of those viruses or disease that it was a fecal to mouth. So you just work on like the sewage system, shit like that. And that by itself can decrease the spread of polio.
Yeah, my thing would be like, how would you what kind of study design would you create to quantify what each factor had in, or how much each factor contributed to the eradication of a disease? Because obviously, right, if you accept that vaccines had something to do with eradicating a particular disease, and you accept that things like improved sanitation and stuff like that had something also to do with eradicating disease, how would you know what I'm saying? How would you design?
That's why I think that's when you said that, I was like, well, maybe they are, and this is just my hypothesis, all right? This is nothing I read. I'm like, well, maybe they're basing it off the spread, like the spreading it to human and human. You know, like you said, if you get rid of the waste and people are still infected, then or maybe they can still keep it going. I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah,
Off the
I
top.
don't know. All right, so for instance, like how could you say, all right, vaccines are 70% responsible for the elimination of polio, and improved sanitation and living conditions are responsible for 30%. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So Revolutionary Me said her great uncle was immobilized by polio. And that's why I said, like, when people bring up polio, like, that might be the wrong virus to bring. It's the wrong disease to bring up, because you have people right now in this country who are impaired in some way. And even the scientists that I communicate with, he himself, you know, is from like the islands, and they had some type of measles complications and things like that. So, you know, you got people, parents, people themselves dealing with these issues. So they're never gonna listen to somebody water down the effect of it when they're living with.
Yeah, that's tough. That's a tough discussion to have, you know, because it gets, you know, it gets emotional. Like, I don't know if you saw when I don't know if you're familiar with David Rasnick. He's been on Sonetta two times now with your boy Curtis Cost.
Oh my.
But what's the name came on there? Lord Abbott came on there, and he was livid, man. You know, he felt as if what these people were doing was dangerous, because he was saying like that his aunt died from AIDS.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The AIDS knowledge. Yeah.
Right. And Rasnick was saying HIV doesn't cause AIDS. You know what I'm saying? So Lord Abbott was pissed, bro. He was pissed.
Yeah. Curtis Cost is probably the one few people I would never have a discussion with. Like, I'm just good with him. I'm good with him. Like, cause I got his book, a bunch of bullshit sources. Like, a lot of his sources is just sourcing up on other people that's like considered anti-vax. Like, yo, so your sources is y'all network? Like, okay. Like he might, I'm joking when I say this, but he might say something and source Phil Valentine. You'd be like, wait. Now, I'm not saying he did that, but you get what I'm saying. Like really? Come on, man.
Oh shit.
Like, read Phil Valentine's book. Viruses aren't what you think they are. Something like that. Like he would do something like that. Or he'd be like, yeah, so this never happened. It never existed. This was a cat by the government. Go watch Polite's video on.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, bro. He put a YouTube timestamp in the reference part of the book.
The 33rd minute mark. Polite. Listen to what Polite says. And look, and funny, I'm glad we go into books, because this is the problem I have with medical apartheid. Like, I'm telling you, she whoever got that book, I challenge you to read it. And then, first of all, she Haskell, she will talk for 2 pages without a source, without a reference, footnote, anything. Nothing. So all that you just said, I can't. No way I could, validate that or verify. It just, you just said it, and I guess that's the truth. And it'd be a bunch of like important claims that she's making. Then when I follow up on other things, bro, it's like she's doing half truth and fake. Like, it's just like, yo, this ain't exactly what is said, and like you're putting your agenda there. So let me give you one example. So it turned out that foster children, like, they don't have the same they don't get vaccinated as much as other children that has some type of guardian. So like, they are behind in their shots. So for that reason, the state and whoever else, the judge or whatever, the court gets involved. So they are the ones who determine, the Dr. Aline, Dr. Aline Muhammad Court. I'm gonna get there next. So they are the ones who decide on the kids whether they get vaccinated or not, or anything else, Haskell, because like they're the state kids. And even if you adopt them, Haskell, you still don't have say so because they're seen as like the state kids. So the state still, I guess you could say, have, I don't know, like control over a lot of things that they deem as fit for children. Like they're not gonna let you have like your personal views and decide that for that kid. They're not gonna do that. So now, whether you agree with that or not, like that's okay, you dig? But it is legal in some states, and some states that's not the case. The foster parent can decide for the kid like it's their own. You feel me, Haskell? So some states can, the parent can, the guardian can say something, and some states you can't say something, right? So, but when she gave that quote, Haskell, it was in the light of parents can never say something. It's always in the judge's hands. And say, I don't like that, man. Like why would you? So it's a half truth. It's like, so, but it's for, when I was reading it, it's like, her purpose is to make you hate the medical system. Okay, good job. Because if you read this book, yes, you're going to hate hospitals, you're going to hate clinics, you're going to hate everything.
Yeah, one thing about it that's hard to do unbiased when you feel certain about something, like how you're certain about what you're certain about, is to keep in integrity. You know what I'm saying? So for example, if you're critiquing anti-vaxxers, it's hard for you not to misrepresent something they say because you know they're wrong. You know what I'm saying? But it's almost like you got to go against yourself in a way and say, all right, yeah, I know they're wrong, but let me make certain that I do not misrepresent what they say. Because in you, it's kind of like my mom used to tell me about smoking weed when I was little. She would try to not get, huh?
How little?
Like probably like 8 years old, 9, 10.
Are you serious?
No, I wasn't smoking. I'm saying she would tell me like, don't stay away from that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But she would tell me like crazy stuff like, yo, it's gonna make you go crazy and you're gonna grow a third arm, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But what you can do in doing that is when that child finds out that nothing like that's not how that is, they may be more inclined to go try it now because you lied. You get what I'm saying? As opposed to just laying out the bare facts like, yeah, I know you don't want people to be anti-vax, or in the instance of the lady who wrote that book, I know you're averse to Western medicine and the rest of it, but you got to really, really, you know what I'm saying, discipline yourself to not misrepresent stuff, because you'll lose people, because it probably was somebody out there who was going to step away from the medical establishment, but then when they caught you in a misrepresentation, now they basically like, man, they done threw away your whole thing.
Yeah, and look, she actually did. Look, she attempted to, I guess, write something negative about Margaret Sanger because she has a section in there. But it turned out when I read it, I'm like, hey, I think you you kind of gave me more ammunition. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like the whole book, at first I want to throw it out, but then you read some stuff and be like, okay, but then it's the cap. Like it's not sometimes, Haskell, it's not even a bad cap, you dig? But it's a cap nonetheless. It's like listen, like you don't need to do that. Like you could tell like that's like when the Minister Farrakhan said during the Tuskegee experiment, right? They injected boys with syphilis. Like, dude, you don't got to say that. You could tell the truth, and it's still horrific. People still gonna,
Right.
So like that's kind of what she was doing. Like she wanted to make sure you had the view she wanted you to have towards the medical system, and that's what I didn't like. So I went back. I looked at a lot of her sources, and I'm like, yo, they're not saying exactly what you're trying to say it's saying. It's saying, and then like I'm gonna do a hypothetical. Okay, no. You heard about the Nashville, Tennessee bombing?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, now let's say that the suspect was at first believed to be a former FBI agent, okay? And
Right.
then later on, another suspect was somebody that lived around the corner. What she would do, of course, you know where I'm going, she will only name the FBI agent as a suspect.
Right. And she's trying to guide your how you see it. You know, she's you know, yeah, that's like I said, you got to keep some integrity above everything else, man. You know, you got to keep your integrity no matter how strong your convictions are about anything.
Yeah, but other than that, this information there, that's pretty good. It's just that the problem is that if you don't know how to source up, if you don't have the energy to source up, you can be just misled to believe everything exactly how she says it. And that's what make the book, in my opinion, like dangerous and misleading.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. I'm just on OfferUp looking for electron microscopes, unbiased.
Yo. So that's funny. Unc said he's gonna have the captain back on the show. Peace, Amber. And the captain, like he's you know the captain is slick. The
What
captain,
up, Amber?
The captain will not let you get him. He will bounce. Like he does not mind running off the platform.
Oh yeah,
So,
yeah. He'll get up out of there.
So I'm gonna post a link in the chat. And look, Haskell, I'm gonna play like a 3-minute clip of Morpheus, like, you know, asking questions. And I want you to see, like, maybe it's me, I could be wrong, you know. So that's why I like to get the panels, you know, understanding what was just played. So I'm gonna play a 5, and I've been holding this clip for the longest, bro. All my lives, I meant to play this clip, but we've been talking about different things. And I don't just want to put the captain on it out of nowhere, some religious shit, you know. So I just been not posting it at all.
Okay, shit, you had Johanna on there last night.
Yeah. So let me play Morpheus, because you're gonna see all the tabs. I got mad tabs, and I gotta get rid of these tabs. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
be
play,
seeing that, bro.
Yeah, it be slowing my computer down too. So now I already got it ready. So look, here we go. Let me play this. Yo, we got 18 watching. Chief X. Yeah, he said, be back Laker game. All right, peace. Yo, we want to hear you out too, because people had questions on, I had just played your video, Chief X, about Black folks are dummies. So people wanted to know, were you a Trump supporter or Biden supporter? So yeah, Chief X, definitely come back, bro, my brother. Long time. Laker game, baby. You already know, easy win.
Who they playing tonight?
I don't know. Let me see.
Oh, they playing the Wolves. Oh, they already smashed.
Oh, easy win. That's easy win. All right, so I'm gonna play like maybe 3 to 5 minutes, and you let me know if he said he said the captain is starring in a film called The Running Man with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, that was dope, bro. Oh, it's people. I didn't see Amber in the watcher there. All right, so look, let me just play a 3 to 5 minute clip of Mr. Morpheus questioning the captain. And I believe the captain like really was purposely acting like he didn't understand what Morpheus was saying. So it's like 3 to 5 minutes, and that's it. You see all these tabs? I gotta get rid of these tabs. Look, you already know this is some doctor stuff right here. Look, this is Ali Muhammad, by the way, Ricardo, right here, right? And this is Ali Muhammad. No, this is for Colleen right here. DJ Focus, because no, this is for, is it for Akachi or Rockman? Somebody talked about the Elijah Muhammad theory of or hypothesis of the Earth and the Moon was once one. Right. So this is for them.
Yeah,
So
that was Kaleem.
Okay, so look, this is for him. Look, I got moon facts here. I got tabs here. This is the crack epidemic. This is for Cincinnati, Colleen, anybody that argues the 94 crime bill as horrible. I got that for them. So I got Negro Project up here for indigenous black man.
You got you got a goddamn 30 clip. a 100 round drum.
Right. So I'm trying to get some of these things, get rid of them. So look, check this out. Wait, let me go on mute. It has to. If it's echoing, let me know.
All right, bet.
Science is teaching you how to look at things, how to understand things. Okay. It's not giving you an answer.
That shit was powerful, but check this out. I gotta get this caller in. I gotta get him in here. I hope he.
All right, where you go, man? All right.
No, stay on.
Oh, okay, good.
Stay on, because I gotta get
so
this.
He told Mr.
Remember what we was talking about earlier when you called me?
Yeah.
I'm calling. I got to call this dude, man. I got to see what's up.
All right.
I got to see what's up, and you can ask him that question.
Okay.
I hope he pick up.
Hello?
All right, Captain in the building. Captain
He called me at the right.
Say that again?
The callers today, sir.
Huh?
I said, yeah, some interesting callers today.
I know. This is going to be an interesting one right here. Hey, Morpheus, you on the line. Captain, the last time, Morpheus, you spoke to Captain, he didn't know who you were. So I had to send him a picture. Picture, and I sent him.
You sent me the song, yeah.
Yeah, the song.
Peace, my brother. Peace, shalom to you, brother. Peace.
Me and Morpheus was talking earlier, and he was asking a question to me and really going in, and I said, "Damn, that shit was deep." I want you to bring that up to the captain. We're not debating none of this. He just wanted to ask a question. Go ahead, Morpheus.
Which one about Noah? Is that the one?
No, that's the one I was talking about. But another one,
right.
The one you called me was talking about.
About Abraham in Africa.
Yes, about why Hebrews can't claim Africa. That shit was.
Yeah. Okay. Right. This is what I was saying. I'm Captain. This is what I was saying. Right, because a lot of different camps have different, philosophies about. I know your stance about you're not African. You have no connection to Africa, and so forth and so on. So I sat up and I thought about it, and I said, you know what I think? I think that a lot of the people who don't claim Africa can't claim Africa, even if they wanted to. Because in order for you to claim Africa, right, it would by default be in conflict with the biblical narrative of creation, right? It would be in complete conflict. Why do I say that? Is because according to African tradition, African history, stories, orals, even science, we know that according to what we know of Africa and people from Africa, they go back 300,000, 400,000 years, right? Like some even a million, right? Look at the 12 people, right? Look at them. They go back way hundreds of thousands of years back. So if you claim that, it would be in conflict with the Genesis story of Adam, which is and correct me if I'm wrong, it was a 6,000 years old, or 6 to 7,000 year old, creation story, right? Because that would be in conflict. I don't know if it would be in conflict. Before I say that, you was the lead brother, the short brother in the group. I just want to make sure I could put a face. No, it was a show. He TC passed. Yeah, TC passed. Oh, okay. Yeah. I actually have your songs in my playlist on my phone. That's deep. I still listen to it. Well, when you got something on my list, you got something on mine, I got something of yours. I appreciate that. Yeah. So, but no. Wait. Well, Tom, you didn't ask me what I got of yours. Oh, what you got? I thought I got some of your products, my brother. Oh, you got some of them. Oh, okay, you smart. Okay, all right. That's why he's being so kind now. He must like them more. He's being real nice now. Butters is the bomb, man. Yeah, man. I just created a new one. It's called Aphrodisiac. If you go on my website right now. I support you, man. I support your product. I definitely. I appreciate that. I put a lot of effort in that. But when we say we don't have no dealings with Africa, I don't think we ever said we don't have no dealings with Africa, the landmass. We more so are talking about we're just not Hamites, which today would be called Africans. As far as the landmass is concerned, landmass ain't never did nothing to us. So being in the land, that's not a big deal. No, I didn't mean the landmass though. I wasn't referring to the landmass. I mean, I was referring when you say Africa, right? No, I mean like to be clear. Oh yeah, I was referring to the people. The people. Oh, okay, yeah, the people. I mean, even with the people, let's say, so Hamites are older than Israelites. Period. Right. So because Israelites, and even in the biblical narrative, is like the youngest nation. So Hamites existed, before Israelites existed. So when we say we don't have no dealings with them, then like that, they're older. They predate us. Okay, so let me ask you this real quick. Noah. So then, what was Noah? Noah would be Adamite. He would be a descendant of Adam. So, the biblical narrative, we more so will call you by what, where your father come from. That's why you see us say Ishmaelite. Even Israelite is because of Jacob. His name was changed to Israel. So when we saying Israelite, you're saying you come from him. Same thing when we say with Hamites or Canaanites. When you see us put the "ite" on that, we're more so talking about the people that descend from that individual, so to speak. Right. But the person who they descended from, someone. Right. So let's keep let's keep taking that ride back. Well, let's take that train ride back. Right. So if so and so if Jacob descends from Isaac, and Isaac descends from Abraham. Let's keep going back. If we keep riding that train back, and we get to Ham, right? We get to Ham. Now, Ham's father goes back to who? To Noah. Right, so it's the same family. That's what I'm trying to say. Because even though we keep going back, we're gonna come back to that same train stop. That's the point I'm trying to get to. We're gonna come to the same train stop. You kind of change it from what you said initially. You say you understand when we say we have no dealings with Africans, and you started bringing up these 100, millions of years and stuff like that, and then now you're changing it now because no, actually I'm not changing it. What I'm trying to do is explain my the thought process, because what I'm saying is if you take the stance of that we descend from Africa, right? That you descend from Africa, that's going to be in conflict with your biblical narrative of creation. It wouldn't. It wouldn't. Let's say if the landmass that we came from was what today is called Africa, I wouldn't care. No, I'm not talking about the landmass. I'm talking about this. Talking about the man Ham? Are you talking about the man Ham? Us coming from the man called Ham? No, I'm talking about. I'm referring to. Okay. So referring to, there is no such thing as the first. There's no such thing as the first. If you're saying beings plural or beings singular. No, beings plural. Okay, there is no name for them. Okay, there is no name for the first human beings. Anyone? Okay, let's do it this way. Mm-hmm. I want to be clear. Right, let's do it this way. Right. So, according to the biblical narrative, right, how old, right, is human beings? The biblical narrative doesn't give an age of how old human beings are.
6,000 years ago. 6,000 years old.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
So what would you say? When you're saying biblical narrative, what you're talking about is a chapter and verse that gives an age. You're not talking about where we come later, thousands of years later, and then we put an age on it. No different than when you brought up the time, when you brought up the dates for people going back 30,000, 300,000 years. That's something that somebody that never been there is telling you that this happened 300,000 years ago. Nobody that lives today was back 300,000 years ago. So this is what they tell you. And then you choose to believe it or you choose not to. So if you're going to say biblical narrative, you would have to show chapter and verse that gives a date or an age. The Bible doesn't deal with time generally like that. Okay, so then, according to Hebrew thought says that man is how old? Hebrew thought is, man, we don't care how old. That's Hebrew thought. If I could be more specific, Israelite thought is, we don't care. The scriptures say, ye watches of time, I am afraid of you, lest I bestow my labor in you in vain. We don't watch time like that. So it's not a concern for us on being the first man, first this, first that, or whatever. That's white man shit, to be the first. Because them being the first, just let me finish, them being the first establishes some type of dominance that they would appear to have. If you even go back to ancient cultures, they never had a battle over who's first. The Ethiopians didn't battle against the Kemites over who was first. Nobody ever battled or argued over who was first. That's white man thoughts. That even going to the moon, they wanted to get Russia and America fighting over who can get to the moon first, because being the first means something to them. That's why they would whitewash all of the Egyptian records and make them white, because the Egyptians built pyramids. That's the first of its kind that they believe anyway. So they wanted to be the first that. They wanted to be the first this. But those ancient cultures, you won't find no record in any of them ancient cultures where they wanted to be the first. Yeah, but that's not my position. That's not my position. You're asking me how old something was for the first beings from the biblical narrative. The Bible doesn't care. The Bible doesn't mention how old. So even if I gave an answer, if I gave you an answer, it's still just my opinion. Okay, same way somebody saying something happened a million years ago, that's just their opinion. Nobody was back a million years ago to even say some stupid shit like that. Well, after you, but watch this though. Okay, the Bible obviously does care about time. Why? Because it gives you times and dates, right, in genealogies, because when you're dealing with genealogies of who comes from who and who comes from who, so it does play time. That's just children being begotten. It don't say this brother was born in 1492, this one was born in 33 BC, this one was born in this. It don't say that. It just says who had a son, had a son, had a son. That's not time. That's lineage. But once again, time and lineage are two different things, though. But in order to deal with a genealogy, a lineage, you have to deal with time. You have to deal with time. To deal with time, you just need a clock. To deal with lineage, you just need people. Like this is kind of like an asinine type of subject. The biblical narrative does not give a date for mankind, period. If you can show me chapter and verse, then you can say that it cares about time. Okay, watch this. So, Cat, let me ask you this. How long ago did Moses live? I don't know. I never looked it up. I don't even care. How about Solomon? How about David? Okay, so now here I'll give you an example. Depending on whose timeline, this is why sometimes I should avoid, the scriptures say avoid foolish questions. So I'm going to give you an example.
Yo, you funny.
That's what listen, let me finish. The scriptures say, strive not after genealogy and avoid foolish questions. This is an example of foolish question. Let's go with how old or how long ago Moses existed. If you go with the Egyptian timeline, which is what most people go through, you have like three. You have the King's List, you have Petrie's List, and then you have the, it's one more I can't remember off the top of my head. None of those lists really agree because they look at it as if the kings ruled in succession. But you had an upper and lower Egypt, so sometimes you have pharaohs that ruled at the same time. Even the Egyptian, I forget the cat that they call like the father of Egyptian history. You say even that history is tatters. So again, that's men coming after those people, telling you that this existed this time, this existed that time. You won't find a date on the pyramid, though. You won't find a date from the pharaohs putting a date, because then that would be something that's more solid. So when you asking me how long ago something happened, if there's a date from the people back then, like there's dates today. So if you find out when was America so-called discovered or when slavery so-called happened, they actually put dates to that. So now we can say 1619 they had this at Jamestown, even though that's not the real date, but that's the recorded date. So historians have a date to go back to. There is no date in Egyptian records or Israelite records because they didn't care like that. So you have to show something there, because otherwise it's just your opinion or mine, and this is a foolish question. Okay, watch this. So Captain, what is the Hebrew word Edan or Edah? What is that Hebrew word? I don't know off the top of my head. It means time. It is the Hebrew word. Right. Let me finish. It is the Hebrew word for time. In general, time, a duration, speaks about it in Daniel 7:12, involving specific conditions of time. A definite time, a year. Right? So therefore, what time is that? Listen, you're saying that listen to me, Bob. You're saying that the Bible doesn't care about time. Yet throughout the scriptures, and I'm even giving you the Hebrew word, Edah, which is talking about time. Right? The Bible obviously does care about time, if the Bible says, one day unto the Lord is like a year. Right? One day unto the Lord is like a year. You don't know the scriptures, a day unto the Lord is as 1,000 years. So what is it? Listen, bro, you can keep cutting me off. Right? Well, you're wrong. You said a year. I haven't got a chance to even correct what I was saying or get it out right before you cut me off. I just heard you out.
Hold on, Captain. Let him go, Cap. He lets you go.
1,000 years unto a day, right? So it's given 1,000 years a day. Is that time? Yeah, that's time. That's not. Are you asking me a question or is it rhetorical? No, it's time. I just want to know if you're asking me a question or if it's rhetorical, so that way if I respond, you don't think I'm cutting you off. No, 1,000 years is rhetorical. It's time, right? Okay. It's making a comparison of time. One day to 1,000 years is making a comparison. So obviously there is an importance of what it's talking about. It does mention time. So when I ask questions about Daniel, how long did David live, or how long did Moses live, we're talking about time. There's no way we can't get around. If you're under that sun and the moon, you got to be dealing with time. So I'll get a response now? Sure. This is why I said this is a vain and foolish question. Just everybody listen to what his premise was and what he initially asked me. He asked me how old and how long ago something. And I said the Bible doesn't care about time like that. As far as the date of when the first man was created or mankind was created. I was very specific in what I said. If nobody believes me, they can just rewind this live stream and they'll see that I quoted a scripture that said, ye watchers of time. I used the word time when I first spoke. To let you know, I'm not talking about what time it is, how old somebody is. You asked for a moment in time with a date. That's what you asked for. And I didn't just use the Bible. I showed in Egyptian, you're not going to see on none of them tombs a date, a timestamp of date or when this happened in this year. That only came after historians came and started marking time. Specifically, the white man came and started marking that time. So I was very clear on the subject matter. You said we was having a conversation, not just a debate. A debate is something that you're trying to prove. You're trying to prove something that you just can't, because there is no date in no culture anciently. There is no date where they put a date where this happened in 1444 BC, 3400 BC. You're not going to find that. So the question that you're asking is asinine. It's stupid. Now, if you ask about something in American history, you date this stuff. No, so hold on before you go. So now, with that, the scriptures say, answer not a fool, lest you be like him. So what I would like to do now, man, is y'all make sure y'all got any businesses out there. Y'all make sure y'all rock with my man Sinetta. His brother does an excellent job promoting whatever business products y'all got. I rock with Sinetta for the past month. It's definitely increased my business. I'll be paying him again this month for the same exact promotion. The brother has done an excellent job. Make sure y'all support the Zaryak and Lily's Creations TLC on my website. I got a new scent for men and women. It's called Aphrodisiac. I did that for what I call a blackity black for my brothers, because they know about aphrodisiacs. So I appreciate the call, man. Y'all take care.
All right. All right. Peace.
Hold on. Listen, it's out.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I don't know if you caught what just happened.
Yeah, so I had to get that off my chest. I could delete that. Well, not delete. I could take that tab off my list of tabs. All right. So I just want to make sure I wasn't tripping right there. And he hopped off pretty fast. And I like how when you have a dialogue, the person who's not enjoying it, they can like downplay your points and call them stupid, and they, indirectly call you a fool for even like mentioning these things or asking these questions. So, Amber, what do you think about that?
I think Mr. Morpheus completely wasted his time. When somebody show you who they are, believe them. These people do not be wanting to have constructive dialogue and get at anything near the truth. So, yeah, total waste.
Yeah, I want to use that as a point of reference when we talk about different things in the future. I'm gonna go back to that video because you're gonna see people do the same thing on our panel.
Yeah, that's why I be getting tired of the religious discussions and debates, because it's just circular. It's nowhere to go with a discussion like that. Somebody like Captain Tazariak, he isn't gonna relent. And no matter how much facts or whatever you bring, there's no way for that conversation to go.
And I also want to just note how at the end of that, he pushed his products, right?
Yeah.
And that's what, to me, a lot of this boils down to. When he says stuff like biblical narrative, it as a quote unquote believer or whatever the case, it kind of puts into perspective to me that you're looking at it as a tool.
Right.
It's kind of like your business plan.
So you questioning him? You think he's insincere, Amber?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are. I think, especially if they didn't intentionally start out insincere, I think if you have enough discussion with, people who can really challenge your way of thinking, as this community often has the opportunity and, the capacity to do, you will start to transform. But I think as many, same with pastors, I think with many, it comes down to, well, damn, I've built a large following and people that support me based off this. So then then you have that question of whether you kind of tell them what you know and risk losing some of your supporters, or maybe even all. Or if you continue on and just say, hey, it is what it is. I'm providing a service.
You might be on to something.
I was gonna I remember Pastor Bennett and the captain was going at it on who's the white man in the Bible, and I reached out to Pastor Bennett. I said, yo, you should debate on that subject, and you should have me as a research guy or to help you out a little bit, because again, I used to be in that train of thought, and that's one of if you listen to the captain, I do got to admit he's the best representative of that One West doctrine. So the One West doctrine, if you guys don't know, it's a doctrine that pretty much has the flag or the chart, the flag chart. That's the One West doctrine. So not every Black person who claimed to be an Israelite, a Hebrew Israelite, agrees with that chart. but if you see somebody with that chart, they are all under the same banner, basically. Just a little difference in theology, but for the most, like 98% of it is identical, right? So like, if you look at the guys in purple, you might see the purple and yellow guys, they believe they're one West. Then you look at GMS, the people who are talking about raping like 13-year-olds, that's one West. So, and even say Brother Zabak, that used to push his stuff in Times Square, then he moved to California. Like, he's notable for saying "We got next." They're one West. So I believe the captain is the best representative of that one West doctrine. But whoever's not one West, they all disagree with it. So Jeremiah, Judah disagrees. Like, you just name them, they all disagree with that one West doctrine, because it's the most, to me, it's like the most flawed argument representing Christianity. I think the Christians got a better argument on their doctrine than one West. One West doctrine, I think, is flawed from toe to brain, man.
Yeah, I'm biased. I wouldn't know nothing about it, man. Cause like I said, and I think Amber on the same. I think she on the same time too. Like, I'm out the loop on the religious stuff, man. Like, I don't know nothing about it.
Okay, so
I have a question.
I definitely don't, and I can't even pretend like I'm even interested. Like,
Right. Like, when I was 6 years old, my mother sent me to church, and I was like, "What the hell is this?" like this, it was just always silly to me. So
in other words, when you hear the white man, that's one West doctrine. Like, they are the ones that believe that Esau and Jacob represents two nations, like the white nation and black nation. And like the hatred for Africans, again, like that's the one West doctrine. So like, those are things that you guys probably heard the most coming from them: the hatred for Africans and the hatred for white folks. That's the one West doctrine.
Unbiased, did you ever see that video of Captain Tazarek and that African kid?
Yeah.
I sure did. That was the most disgusting shit to me ever. I just couldn't.
That's the one West doctrine. I'm telling you, like, it's just them. Like, I don't know other Hebrew Israelites that's not in that one West doctrine that thinks like that.
Yeah, that's
but he, I mean, to me, the whole time thing was just a rabbit hole, because at the end of the day, it was very simple. Okay, you say you're Israelite, but if you trace that lineage back, it still traces back to people that you will say were actually Africans. So what are we talking about?
Yeah.
You're still an African descendant.
Well, they're going to bring you to the Bible and how the Bible describes generations. That's what they're going to do with you. And they're going to tell you that they came from the cloth of Shem. And Shem ain't African. That's what they're going to tell you. Ooh, good one.
Yeah, that's their flawed logic. It has no real application in the world.
Yeah. So anyway, we can close that chapter. I sent the link out to some people that might be representing the nationalists. Well, I can't say that. The separatist viewpoint. So I sent DJ Focus, Kaleem a link. I sent AJ the Black Man. I'm not really sure. I think he's into that. I'm not sure. I sent Rockman the link, because I know they subscribe to that mindset. And I just wanted really to know, like, their plan. Because when I heard Sister Nandy plan, and she can reiterate it real quickly, but I just didn't think that was like realistic, or something that's like real, that can be applied and it can be successful. I just feel like that makes you, and I don't want to misrepresent her thoughts. That's why I'm not gonna say it. I let her just say it. But from what I interpreted, I just feel like that wasn't power at all. It's like giving power away. The little bit of power you had already.
Who the hell whisper?
That's me. That's me reading something.
Yeah, so how I feel about the whole plans thing, I mean, I just don't think that there will ever be one plan that can be applied to everyone. So as with Sister Nandi's plan that she talked about last night, I don't completely discount it because it may work for some people, depending on the degree of separation, you know, that they want and how that looks to them. I think, Kaleem, his plan will appeal to a certain demographic of people. Like, bottom line, these are all products, right? You just got to cater to your market and know who your market is. It's not going to be for everybody. It's same thing with religion. That's why you have so many differences and this and that, all from the same book, because they're catering to a certain demographic of people.
Yeah, but Amber, have you read Reggie's Black City Plan?
Who, you brother Reggie?
Yeah.
No,
you ain't shit for that one.
if I don't hear it on this show, or if I hadn't heard it in previous shows once upon a time, then I don't be hearing about none of this shit. I don't go and look up these people's plans, and this is strictly when I'm in the moment, I'm here, and when I'm not into this shit. Like, not interested.
Do you agree with it? The plan, Haskell?
Man, I ain't read that shit. The hell I look like, man?
Yeah, me and him fell out
He
over
had a
that.
long live. I think he went over a couple of times with Sarnetta.
Yeah, I remember years ago when he was doing that, we were going back and forth about it, and I was explaining about what was it, Dade County at the time, or no, Miami Gardens, and just like going like, okay, you're getting people to move to the city, or if you get everything all black government, all politicians, all this, all that, you got to recognize at some point they're going to be a token put into a spot because there's always someone over them.
Right.
And then I think the Miami Gardens incident when he was just going down the list and naming everybody, but then it was like, why they have so much problems with the police department shooting down people, and like there's the crime rate, and then the people who are policing them aren't even from the neighborhood. It was like so many different flaws in there that, again, I was for it, but I was just explaining, well, you got to tighten it up because there's certain elements that you really can't control, and those things that you're trying to offer as a remedy don't address the main issue. If your main issue and concern, you want to address the police violence in the community and bring unity, and nothing you're doing is addressing that, and you're not acknowledging that when I'm bringing it to your attention, I just fell off of the conversation. But I mean, it's good in theory, but it's good in theory. Let me stop bashing.
Anybody want the plan? Brother Reggie's plan?
I'm putting up the.
Yeah, like you said, black mayor, black city council, black, like black.
All black, everything. Everybody black, right? Right. And I'm like, all right, that's cool. Now let's have a thought experiment and let's talk it out. And once I start asking questions, again, I'm being sincere, not being an asshole. It's just when I ask questions that people aren't prepared for, or maybe I don't do it in the right way, it just rubs them the wrong way. And look at me being playing devil's advocate. But I don't think I come with that spirit. It's just they're not prepared for that question.
Every plan should welcome some tightening up. Like you put it out there for that reason before you bring it for the world. Like I would rather let my own people get on me, and then bring it to people. Like I wouldn't just let the world hear it without my people, getting on me first. So Pure Black said it's blackcityplan.com. T-Fex is right here. I'm gonna send him the link. Yeah. So for me, if Brother Reggie is speaking about like a majority black, city and then okay, I think why not? All y'all there, why not run for office and in certain positions, and control as much you can of your city. Yeah, I think that would be a wise move, just like Hispanics would do it and everybody else. I think that would just be normal. But if it's just on some national stuff, like I don't think it's realistic because you're not going to be majority of every, city, and other people going to run for stuff, and it's going to always be mixed if there's other people there. Yeah.
So are they employing any forms of primary data collection? Are they actually talking to the people that they're creating this plan for to see what they actually want? Or are they creating these ideas on their own and then, trying to push them to the people?
I know Brother Reggie showed a video of him and like other black, I think Dr. Jeffrey Leonard, like other black activists. I forgot, I don't remember where they were at, but they were somewhere collectively like pushing these ideas. But as far as the data and everything like that, I don't know. Like that's something Brother Reggie will have to answer to.
Yeah, I used to like Brother Reggie, and then I used to see the community just play the fuck out of him. And then towards the end, he started playing himself. It was sad to see.
Yeah, I ain't like
unbiased.
Yeah, I hear you definitely.
Okay.
Salute to the OG Chief X.
I ain't like the tolerance that Brother Reggie gave to his mockers. I feel like people were like, disrespect him right there, as he's talking. And he would tolerate it and still talk. I'm like, wow, the hell?
Yeah, and it wasn't like, so for me, I got the sense that like these are people that you kind of, feel like is your tribe, like you're close to, these your peoples, but it just always seemed like he was the butt of the joke. And I was just like, what the fuck am I watching? Like,
right. I can never get that because I would think he was
I'm sorry, that's my TV.
Yeah, like he wouldn't, like I said, he would tolerate it. I'm like, Brother Reggie, man, like you ain't got to do that,
Yeah.
Like get out of there if it's like that.
Hey, I'm biased. Let me give you my opinion on the Black City plan.
Go ahead, my brother. Chief X.
Here's the thing. It sounds good and it's a good plan. I think people just hate on it because they don't like Reggie personally. So a lot of times I say we got to get away from personality and worry about the principle. But here's the thing about it. It's just like Dr. Umar Johnson's school, right? This is 2020. This is one thing that nobody ever talks about, thinks about. That's called discrimination. You can't say I'm gonna have an all black boys school when only black boys can come, or black city. That's called discrimination. You cannot do that. It's against the law, really. So it sounds good, and we talk about it for entertainment, but it's against the law. You get what I'm saying? Like they can't have an all white school, and because we would be complaining about discrimination, and it's against the law. You can't really do that. But it sounds good. You get what I'm saying?
We discussed that last night, and it was said that Black people cannot be racist, and they can't because we don't have power to do so.
I don't agree with that.
Then you guys just differentiate between that and institutionalized?
Yeah, that came from people trying to revise. I tried my best to the definition.
Okay.
Yeah, that came
I'm
from
sorry
a lot
to
of
cut you off. I'm sorry.
That came from Afrocentric trying to revise the definition. Any human can be racist. If I say I hate Schlan-eyed Japanese motherfuckers, they can't drive, that's a racist statement. It has nothing to do with economics.
Yikes.
People just been lying and taking, and I forget who started that statement, but people just ran with it.
I'm not gonna speak, but I feel you. That's funny how you mentioned the school.
But it's funny to me because like I said, it bothers me because you have these people that think, especially with the growing numbers of Black owned businesses. And if these Black business owners think that they can discriminate against people legally, because they don't have the ability to, to be racist, it's dangerous. And it could potentially thwart any forward advancement that they hope to achieve. So for me, it's like, why are we peddling this false narrative that Black people can't be racist? Especially when we have Black business owners.
The most racist people I know is the conscious community.
Because it's condoned.
It's condoned. People just say it boldly without any thought. It's the most racist.
Yeah.
You said the most racist people you know are Black people?
The people in the Black people in the conscious community specifically.
That's the most racist people you know in existence.
I think he mean per capita.
The most racist people I know in existence in 2020.
Do you mean per capita as far as percentage wise, or do you mean as far as like diabolical evilness and trying to institute and flex their racism? Or
see, it comes to a point where like we've hung on to victimhood. So
I understand that.
We feel we have a right in 2020 to be racist and say racist things and can get away with it. Like we're the only people who can start certain organizations that just like Black Lives Matter. Then if somebody say White Lives Matter, then you mad at them.
Yeah, but Chief X, don't you think you don't want to overcorrect, right? I mean, saying that somebody's starting Black Lives Matter or somebody in the conscious community saying the white man is the devil or whatever, you don't think, and saying that that's the most racist people in existence, you don't think that's a little bit hyperbolic? No,
if somebody is saying white man's the devil, that's a wicked and mean thing to say. It's
no, but what I'm
racist.
saying, Chief X, I'm saying if you're saying that those are the most racist people that you know of in existence, you don't think that's a bit much?
Not just my opinion, but if we had a conversation about it, I can show and prove.
Okay.
In my
opinion,
like
the people
who on earth right now, what other race calls another race the devil?
Yeah, but words, I mean, I don't know about you, but a nigga could talk shit all day. The racists who I think are the most racist people in the world, they put people in the dirt behind their racism on a regular basis. So, I'm out. I'm on mute.
Yeah, I will say I think it's racist in itself.
Amber, hold on. I want to hear him out. Who puts people in the dirt? You got to be specific. Did he disappear?
No, he's on mute. But if I may,
let me just address that real quick, Amber. So, who puts people in the dirt on a regular basis? That would be Black people. If we're being honest, we have the highest homicide rate. Stats don't lie, people do.
Yeah.
See, I'm talking 2020. If people want to take their minds back to the 50s, 40s, 30s, I'm talking about today.
See, this is what I was trying to clarify. Are we talking like just saying having the thought process, the mindset of being racist per capita in that community? That's one thing, but actually implementing your racism as far as an institution or a diabolical scheme or a quote unquote Bilderberg group, then that's another thought process. But trying to conflate the conscious to community and niggas shooting each other in the street and try to just paint them over, I think that's conflating, or that's not a fair statement. I don't think that's what you're saying.
Yeah, but I'm just talking in general. I'm talking human beings. Once you get to talking about Bilderberg, you're going into another realm. That has nothing to do with racism.
But what I'm talking about is like different groups, because some people actually believe that there's a group of 13 people or families that are actually moving and shaking in the world and controlling people. Not saying I believe it, but I'm just trying to give you different ideas of scopes of racism. That's what some people believe, that that's a system out there, and they're really just killing and slaughtering black people and putting vaccines in certain neighborhoods and putting Planned Parenthoods. Are you understanding what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's psychobabble though.
Right. I'm not saying I agree with it, but I'm just trying to show different levels so we can understand that not everyone thinks that racism, just calling someone a name, is just equatable to I'm gonna buy this land just so you can't live here and you guys are forced to live on the other side of the tracks.
Let me give you an example. All humans have a certain level of racism. Let me explain what I mean, because people talk about this systems and stuff, and people are all the same basically. Like, I used to be a real estate agent, right? So I list someone's house for sale, and I'm holding an open house on Sunday. Okay.
Right.
So as I'm holding the open house, about 40 people come by throughout the whole day to look at it.
Right.
Okay. 3 people make an offer on it. Okay. Now me and my client sit down to choose which offer we want to accept.
Okay.
And as a black man, we always accepted and wanted to help a black family get in the house. So we practiced discrimination and racism. All realtors do. Every Mexican realtor, if offers are made on the house they have for sale, they're choosing the Mexican buyer. This is legal, but we all do it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I hear, but I'm not sure where that equates to specific racism in opposed to being
because you got to talk about
discriminating.
institutions. So what I'm trying to say is racism can be behavior and slanderous statements. It has nothing to do with economics. You practicing this, a group of people practice. It's an individual thing.
Okay. So if you're using economics as a tool to depress a certain people, you're saying that it's not inherently in them to economically depress them. It's just they have the money and that's the tool they're going to use.
But I don't think people use economics to oppress anyone.
But okay. So what you're saying is, well, but I don't think you can just be so absolute in that type of a statement, because it's just like understanding. But just to give you a full side of the other picture, because you have to recognize that there are people who do certain shit to people that they just don't like. Like, I've had coworkers who spit in certain people's food and shit when I was younger just because of certain reasons. So I think that there are certain people who may have people come into a store and not want to fuck with you just because of XYZ. I've had people who try to bullshit me. You don't need this for your car, and I actually did need it, but he would just be an asshole because he didn't like me or whatever reason. But what I'm trying to say is, it's not always just.
No, what you just said is what I said. I was just saying is racism is an individual thing. It's a behavior, and it's words you use. It's an individual
but what
thing.
If you want to?
I was telling you, I practiced it.
But what if one individual intentionally wants to suppress a group of people?
Say it again.
Is that the same thing? What if one person who is sitting at a seat who intentionally denies every black person alone, or intentionally inflates it just for the fuck of it, just for the joy of it?
Let me
you
clarify.
Should get a 7%, but let me give you 10%.
No, I hear you. Let me clarify this so you can understand. Right. I was letting you know that I was a realtor.
Right. I heard that example.
Let's just listen.
Okay, I'll listen. You're right.
Listen. I'm an expert on this. I was a realtor. But more than real estate, when you have your real estate license, you can be a loan officer also. So I focused on more loans than real estate. So I was a home loan officer. This is my thing. This is my profession. So no loan officer, no lender ever in the history since I was in it, ever turned anyone down based on race, because all lenders, all loan officers are trying to make money. I would never say I don't want a $10,000 because this is a Mexican man applying for a loan. No one does that. They're all in competition to close loans. No one is discriminated on any kind of home loan or financing based on race in 2020. You're talking about 1930, 40. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Well, no, not that far back. I hear what you're saying, but not that far back.
You said people lie, but
so
numbers
I'm saying in
don't.
2020, there's no discrimination for a loan.
So you're saying redlining and stuff's not happening to this day?
Redlining was in 1940. That's what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, bro.
I'm asking you. I know what you're trying to. Okay, you don't.
Okay, so
I get it, but I'm
redlining is
asking
not
you a question to
2020.
get you on.
Redlining was wrong. Yes, they redlined, but that
Bro,
was more about allowing people to have land and ownership.
But listen to what I'm trying to explain. Okay, I just use that as a general term because I thought it had a general meaning. But do you understand that there's certain people, because I actually had to hire a woman to get into the house that I'm at, in the neighborhood that I'm at, to hire a real estate agent to go represent me, because I know good and well it wouldn't have worked any other way. And if you work in real estate, you understand or overstand what I'm saying.
No, so repeat.
And
it
is
again.
that a thing? Is that a thing?
No, repeat what you said. I didn't understand.
Okay.
Like my work.
Okay, what I'm trying to explain to you is that
the watcher. That's all in your mind, bro.
Are you trying to ask me something or
the watcher? The watcher.
Sir.
Racism is all in your mind, bro.
I'm starting to realize that. I'm tripping, bro.
Listen, it's all in your head. It's all psychosomatic. In 2020, there is no racism. There is no anti-Black racism. We're in a post-racial period. It's over. You're imagining things, hallucinating.
Yeah, that's true. So like when Candace Owens says, today, there's not systematic
This nigga said
racism.
that's true.
Listen to what I'm saying. There's what I'm saying. So when Candace Owens says there's no systematic racism, that's what she means. Now there are individual racist people, but systematic racism isn't a thing in 2020.
Okay, so if you have a racist
you got a source
president who hires hundreds and hundreds of racist judges who are actually going to be making decisions in hundreds and thousands of people's lives, that's not necessarily systematic.
I don't know why you would think that any kind of people like that. That's the president's individual choice.
Okay,
now,
I'm not talking about the choice.
Listen what I'm saying. Because I don't know what you're stretching, but this is what I'm saying. This is why I said we need more Black prosecutors and Black police. Right. If there's a pool of 100 lawyers and only 3 are Black, we're not going to have much chances being a Supreme Court justice and things like that. Okay,
I hear what you're saying.
So it comes down to getting an education. Still, everything is an equal plane. In talent, in your education will get you somewhere.
I agree with all that.
Okay.
But what I was explaining is we can be talented, we can be educated, we can be numerous numbers, and the president by right has the ability to choose who they determine to put in whatever municipality or whatever federal position
right. So you're
that they can.
Hiring
but what I'm trying to explain to you, my guy, OG, I'm trying to get it out. What I'm saying is he gets into that spot, that's fine, and he has his own agenda. But if his agenda is titled on the front of the page racism, he can institute that agenda. And if that agenda is hiring racist people and putting them in positions of power to sit at the table and determine if they want to fuck with you or not, or if you're guilty or not, if you're innocent or not, or that kind of is like an institution that's actually set up from the top down. That's not just affecting a neighborhood, that's affecting
I understand what you're saying, but these are
okay. That's all I'm saying.
I get what you're saying, but you can continue to do wild, what you call wild hypotheticals.
This is not a hypothetical.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Listen, slow down.
Okay, you're right. I'm sorry.
Okay, you can. What I'm saying is anyone can sit here and throw out wild hypotheticals all day. But the bottom line is, I'm just saying, you're talking about a hiring practice. Let's just break it down normal. You're just talking about an individual hiring people he chooses and prefers. That's all you're talking about.
Right.
But you're trying to parlay that into some kind of systematic thing. But that's not true.
No, I'm saying someone is using a system and using the system.
I clearly heard you. It's not. No. That's what I said. You're trying to parlay it into that. This is just a president choosing his cabinet.
If you don't allow me to explain it.
Then, no, you explained it. I get it. I'm trying to tell you, I totally got what you're saying. I understand.
When I did that to you, I recognized I was wrong because I said, you know what? I can't tell him what he's trying to explain. Let me stop. But now
No,
you're
you
actually
you
going back to me.
explain you
You're not
explain
allowing
what
me
you
to
meant by
clarify what
systematic.
I'm
I
saying. You're just
understood you.
telling me what I mean and what I'm trying to do with it. Like you're assigning me motive. Because again, I'm not trying to argue this. I'm just trying to present the side so that you can
Okay,
see
so
an
I'm
instance
giving
that
you an
can
answer.
be
Can I
possible.
respond to it? My response
Oh
just
my
simply
God.
is my response is very simple. It's still, you're talking about a hiring practice. You're talking about a president who chooses to
Oh
hire
my
who he
goodness.
feels can do the job or wants to do the job. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Now you can now you can come back and throw another wild hypothetical, but we'll be here all day.
Right, but do you
Yeah,
understand how demeaning and dismissive you're being when I'm giving you
I'm
examples?
not
and you're
being demeaning and
hand waving
dismissive.
them away?
I'm
Can you let
totally
me finish
answering
my
every
point? Can
question
you
you
let me
have.
finish my point? Because I'm
I'm
trying to
sitting
explain to
here.
you.
No. You're making it personal. We're just having an adult
No,
conversation.
but I'm trying to explain to you.
What you
It's
say?
nothing to explain. I'm teaching you, brother.
Wow,
You asked me
wow,
about home
wow,
loans
wow. You're not being
and then in real
condescending or
estate, and I was
patronizing or
explaining to
anything.
something. But you
Right
keep
on.
coming back with wild
Notice how every
hypotheticals
time I speak to
instead
you,
of
I
saying,
try to be
okay, I
I'm not messing
respectful,
up.
understand.
G.
I'm not messing up your
Can't
decision.
just put it.
You know
Don't put it
what?
unless it counts.
It's on the couch. Just give me the phone back.
No,
so I
no,
can
no.
talk to my
I want you to put it back.
Just give me the phone back.
Put-
You know
put it
what,
back.
Rondell?
Put it back.
Law, Rondella,
Yo,
you happy now?
yo.
Yep, that's what happened when you had that 50-50.
Yo, yo, yo.
Chief X still in here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, some
Okay.
things kind of take precedent. Yo, I hate saying domestic situations. Oh fuck. Yeah.
But yeah, man. So yeah, I mean, racism. What year would you say racism ended, Chief X?
Racism will be here to the day we die, to the day my grandchild dies, and everything. Everybody
No,
will
I'm
always
talking
have
about
certain.
the idea of the systemic thing that you're saying is largely
Oh, no.
figment of
Okay. Well,
yeah.
systemic racism talk will always be pushed as long as the Democratic Party is here.
Yeah,
Because the
but Chief
Democratic
X.
Party is about victimhood.
No, I'm asking you, right? Because all right, would you say at one?
So
You
Business
mentioned.
Insider.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. You mentioned at one point you cited the 20s and 30s as being a racist period when actual racism in the systemic sense existed. Am I correct on that?
Correct.
All right. So at some point, that type of widespread systemic thing, died out. If you had to put a timestamp on that, what time would you say that form of racism, ended?
I would just say after the civil rights era. So let's just say 1970. Just say estimate.
Oh, so we basically made it to the promised land around in the 60s, 70s.
Well,
Okay.
it's certain when that's why like civil rights, certain laws were enacted where it kind of against the law to do this kind of discrimination. So
The
if
Civil Rights Act and all of that. Yeah, we got to go to school with white folks and all right. So okay.
Yeah.
So these different organizations are lying. There's
What
recent
organization?
articles, Business Insider, Realtor.com, they even posted a recent article about racism in lending. So are they making this stuff up?
Well, I'll tell you what's happening. So when you talk about credit and who's qualified to get loans and things like that, Asians have the best credit by far. Then it's whites. Then it's everybody else. Okay. So I'm just saying loans, they don't even know who's applying. Like I applied for a Kohl's card the other day and they gave me one with $1,000 limit. They have no idea in 2020 what race I am. I don't have to see them. It's all online and paperwork. So they don't these lenders and loans, they don't even know what race people are who's applying. So no, yeah, a lot of people are exaggerating because of the victimhood narrative. People love to keep pushing.
What's the percentages do you think that people actually purchasing a home?
So Realtor.com
online
is pushing a victimhood narrative.
Well, let me share. I'm trying to give you an understanding. Like this. The people with the lowest credit, the worst credit, the less qualified are Black people in America. I gotta just be honest about that. So who is going to be complaining about discrimination in lending and funding? The people with the worst credit. It's all about if you're qualified or not. We're the least qualified. We just got to be honest.
What about the ones with good credit?
There's nobody
That are
with
ones
good
that are
credit
mainly
getting
doing the
denied.
complaining that aren't
Well,
getting.
according to this article, the racism is embedded in the housing industry. Period.
Okay, well, that's a different subject then.
How?
You're talking about housing, not lending and loans.
The housing industry, though.
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm trying to. I'm trying to
purchasing is part of that industry.
No, I'm just trying to help you.
Lending is a part of that industry.
No, I understand what you're saying, sweetie. I get it. I'm telling you, I was a professional in the industry. But when you say housing, it talks about that talks about 5, 7, 8 different things. So we're covering the lending and funding. You're not going to get turned down for a loan if you got an 800 credit score and you make $100,000 a year. I don't care what race you are. You're not going to get turned down. So when someone says housing discrimination, that's kind of like, okay, a person might not want to rent to these kind of group of people. They may not want to rent to Section 8 people. It's just different aspects of it. You know what I mean?
Or sell, or homeowners association don't really want you in there.
It goes back to what I was saying. Like if the majority of the owners are white, then they run the game. Like if I'm that's what I'm saying. When I was telling the lady,
would you like me to simply? Would you like me to simply read the article that Realtor.com?
No. I already know what the article's about. I'm into this.
Well, the article is actually about them paying more, higher interest rates. So over time, they're paying more.
Read the article then, because you gotta give me some clarity on specifics. Read the article.
That's what she's trying to do.
Okay, read the article.
So the title is The Surprising Ways Race Remain a Factor in Mortgage Lending. July 20th, 2020. The American dream of home ownership is something that millions aspire to achieve, a gold standard for success.
Amber, excuse me, Amber.
Yes.
Can you share your screen, please?
I can.
Okay, just go ahead and read. I can comprehend it. Go ahead, Amber.
Hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and screen share so the audience can see too.
Just read it. It's simple. Just read it.
But we want to. Never mind. Appreciate you, Amber.
Mm-hmm. So we're on Realtor.com. The American Dream.
I want to see. No, hold on, Amber. Go back to the title. The surprising ways race remains a factor in mortgage lending. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. The American dream of homeownership is something that millions aspire to achieve, a gold standard for success. It has catapulted generations into the middle class as owners have reaped the rewards of rising real estate prices. But that dream has proved elusive for countless people of color. As the nation grapples with the legacy of systemic racism, it's forced many to take a harder look at the racism embedded in the housing industry. More than half a century after the Fair Housing Act banned housing discrimination, Black Americans still trail behind other races when it comes to owning a home. When they do purchase homes, they are more likely to be offered more expensive mortgages, despite earning significantly less money than other ethnic groups.
Okay, can I address it real quick? Wait, can I address it step by step? What you just said, read? It's saying exactly what I said. Can you hear me, Amber?
And what exactly did you say? You said something about credit scores.
Roll it back down. They're talking about a history. They're talking about back in the day, there was a history of discrimination in housing. And it's basically just saying more than half a century later, meaning later after all that discrimination, way back in racism time, we're still behind. And we still don't have it like other races do. I'm telling you, it's because of bad credit.
Well, I don't need an interpretation. I can read it for myself.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying this is what it's basically saying. It's not really saying anything. It's basically saying we're still struggling to get these, have mortgages and have a piece of the pie.
Okay.
I'm trying to tell you the reason for that is because of bad credit.
Well, they go into that and it's not over. So we'll keep reading.
Okay.
Home buyers in predominantly Black communities are being issued loans with mortgage interest rates that are 13 basis points higher than in predominantly white communities, according to a Realtor.com analysis of 2018 and 2019 purchase mortgage data from Optimal Blue, a real estate information company. 1 basis point equals 1/100th of 1%. The difference between a mortgage rate of 3.52% and a rate of 3.62% is 10 basis points.
Stop.
It's
That's it. Let me clarify that so you can have an understanding.
Well, but they go on to clarify. They go on to clarify.
Let me just clarify that one point
They
so
go
you can
on
have
to
an
clarify.
understanding.
I understood it.
I'll continue reading. It's a tax
No,
on being
Amber.
black
I'm
in this
gonna forget.
country.
I'm gonna forget.
It's
Help me
a
out,
tax
Amber.
on being poor or financially vulnerable. Says
Let her
Brett
read.
Theodos, a
Write it
senior
down,
fellow
Rosie.
at Urban Institute, a nonpartisan
Amber, if
research
we're talking
group
over each
based
other,
in
nobody can
Washington,
hear what you're
D.C.
reading.
I don't
So let
need
her
to. There
finish.
are experts that outweigh you, sir.
No, I'm not
At
saying you
every
missed my
turn,
point. Slow down,
blacks
Amber.
are paying more than
I'm trying to
whites
have a
to borrow
conversation with
money
you.
or to
Okay, go ahead.
access
She's
money.
gonna read and then you can converse.
While
Okay.
13 basis points may seem like a drop in the bucket, the combination of that rate difference and a smaller down payment adds $43 a month to a mortgage payment for a $281,000 home. The median U.S. home sale price in June, according to Optimal Blue. It also taxed on roughly $9,869 of interest over the life of a 30-year fixed rate loan. This calculation is based on the average rate of 3.03% as of July 9th and assumes a down payment of 3%, which is the median in these largely Black communities. The median down payment was 5% in largely white zip codes. Since the data did not specify the race of the borrower, the analysis compared borrowers in zip codes where the population was at least 70% Black with those where the population was at least 70% white. Generations of enslavement, of Jim Crow, disenfranchisement, of redlining by banks and the federal government to exclude Blacks from affordable home ownership has resulted in lower home ownership rates for Blacks and paying more for mortgages, says Theodos. Those higher costs are in part a byproduct of systemic racism that has resulted in higher unemployment and poverty rates in Black communities with less wealth passed down from previous generations. Wealth that will often be used to help children and grandchildren buy their own homes or pay for college. But other factors are also at play, which may not at first glance appear linked to race, but that are more likely to affect borrowers and Black communities. These include requirements for credit scores and down payments that can be harder for those without good paying jobs to meet. There is also an absence of local lenders offering competitive rates in communities of color, as well as individual lender discretion, where bias has the opportunity to seep in. Paying more to borrow money. Lenders have become notoriously risk averse in the aftermath of the Great Recession, which led to a foreclosure crisis that decimated many Black neighborhoods. If borrowers don't have sterling credit and ample cash reserves, they're seen as more likely to default on their loans and charge more. That's one explanation for why buyers in Black communities may be issued more expensive loans. In addition to putting less money down, they have lower credit scores, 687 compared to 727 in predominantly white communities. They also carry more debt, with debt to income ratios of 41.4% versus 38%. Nationwide, Black households earned a median of $41,511, roughly 39% less than white ones at $67,937, according to 2018 U.S. Census Bureau data. It's more expensive to borrow money when you have less of it, says Theodos. However, even when looking at borrowers with similar credit profiles, buyers in Black communities were still charged more to take out loans. Borrowers from white communities with FICO scores of 700 and higher got mortgage rates that were 8 basis points lower than the median for their particular metropolitan area. Meanwhile, borrowers in Black communities with similarly high credit scores didn't get the same discounts. The difference may at least partly lie in their down payments. In white zip codes, buyers with credit scores of 700 and up put down a median 10% of the purchase price of the home. In Black zip codes, comparable buyers made a median down payment of 5%. The difference of just 8 basis points and a smaller down payment taxed on an extra $71 a month and $11,282 in interest over 30 years. It certainly adds up, says Steve Ross, an economics professor at the University of Connecticut and co-author of The Color of Credit, Mortgage Discrimination Research Methodology and Fair Lending Enforcement. If you have a higher cost mortgage, you're less likely to be able to weather a job loss or health problem and avoid foreclosure, says Ross. Historic discrimination still affects.
Amber.
Go ahead.
Okay. I totally get it. Everybody gets it.
I do.
Okay. What
Not
Amber,
really.
all up this is what you know how withdrawals sometimes say, let's slow it down and take it a step at a step. That
Mhm.
was so much. I just wanted to address it a little bit. I was just going to interject a little bit. We should be able to have an adult conversation.
Well, credit
No,
is a
slow down.
given. That's
Amber,
not.
Amber.
Let him go,
let me
Amber.
just,
You
let
gotta
me
let him
just
go,
finish.
Amber.
Let me just finish. Amber,
Well,
relax,
I
relax.
want him to understand the reason why I brought it up.
Relax.
Because
Amber,
credit is a
relax.
given.
Amber, I'm
We
trying to
get it,
help.
Amber. You gotta let him go, Amber. You gotta
Like-
let him go.
Amber, okay, here we go. Amber, I get it. I was getting ready to explain the art. I've read 100 of these articles. I work in the industry. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. They answered what I was going to say. I was going to break the whole article down. I've seen that article like so many times. Basically, he was just basically saying, see, your mortgage rate and your interest rate goes according to your credit score and how
Part
much
of
you
it.
put down. They clearly said we put less
Part
down.
of it.
That's part
Hold
of
on,
it.
let me just finish. I
Part
know
of it.
part of it. Let me finish.
let him
I'm gonna
shoot
get
his
to all
shot,
the
and then you
points.
go
I'm gonna get to all
next.
the points. I'm gonna get to all the points. This is really not a debate. I'm just explaining something. It's not like I'm saying something wrong where you say, oh, relax. I'm simply stating we don't put as much down as a white does. That's what their article's saying. Okay. Your interest rate will be a little higher if you don't do that. If your credit score is lower, then you'll get a higher interest rate and have a higher mortgage payment. It's real simple. Like
You're being
girlfriend.
disingenuous,
No.
though.
I'm trying
Just
to
let him
slow
talk.
down, bro.
Just let him
Slow
shoot
down.
his
Let me
shot.
finish.
The
As a realtor, as a loan officer, like my girlfriend right now, she's a vice principal at a high school. Okay, she has an 850 credit score. I don't even see white people, and she lives in Compton, black as it can get. I've never seen white people with the lowest interest rate she has, because they based it off her credit score and her good job. I used to be in a realtor. I know plenty of really successful black women who are very professional, who always had lower interest rates than whites when I was doing because they're qualified. What it's just saying is the majority overall in certain black neighborhoods, and that's why they're there, the property's cheaper and stuff like that, don't put as much down and don't have high credit score. Because when as a lender, you
But
choose
are they cheaper if they're
lenders.
paying more over time?
Let me finish.
Are they cheaper though?
Hold on, let me finish. Actually, the thing about it, it's a set standard. They don't determine what your interest rate is. It's a set scale. If your credit score is this, and you're putting this down, this is your interest rate. And that goes with your white, black, Asian, whatever. It's not the lender who tells you what your credit score is. It's based
Different
on a
locations
scale.
have different interest rates.
So it's based on.
Amber, you have to let him
I know that. I
finish.
agree with that. I'm not saying that. Listen
I
to what
don't
I'm
like
saying.
when you.
No, I
Yeah,
agree
but
with that, Amber. I'm not saying that.
You're
I
letting
think
the
you're not
weasel
listening
out.
to
You
my
gotta let
point.
him talk and let him
My
put it on the
point-
table, and then you
Yeah, my
address what
point
he
is
said.
so people can understand, because a lot of people don't know this since they didn't work as a loan officer. It's a scale. This credit score, this much down, gets this interest rate.
You're only
It's
telling
not
half
a
the story.
secret. Hold on. It's not.
Don't interrupt him, because then he talks again. You guys ever learn?
Hold on, bro. You're
Damn.
interrupting me. I'm trying to make a great point. This is a great teaching point. Listen. It's not about trying to win a conversation. Relax.
Right, we get it. You got to wrap it up.
Okay.
OG.
Okay. So it's a set scale. So what I'm saying
You're
is
trying
there
to win and
cannot.
teach.
Hold on. So there cannot be discrimination with a set scale based on numbers. It's based on numbers. I'm telling you. So you got to stop listening to all that stuff. And
All right,
then
okay,
on
so
top
that's
of
what
that,
we-
Can I respond to him real quick?
On top of that, listen, I
realtor.com
got some
and
more
listen to
information
you?
for you. Listen.
All right, hold on.
Also, on top
Before
of
we
that,
leave
I'm
that
about
point,
to be finished. Last point. Relax. On top of that, you have a choice. You are given a list of different lenders and what interest rate this lender has. Such and such company gives these kind of rates in this.
And there are fewer
This company
options
gives-
in black
so
communities.
you
address
have a
that.
choice.
Okay.
Listen, slow down. You have a choice to choose what lender you want to go to, what interest rates you want to use based on this scale. So there's no discrimination based on race with loans. I'm telling you
All
that
right, we
now.
got that. All right, that's the statement. So I think who's next?
Give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes real quick because he's being disingenuous. Okay.
So now it's your turn.
So
Go.
you used to do
OG,
loans or something?
you just went.
Wait,
OG,
hold on,
you just
Were
went.
you a loan officer before?
OG, it's not about his career.
No. Were
You
you a loan
spoke.
officer
You have
before?
the stick. You got to pass the stick, OG.
Were you
You
a
can't
loan
take the
officer
stick
before,
back from him.
Well, I
We
mean,
don't
I
care if
wouldn't
he was a
expect a loan
janitor.
officer
We
to
don't
admit
care if he was a
to
janitor. Don't
discrimination in
dismiss
Here we
his
go with
bill.
here we go being
Yo,
if they've
disingenuous.
discriminated.
I gotta
can I answer?
go now because people are
I
starting
don't
to
want to mute you,
bullshit.
OG.
And people
can
are
I
not trying to
answer
learn.
the
I'm out of here.
question? Can I answer the
Y'all have a
question?
nice day.
I'm a
Can I
loan
answer the
I'm a loan
question?
officer
I don't have
now.
time for
Right on.
childish bullshit.
Yo, can I
I'm
answer the
outta here.
question?
Right on,
I'm
OG.
gone.
Can I answer the question? Actually, I was, but
Go
if
ahead
you
and
want to
speak.
hear, if you want to hear it,
Just
yeah,
speak your
he's a
speech. You got your
coward,
5
man.
minutes.
He's a
Make your
fucking
point.
coward.
Make your
See,
point.
y'all
It
let
ain't
him get
you.
all his stuff. It happens every time.
That's
I don't
what I'm
even know why the
saying. He a
fuck he gets
coward, yo.
linked.
Yeah,
To be
actually, I
honest.
was a loan officer. That's why I know he wasn't being truthful. Damn. First of all, loan officers don't approve loans, right? That goes to underwriting. And a lot of places use desktop underwriting. Will use an algorithm where there's a computer approves your loan or not. So now you get a loan in. So yes, there is a scale, especially if you go through a broker. We'll get your information and we send it out. And rates come out every day, depending on what the standard rate is for that day. We pick and choose what rate you're going to see. You don't see that. So there's a front end price and there's a back end price. So we'll say, okay, for your credit right here, we're going to give you 4%. And you like, great, that's good. But you don't know, you could have got 3.5, but guess what? That other 0.5%, I'm going to get that on the back end because I'm selling you that rate to that bank because they're paying the bank. You don't see that fee. See, but they don't show you that part because they don't have to disclose that part. So he's on there talking about, yeah, you get this rate based on this. No, there's a little bit more to it. I send you to where I want you to go. You don't see all the competition out there because I see all the rates that come through every day. You don't see that. You just say, okay, yeah, you're going through this lender and that's it. Meanwhile, I got 10 lenders on deck. I'm picking the best choice that's going to benefit me, not you. It's going to benefit me. And then if you want to come and negotiate and say, well, can you do better? Yeah, well, you can buy down the point. How about this? If you put a little bit more money down, we can buy down the rate for you. I'm still winning. And you think you're getting over, I'm still winning. I'm getting points up the front because you have all these fees. You have origination fee, all these bullshit made up charges on your loan disclosures that you pay that you really don't have to pay. We just make it up, like courier fee and FedEx fee and printing fee, all this other crap. It's just ways to pay the man, right? So on the back end, you don't see that. So if it's funny, he just sit out there and say it like no one was a loan officer. Sorry, he picked the wrong day. Yeah, I used to do that too. So whatever.
Yeah. And I did actually go to school for real estate.
Can I jump in real quick on that one as well?
I want to ask a question though.
I'm an actual lender.
Did he get a chance to speak yet?
Nah, I didn't.
Whatever,
all right, let him rock. Let him rock.
So what this brother was just mentioning was about how mortgage brokers work. The difference when you go directly with the bank you actually bank with is that you eliminate all of that crap.
Absolutely.
You get an actual rate that the bank is offering everyone based on your scale.
Absolutely.
Credit score, how much you're putting down. Now, typically when we talk about Black communities, you're really talking about how much money down you're going to put is going to determine what loan program you qualify for. So you have the fair housing loan programs, and then you have the conventional mortgage programs. Both programs have different interest rates. You also have specialty programs like physicians. There are physician mortgage loans, and they have better rates than conventional rate loans, better rates than your FHA government-backed loans. So private financiers will fund different loan programs and make perks available for the different levels of a person's credit score, income, and profession. So if you're a lawyer, there's a special mortgage program for attorneys and lawyers. If you work for a state or a city, you may get a special loan program for that. If you're a military person, you got the VA loan product. That's different than a conventional loan and everything. So every program has its own scale that the backers of that loan program wants to fit in that criteria. So when you look at an article that's saying this is what's happening in the Black community, this is what's happening in the white community, they're not really getting granular enough to determine if there really is some sort of discrimination.
Absolutely.
Amber.
So my question is, do rates change by location?
Zip code?
Yes.
The rates, no. The rates are based on every day. That goes off of whatever index you're using or basing your rate off of.
Okay,
So
so how do you get another question I had? So how do you get to it being less lenders in a particular area than in other areas?
Because not every bank or every lender is authorized to operate in every state. So in certain states, you may have less lenders and also less insurers in that state than in other states. And in certain communities, like in rural areas, you may not have a bank presence there, but banks can lend in that area because they have a presence in that state.
Well, assuming that they're in the same state, same amount of lenders in that state, what would be the explanation for there being less lenders available in a particular area or community than in other areas?
There wouldn't be.
There wouldn't be an explanation for it?
There wouldn't be less lenders available. What will happen is what you're talking about is sort of the old way from 50 years ago where they were redlining, where lenders would participate in lending in certain communities but not in others. That doesn't exist today.
Well, the article stated that that was actually still something that was an issue, there being less lenders available.
That'll be something that they would have to substantiate. So the way that that can be substantiated is by reviewing lenders' CRA file. CRA meaning Community Reinvestment Act. Every bank has to disclose that information. And inside of that CRA file is information and details about how they're lending in the communities they serve. So if they're in that state as a lender, how are they lending in that community? Now, if you're in a rural area of that state and say a certain bank is not in that area, they may not have access to that bank's products if the mortgage broker they're using is not giving them access to that information, to what the other gentleman was talking about, where he has access to all programs but not maybe give the most favorable program, but that's on a mortgage broker. So typically, if you have access to the online material like bankrate.com, Rocket Mortgage, and some of the other online lenders, Quicken Loans, you may have access to all the other lenders in that state through that service versus a mortgage broker.
So in your experience, do you all see that most of the people that bank with whoever you lend for, that they actually do get their home loans via who they bank with?
If they visit their local person that they work with or their local branch, yeah, they'll go through their bank. So if you think about it, the biggest mortgage lender, one of the biggest, one of the top three is Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo mortgages one in every 4 homes. So you count every 4 homes, the 4th home they mortgage. They're a very big lender in this country. The same can be said for some of the other big banks out there as well. So if you go to your bank, if you're a customer of Wells Fargo and go to a Wells Fargo bank, you're going to get the rate that anybody in your level of credit rating, how much money you're putting down, is accredited for. Another major difference is how much money is being borrowed for the mortgage. So you have a difference between a jumbo mortgage and a loan that's not considered a jumbo mortgage. So a jumbo mortgage will have a higher interest rate than a mortgage that's lower than a jumbo. So if you're
and
talking
what's the
about
jumbo rates today? Do you know?
I don't know what the rates are today.
Not the rates, I mean the loan amounts.
Typically over 350 is considered a jumbo, and
All
some
right.
institutions they'll labor over 450.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you think about it as like you're getting a car, right? So if you go to a dealership, let's just say BMW does their own financing, right? So if you just deal with them, you get BMW rates, which typically is better than the bank sometimes, right? But if you go to a broker, you have access to more programs. So it's not just a yes or no. If you go to your straight up Bank of America or Wells Fargo and they run your paperwork, and if they say no, it's just no, and that's it. If you go to a broker, they run your credit and you have access to, like I said before, a lot of different programs. So if it's a no over here, you can get a yes over here with a different rate, a different program, different loan amount, different down payment requirement. Those are the like major differences between dealing directly with a bank or a broker.
So if you look at communities of color, typically in the past, talking 50 years plus ago, before the Fair Housing Act, you know, they would have to sublet to get financing to purchase a home, you know, or be taken advantage of through red line practices, things of that nature. But because of the Fair Housing Act, it made government financing or those government-backed programs available for underserved communities like communities of color, to where you don't have to put such a high down payment down. You can still get a reasonably priced mortgage and own your home. And you won't have to worry about being raked over the coals, you know, on charges and surcharges for that product. Now, if you want to have access to a conventional mortgage rate and be competitive with your peers out there, you still have that ability to go with a competitive mortgage rate, but you're required to put more down than to qualify for an FHA type of a home loan, that is, home loan.
Yeah, but to speak to Amber's point, I did see some things happen where people got their homes appraised and they realized it was African-American owner and their house got appraised for less. So yes, that does happen. I'm not going to sit here and say it does not happen. Absolutely, it does happen.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you brought that up. I'm going to add another one to you. When you hire a realtor to sell your home, if the owner of the home doesn't want to sell to a person of color, that real estate agent can influence that transaction or steer people away from certain communities to other communities. So where the mortgage business is very heavily regulated, audited on a regular basis, you know, you're going to have less discrimination in that space, especially in the mortgage world, versus the realtor you choose to help you find a home.
And let's talk about the legalized.
That's supposed to be illegal as well, but you know.
Well, what they got the legalized discrimination where they have the HOAs, right? Where you have to get approval from the board to even buy a house in certain areas. So you know how that works. They see you come in there, and most of the community's white. They don't want you there. You can't buy there, and that's all legal.
Think about country clubs. Think about some of those type of assisted living communities where you can actually own your unit.
Yeah, private schools. But I feel like that was kind of like a big diversion, a rabbit hole to speak to a topic that someone was strong in. What I thought we were trying to get an understanding if there's an example of systematic racism, or when someone's using the system to taint it and make it racism, or bigoting the system. So when I gave an example of nominating court justices, and then we just swerved all the way into housing.
Yeah, I just got on late, so I didn't know where I started at.
Yeah, I dropped the links in because I mean my whole thing is like you talking about you're an expert in that field, but there are experts that are above your level of expertise. So nobody is making this up. Like I don't understand the whole argument when there are articles still, you know, being posted and released and published. There's still research being done as to the gravity of systemic racism. It's not even a question at this point.
So what lenders out there are exposed to, if those efforts in research and investigation prove to be substantiated, is lenders are looking at heavy financial penalties for those types of practices.
Didn't Donald Trump pay a fine for that?
Say that again?
Didn't Donald Trump pay a fine for that? For his like not lending to black applicants in his homes or in his properties?
I don't know. Donald Trump has a bank?
No, I meant as far as like, wait.
Are you there?
I don't know what happened, but I think a lot of people kind of think that it's like typically how this particular thing works is it could be completely legal, right? It could be following the rules by the letter, but you have such thing as disparate treatment and disparate impact. If one group is negatively affected by something, never mind if it's legal, then we're at a stage now where we can realize, hey, we may need to evaluate how we do this because there's some form of discrimination going on here where it's having a disparate impact on a certain group. So
that's a great point. And the legislation or the regulation that addresses that is the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, which specifically addresses disparate treatment, overt impact, and disparate impact, like you're mentioning there. It's a great point.
I mean, to add on, like the watcher was saying, if you want to talk about systematic, again, back to Mo's point, if you deal with certain type of realtors and you're looking for a home, they will steer you to certain communities. So that's definitely a thing that happens.
I'll give you an example. If you don't live in the Northeast in a grid type of layout in your community, if you're more in other states outside of the Northeast, you'll notice that when you go to a realtor, they only show you homes in subdivisions. They never show you homes that are outside of a subdivision or outside of rules established for, a subdivision community or these hubs they have. If you're looking for a home that has a little bit of acreage, they're not able to really source that for you, or there are not newer homes that are in that type of space. Either you have to buy raw land and build on it, or they just don't know. And you yourself can be driving down the street, see a nice property with some acreage, and like, wow, that's nice, and see a for sale sign. So you wonder to yourself, why wasn't they able to find this property? And then you go ask, and then all of a sudden they have an epiphany. Oh yeah, I didn't think that was something that would fit, what you shared that you wanted, or something like that. And then that's the type of person you don't want to deal with.
yeah, my cousin just discontinued a relationship with a realtor for that reason. They had discussed, her budget, and she told her what she was looking for, and she was taking her to stuff that did not fit into what she wanted. So then as she's doing her own searches, she's actually contacting the realtor on more stuff than, real estate agent. She's contacting her on more properties. And she's like, well, hold on. Like, at this point, I'm kind of doing the work myself. And if I'm able to find all of these things, why aren't you able to do it? And so I told her, I said, well, it sounds like she might not be in your corner. Like, you may have to reevaluate whether or not you really want to continue on this relationship.
Right.
And she didn't have her sign a disclosure, which was also a little weird to me.
Yeah,
that's the thing I think Amber is getting at. Like anything else, you can make all the rules that you want, but in practice, it's a different thing sometimes. Because a person, if motivated enough, they'll find workarounds, and they'll be able to do it in a nuanced enough way to where it's not so palpable to where you could point it out and say, that's it right there. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, we absolutely agree with Amber, most definitely.
Yeah, and not even just that, like even with the whole credit system, as they stated in the article, white people are more likely to have generational wealth. They're more likely to have, access at earlier stages to credit and maintain their credit profile over time. So even in that, you have disparate impact. Never mind whether or not it's like, oh, well, you fucked up your credit score. Yeah, but nobody's discussing the financial illiteracy in the Black community. Like that's still a form of systemic racism in itself.
Yeah, but more than the disparity in literacy is a disparity in this capital. You know what I'm saying? Because for most of us, let's say you move out of the house at 20 years old, 21 or whatever the case may be, in comparison to your average white person or Asian or let's go with Asian and white for now. The amount of reserves you have in terms of, you know, inherited wealth, inherited capital, right? You have some sort of crisis, let's say a health crisis, a vehicle accident, you know, some unforeseen thing that causes a financial, a financial crisis, you know, that thing could wreck your credit over a 6-month period, just like that. In comparison to, you know, our white counterparts, they have that cushion. They have that, you know, they have something for those type of events. They can absorb that. We're not in that position. You know what I'm saying? So the disparity in capital, I think, is, you know, that's more than anything, more than credit. Because credit is just the ability to, you know, be able to borrow money.
But so also too, like with the interest rates, and I understand that it was said that, oh, well, it's a standard rate, right? That anybody that comes in with a similar profile and this, that, and the third, but I think it was T-Man was saying earlier, as far as when you go outside of that, you know, banking institution and you're just in the market of lenders, and how these rates may change a little bit. Like there's a baseline, but there's little variations here and there. So my thing is, like, even with the standard of setting the interest rate, right? There could be some, and I'm saying that, not saying that there is, but there could be some implicit bias in how that standard is set. Because obviously, as the article stated, Black people are paying more with less. So you have to wonder, and I'm pretty sure they're not creating these rates with them in mind.
Well, there's 2 parts to that. So let's say the standard is, let's say if you have a 720, your DTI is less than 35%, and you have 20% down payment. All right, and you're well educated, and you know what your score is, you know what your DTI is. You're saying, okay, you go on there, the rates, the standard rate is readily available on the internet any day. You can check, so you know what you are good for. So when you go in and you try to pull a fast one on you, you know, listen, my rate should be this, and you're good. But on the other side of that, I go back to the analogy of buying a car again. If you just go in there and you're trying to get that new, the hottest car, yeah, your credit's kind of shaky, but you just worry about that whip, and they see that, they're gonna say, listen, I can get you in the whip. Don't worry about the credit. Don't worry about the rate. I can get you in the whip. So at that point, all you caring about is getting in that car, and they're gonna sell you the highest rate possible, the highest rate they can allow to sell you. They're gonna give it to you, and they'll tell you, you know what, just refinance in 2 years, you'll be good. At least you'll be in that car. And now that's the problem that most of us fall into. We just worry about just getting in there, and then I'll refi 2 years later. Hopefully the rates will still be low.
And I definitely agree with that. But what I'm saying is, the drivers that determine the interest rate, are they reflective of everybody's position?
Yes, it is reflective. I'll get back to that though, but I want to address the root cause of this particular topic that impacts our people is 100% knowledge. And I want to also share what's been done to make that knowledge available, so that a Black family that is looking to do the right things, make the right decisions financially, doesn't fall into the same pitfall, so they have the impact that this community has been having over the years. And our communities don't know that the information is out there, don't know how to access the information. So each Federal Reserve Bank, there's 12 Federal Reserve banks in this country. Each one creates its own financial literacy program, writes the program available for students to learn, and also writes the program available for instructors to teach. Whether those instructors are community organizations or schools, our children, all of us, were never taught the fundamentals of managing money coming out of high school. Most of us in our community never even had a checking account until you got out of high school. The majority of us, half of that, never even had a savings account. So you don't know how to balance your checkbook. You don't know the purpose of a savings account. You don't know how to use an ATM machine. And then you got today's technology with online banking, debit cards, credit cards. You don't understand credit. You don't know what a credit score is. You don't know how to calculate a credit score. So how are you supposed to make sound decisions? To Terrence's point, you go out and buy a car, you're getting a higher interest rate because you never took the time to build your credit while you was in college. You never took advantage of an opportunity to get a credit card to start building credibility on your good name. So there's a program out there that each of these Federal Reserve banks create to help that process. My favorite is the one out of Dallas, Texas, and it's called Building Wealth. Every one of these programs you can download on the internet for free and take the course. Find Q&A and learn how to dig yourself out of a hole if you're in a hole, how to prevent yourself from getting into a financial hole if you've never been in one. And it has information available no matter what age you are, whether you're in elementary school, high school, or you're an adult, or you're a senior citizen. It also teaches information about Medicare, Social Security. They also teach about mortgages, different mortgage programs, and the type of mortgage program that will be right for your situation. So this information is readily available, it's free, and anybody in our community can take on their phone and look and download this information and read it at your leisure. Not only do the Federal Reserve banks create these programs, the major regional banks and national banks also have those types of programs. One bank particular in the South, they have a great program called On Up. So if anybody went to onup.com, you will have access to financial literacy resources. That bank in that region in the South has a goal of helping 5 million families to have at least $2,000 saved in a savings account within a year. If you follow their instruction and follow their tools they give you, by the end of 1 year, you'll have $2,000 in your savings account to help be prepared for unexpected emergencies. So you don't have the negative financial impact in the community that we have. But if you look at most of our communities today, you go to an elementary school and look at the curriculum, no money management is being taught. You go to most high schools in our communities, no money management is being taught. If you ever have a child going into the 9th grade, transitioning from middle school, junior high school into high school, and you go to their orientation, there is no information about what courses about entrepreneurship, money management, accounting, maybe accounting, but you don't have anything about managing a checkbook, balancing a checkbook, unless you're in special ed. You ask a director of mathematics why they don't have anything about the fundamentals of managing your life in this country regarding finances, they'll say you have to speak to the school board about that. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, my kids have been in urban areas as well as, white suburbs. And yeah, in my son's middle school, they were teaching financial literacy. But now in high school in an urban area, yeah, it's not a thing at all.
That's why we're here, man, to get this knowledge and share, man. That's what it's all about.
Hey, but you see how a person who is an expert comports theirself and delivers the information? I'm not directing that at anybody in particular, but so this gentleman on here.
Yes, you are. So stop it.
I want to commend the gentleman on here. I think one guy is a lender and the other guy, I believe, is a real estate agent, if I'm not mistaken.
No, a former loan officer.
Yeah,
Former loan officer. Really appreciate how you guys deliver the information very concisely and in an easy to understand manner with no hubris and
Now you polishing
self-promotion.
balls, cuz.
And trust me, if I say something that's wrong, please correct me. I don't want to look like a fool out there, yo. So You know.
But I think that's the platform. Nobody was really arguing points. We're asking questions and getting cut off or being disrespected or just insulted. And it's just, I'm trying to play moderator and being insulted. I'm trying to give him time. I'm telling Amber to cut out, and the homie's going at me, and I'm telling him to cut out. It's like, wow, man, damn.
My biggest thing is for anybody to take a definitive position on what is definitely not happening. Like, you just cannot speak to that. You can't. So to say that it already shows your self-inflated ego, that you just think you know everything, and then I'm teaching you. No, who actually?
Yeah, that was patronizing.
Like it's just weird.
Yeah, most people. Yeah, that was. Yeah. I don't know. I try to show respect to the OG because I know where he was coming from to a degree, because I do feel like a lot of people try to use the excuse and the victimhood shit. I understand that to a degree. Yes. I'm not sure about the politics and all, but I do recognize that there are certain systems at play that are being used as tools, and the people sitting in those spots are individuals. So I get what he was trying to say, but when I'm trying to let him or put what he's saying down on record, then that's where I'm getting the pushback. It's like he doesn't want to be definitive, but he wants to make overarching statements. And it's like most people who do that, they'll acknowledge, okay, this may be colloquial, or I'm speaking from my experience, but all the people that I speak with, so you're showing that you're limiting your scope. And just say, like, all the white people that I deal with, they have poor credits than this. And I'm like, well, then the rich white motherfuckers ain't fucking with you then. You ain't dealing with motherfuckers who are buying. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like always a scope that you're not aware of. But to speak so, like Amber said, definitive, it turns people off.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I heard when I came on. Like, there's no racism and it's all black people's fault. I'm like, whoa, hold up, that's not entirely true there. But so I felt the need. I had to respond.
Right, and I'm just all about not being extreme on any part of the discussion in general. Like, yes, systemic racism exists. You can argue to what extent, how harmful it is. I'm not getting into that. But I also am of the position that, but then what do you do? Are you going to let that stop you? Like, push forward anyway. At least try to. That's just my position.
Yeah, I don't think you have a choice but to push forward.
I
don't
think
there's ain't no other options.
I think the how is really what, people, really have a desire to know. How do I push forward through systemic racism? And it's something that I've given a lot of thought to. And one of the ways
you think it exists?
Systemic racism does exist on many different levels. And specifically, one of the things that as a people we can do better for ourselves is becoming more knowledgeable about these systems. Specifically, one what we talked about is the financial system, understanding it. If you don't understand it, you're not going to be able to navigate it. Number two, the judicial system and the political system. These are the three major systems in this country that our people lack knowledge as a whole on how to address things in those systems. And when you don't have participation and you don't have representation, you don't have access to the knowledge necessary to either stage a protest about something they're trying to push in your community, or to make change about something that's already implemented in your community. One of the things are education. So when the school boards meet in the different communities that we're in, are we present for those meetings? Are we in the building to hear about new curriculums or changes to curriculums? Have we voted or elected or got someone in the school board that can help impact how our kids are taught information, or how to roll out information that's available in other schools, but not at the schools in our community? Like how Amber's kids is impacted in one community from another that they're in, right? One community they're teaching financial literacy, another community they're not in their schools. Why? So if there's systemic racism in the educational space, we can do a better job of being in the building when these folks are meeting that makes these decisions, or have representation there so that our agenda gets put forth.
I wholeheartedly agree.
Wow. So Yeah. Well, so we all agree that there is such thing as systemic racism, but based off what you stated, it's more of a learning how to navigate through it. Arm yourself with the IQ or the information to weave your way through it to come out on top.
And to make change to it. You know,
and I heard that as well. And stand up there and protest, so you have to change. That's the reason why things like redlining is not what it was years ago, because people actually got out there and put boots to ground and made changes.
Exactly.
I'm all for that. Yeah. And thank you for being patient enough to allow me to state that, and you can recognize like, oh, he's not disagreeing with me. I appreciate that. But let me stop ball shining. Who's next? Is Unbiased back?
Yeah.
Okay.
So in other words, they found a way to make integration work. They ain't try to run from this, system and live in abandoned homes and none of that stuff.
Trapping out the bando.
Hey, I can't even say nothing. I had my moment. It wasn't long, but hey.
Yeah, so how realistic is a separate but equal state in this country for Black folks? And is it necessary? Like, is that just going too left? That's reaching, because that seems to be the idea. The idea seems to be separate. Screw all this. What y'all talking about, this banking stuff? Screw all that. Let's just get out the system. Somehow be separate and equal in this country. And that's a major talking point. I'm trying to say that's a major talking point.
First off, if you're gonna do that, right? First off, you got to start off with the geography, right? So you're gonna have to cordon off or partition off some swath of land to say this is basically your territory, right? You're gonna have to have your own infrastructure, because let's say because if you're separating like in all respects, right? So where are you going to get energy from, right? As of right now, the world depends on fossil fuel, right? How are you what are the means are you going to have to?
They said wooden stoves. I heard that yesterday.
You said what now?
Windmills.
Wow.
Now I heard wooden stoves.
Quit being messy, man.
Nigga, boy, I tell you, he's a petty, bro.
And then for your constituents, how is it going to work for them to be able to move around within the territory, outside of your territory? You know what I'm saying?
That ain't nature.
Huh?
Now I heard some things from Sister Nanny. She said that ain't necessary. That ain't nature.
What's not nature? Hold on. What's not? I don't get
technology. You dig? All that moving around stuff.
I have her coming up here going off now.
Hey, listen, man. I guarantee you, Sister Nanny probably got her a 2020 goddamn Range Rover. Okay, sitting on goddamn 28s.
I think being separate is something that's very possible. It's very possible, and I think there's a lot of lessons in our history that can help us avoid the pitfalls of what happened to other communities in the past that had a separate system going. In particular, Black Wall Street, and having land, having a swath of land, having resource management, having some type of a governmental system that's agreed upon in our unity. How will we manage that separate society? What's our leadership structure going to look like? What is our educational structure going to look like? Things of that nature. I think picking up some of the material or some of the legwork that's already been done from organizations like the Black Panther Party, some of what the Nation of Islam put together back in Malcolm X's time, some of what the Southern Christian Leadership Council put together back in their day, and leveraging a combination of that information to get the core of what's needed for a separate situation to be. Do I think that's viable in our time? No. I think it's more viable in our time to impact what we all enjoy today in this society, but just taking control of our community, starting with our families, returning men to the heads of their families, to lead and guide their families. We're the foundation of family. So,
hey, brother, you might
yes,
not
sir.
realize this. You just stumbled on a landmine.
It's not a landmine. He could be the head of his family. That ain't got nothing to do with me.
Well, you know, like I said, healing, we have to heal our families, whatever that looks like in the family household. You know, having a male in the household has a lot of positive value in the community, because as a family goes, so goes that community, so goes that city, so goes that state, so goes that country. So if you look at a city like Chicago, for Chicago to have as much black on black crime and the types of community that they have right now, it's because of the absence of fathers in those households. So in the early 90s, there was a term coined, baby's kids. Well, baby's kids have had kids now. They don't give a fuck. Well, baby's kids was absent of a father, right? If you look at the story, Robin Harris said at that time, those kids were with single mothers. Those single mothers raised those kids. No father present, would date a guy to come in and bring a father in the house, but that guy will feel like he was being used for his resources so she can raise those kids. Now, if you look at families that have fathers present, those children typically are raised in a way in which men can have their rightful position in society, right? If you look at young men are aggressive. Young men have no fear. If they're not taught how to harness that energy by a man, how do they become men of good values with self-control and temperament? It doesn't happen. In the movies that our people created, like John Singleton's Boys in the Hood, we saw the difference of a household with a father not present versus a household with a father present. When Cuban Gooding Jr.'s character wanted to go out and help his friends kill someone that murdered his friend, his father was there to try to stop him. You think a mother is able to do that for a man child that's aggressive and big and got raw energy like that? I would beg to differ. But we see impact of that.
So quick question.
Oh boy.
There we go.
Because
that
often
last sentence, boy.
No, it's not that. So often people assume that because I don't subscribe to the male lead of the household. I subscribe to the idea that we can be co-leaders. Not that a man does not need to be in a household, although I do think we have just as much evidence of successful Black men that did not have a male figure in the home, although they had male figures in their lives. So
I agree with you.
So what I want to make clear is that I'm not coming from a don't need no man aspect. I have an issue with this idea that men are the natural leaders, and that any woman that they're in relationship with is naturally to be submissive to them. Yeah.
Wait. Before you respond, Mo, hold up. So if you listen to what he said, not one time did he say a woman was weak or a woman is submissive. He didn't say that.
No. But what he did say is he highlighted single motherhood, right? As the option for them to be co-leaders was not even a conversation. It's like, if the man isn't the leader, then this must be what we're talking about. And I was just putting it out there that that's not what I'm talking about when I say I have an issue with that leader perspective. It's not that men shouldn't be in the home or that they shouldn't be respected in the home, but I think that there is dual roles. Leaders are two people in the household, not just one.
Yes, you're right. So what I said was having a man present as a foundation of his family. There's a difference when a man is present as a foundation than when a man is not present. All the statistics show it. All of our history and our lifetimes show it. If you ever seen the Nas documentary, when he showcases his upbringing, how he didn't want to go to school anymore, how his father was there, then his father wasn't there, but his father was present, and how he honors his father now, how he was able to navigate to make some good choices for himself to find his purpose. And if you look at the type of father he is with his kids, he's a present father. So if you
But
look
didn't
at
his father discourage him from finishing school though? Like, if it ain't for you, then just drop out?
that's correct. And
Okay.
was he right? And he was right, because the school system at the time was not geared for us, our people. It doesn't teach our history. If you don't know who Gary C. Woodson is, and you celebrate or you take homage in participation of Black History Month, not know that he's a gentleman responsible for that. How well did the school system educate our people on our heroes? Not at all. If you look at material literature, I just want to finish that real quick. Look at material literature that they had us reading in school: Kill a Mockingbird, Macbeth, Romeo and Juliet, Hamlet. None of those really depict our people in position of positive influence in society.
So should his father have gotten involved, as you stated earlier, in the decision-making process and school board and the local politics of the matter?
Absolutely.
Okay.
His father or mother.
We as a people have to be
Well, his
involved
mother
in
wanted to
community
finish,
leadership.
so
His mother was awesome. She played her role and more than her role. She played more than her role should be required to play. And if you look at the reason why his father left, it was 100% about economic opportunity. He couldn't keep work. So he went back to what he knew, which was music. And in music, to make money, you travel. The difference between having economic opportunity and not having it will definitely impact that family. So if you want to take it another step further, if you look at from Richard Nixon's presidency to Ronald Reagan's presidency, more drugs was pumped into the Black community than ever before. In fact, drugs was the number one employer in the Black community for that 30-year time frame, from the 60s, 70s, and 80s.
I would argue it still is. Shit.
So Amber, do you believe that there's a conscious effort to remove the Black man from the Black family?
Yes, I also believe that that conscious effort has been accompanied by a willingness by Black men to remove themselves from the home as well, and Black women to remove them.
Okay,
And where's this shown?
That,
You guys make these
Yeah.
statements, but I want where's
go
this
ahead.
shown?
Go ahead.
Substantiated. Source up. Like you
Yes,
asked
Mama.
a question. Where's this at? Where's this so-called system to separate the Black man from his family?
Oh wow,
Do we have examples, or we just want to say it?
No, I mean, this is absolutely, I mean, if you go as far as to say,
Just one or two.
all right, so when a mother, a single mother is on assistance from the government systematically, exactly. In order for her to get that assistance, they say, well, that male figure can't be there.
Well, you just said a single mother goes on assistance, so she was single before she went on assistance. So how did she become single in the first place?
No, single according to what she has to do to get approved for that assistance.
But I mean, like you're saying, like
Y'all make
they're
that
in a
argument.
relationship together, and then the woman's like, "I need this money, so you gotta go." Is that
If
what
I
you're
may,
saying?
No,
well,
she doesn't have to go, but in the requirements for her to receive assistance, they would say, well, there could be no male figure in that home.
But are you
if I may,
acknowledging what she's asking?
So, quick question though, because when I hear that statement being made, because I come from Gary, where a lot of people was on assistance,
Indiana.
And, yeah, and nobody ever put their dude out because they was getting government assistance. Like that's actually one of the laughing things that we Like when my cousins, you know, guys, we were like, oh, you just need to find you a good bitch on Section 8 to move in with. Like,
But hold up, is that a
joke.
but is that, are they kicking out the baby daddies, or they just finding a new dude to stay in and they're on the system?
Now,
The
if you
whole
go
thing is
back, if you go back to like the 60s and the 70s, you know, and when families got on assistance, their social worker or caseworker would randomly show up at their house
Looking for razors and man shoes and stuff.
no, to see no. This is serious, y'all. To see if a man is present, because if a man is present, they don't need assistance.
Okay.
And so that part is real from that time frame. So in our lifetime, right, we may not have seen that.
right. And
But is that
that's
but
what I'm
real
saying.
quick,
I'm saying
real quick, Amber, real quick. But is that isolated to just black people?
No.
Are white people allowed to get? So I mean, we got to move past that point then.
I got you. Okay. All right.
Because we're trying to find reasons. I'm trying to stay out of rabbit holes. I'm trying to stick to points.
I got you.
The system is taking black men away from their family. Again, I'm not saying they're not, but if we want to be able to say this and we have people listening, then we got to give them points to stop saying points and glossing over it. So let's get some facts out there.
Quickly, I'll say that doesn't necessarily take away that it had a negative impact on black people, because if social workers were only showing up to verify that men weren't staying in these black areas, then yes, it would still have that same effect where it only affected black people. I don't know that to be true. I'm just saying that is still a possibility.
And I can acknowledge that. But that's like back to Chief X points. That's not systematic. That's just individuals who's coming in being hard asses, or a few people winking.
Yeah. If it's only enforced in certain areas.
That's what I was saying.
Again, Amber, I'm not arguing against you, but I'm just saying I know the counter argument, and there's no.
So what's the counter argument for people of color getting harsher sentences then?
Okay, see, now we're trying to go tit for tat, and we're trying to stick to the point of black men being snatched out from their homes. And if that's what we're going to, then let's move on to that.
Can I address that?
Are we moving?
I
don't know if Amber's finished. I think Amber's finished.
Yeah, I wanted to make another point though, really quickly.
Okay.
I was to Mo. Like, I understand that has been done. So I wasn't saying that it has never been done. But what I'm saying is, when I bring it up as when it's brought up as a reason now, it's not effective in the same way that it once was. So that's not really currently the issue. Currently, men are leaving the homes where their children reside and moving into homes with other women and their children, and playing stepdaddy in those homes. And all of these women are on government assistance. His baby mama, the new girl that he gets with. So that's not necessarily the case now today.
No, I wasn't referencing any of that to make my point. My point, where men were removed from their households, was one, I want to say in the Richard Nixon's era, when he made the law and order process in place, and then followed up with the Reagan administration when it was the war on drugs.
Wait, hold up. So go back to law and order. Like, what I got to do with black folks?
Yeah, because that was more the hippies protesting the war, and it was also to throw up some blacks so that they slide into it. That's the argument that most people make in a general sense. But you're right.
Well,
it was more for the hippies.
Well, the law and order, really, you do know that more black people were arrested during the law and order regime,
of course,
than the hippies,
of course.
Okay, and then followed up with the same tactics during the war on drugs.
Wait.
That's Reagan. But before we conflate to Reagan, let's
let's go back. Yeah, let's go back to the law and order. Okay, just because
and Nixon.
Yeah,
Vietnam.
I mean, like you're saying, because black folks are arrested more than the other, I guess, white folks. That it was somebody's going to be arrested more, right? If you do a comparison between blacks and whites, somebody's going to get it more than the other person. So we got to look at the crimes. Now, if they were
right, there's a trend, right? Mm-hmm. If we look at that time period, and I'm going to jump a little bit, and I appreciate you guys allowing me to do that, because the same thing, that the ratios is the same then as it is today. If you look at law and order, the minority population, which is the black population, made up 70% of the jail population of that state. If you look at today's time, just going back to Louisiana, not Louisiana, St. Louis. And that town in St. Louis where the young guy was killed on the street. And that town was predominantly black, but in that county, more black people were in the jail systems than any other race there. It was a landslide. So the impact of the judicial system having harsher penalties for equal crimes from other races, our people are doing more time, mostly our men, doing more time in the system, being labeled felons left and right. So once you're labeled a felon, you're now restricted to blue collar work. You can't get white collar work.
Yeah, new Jim Crow, I get it. Yeah, but I'm still confused on this. So if the argument was black folks are being arrested for things they didn't commit, then I would say, okay, yeah, the law and order is definitely directing its force towards black folks. But if black folks are committing crime, and like you said, white folks are committing crimes, right, or the same type of crime, and you having still a difference in who gets locked up, could it be, every time you commit a crime, it's how you do it, witnesses, and how sloppy you are. So could it be that black folks or those who got arrested that was black? Could it be that, because we live in inner cities, everybody sees everybody. So,
all right, so let's go back to that time frame, right? Let's just go like this. I'll tell you like this. You got some white men that bombed the church in Alabama and 4 little girls were killed. Those white men weren't brought to justice for 10 years.
Yeah, but wasn't that segregation though?
Hold on a second. The FBI was aware and knew exactly who was responsible, and they never shared the information with the local police nor with the state. They kept that information hidden.
Can I please insert this? Like,
yes,
when
sir.
it comes to segregation, I don't put that past anything. So all my problems would be integration. It'd be post segregation, go to integration, and then I want to see stats from there. From of course segregation, I would believe Jim Crow that blacks will be targeted, but I want to see things from integration and on.
Okay, you saw the movie Just Mercy?
Nah.
Okay, that's another example of it, right? How about, did you see the movie The Bankers?
Nah.
Oh, okay. So you don't know a lot of our history, and that's why you have the perspective you have. How about the Central Park 5?
Great movie. Great movie. I recommend you guys watch it.
Yeah, The Bankers was good.
Are you familiar with the Central Park 5?
Okay, slow down. Because I watch things different than you watch. That's part of history as well. And I don't watch movies. I watch documentaries and I read books. So I could go off a library of books I got down here that I watched and read.
It's actually based on a true story, though.
Right. So but again, I'm not a big movie guy.
Understand.
Okay, so I may even now. It took me like 4 or 5 years to watch Black Panther. So I'm not the biggest movie guy. Now maybe I watch a documentary, maybe I won't. But I like to read, so just because I ain't watched these particular things, Central Park 5, no, but I'm aware of the details. I did look into, I think that was on, because I watch a lot of crime channels, not to deviate too much. I think that was there. So I know the boys were pressured and stuff like that. So I got some truth to the case by just watching my crime channels. But the question about Black history, we can do trivias all day.
I'm not triggering you. I just wanted to know if you knew, and then I moved to another example.
Okay, cool. Right. So you was referencing me to different things, and he concluded that because I ain't watched those things, my Black history was like limited. And I'm like, no.
I apologize for offending
I didn't watch
you,
those things, but I read a hell of other things. I watched different things myself. But anyway, so I still want to get on that Law and Order. And
okay, so
we can morph to the anti-drug abuse act.
Okay, so when Malcolm X was murdered, the wrong black man went to jail, right?
Wait, what year was that?
I believe you know that answer, sir.
Yeah, no, because remember what I said: integration and on.
I'm showing you present time. You didn't know the answers, and I'm showing you. I'm not back
gonna
in those times, and
listen, I made it
you
real
don't know
clear.
the answers.
Right. Okay, I made it real clear. Well, actually, I do know some things. At first, I know a lot about the X case, and a lot of that was controversial or who did what. There was a lot of finger pointing. there. So, okay, there's a lot of controversy at best. But you mentioned bankers. You mentioned Central Park 5 that I do know something about. Okay, so I never said no to that. So I passed that test. But bankers, no, I didn't watch that. Never heard of it.
Okay, so the Central Park 5, they were men.
Now I'm aware.
Five brothers that were innocent of any crime.
No, I know, and DNA caught up with them. I got it right, but and they were pressured to confess, even though they found another. I think was it another white person confessed to the crimes. They ignored them. Like I know some of that stuff. Now the bankers, you can explain bankers. I know nothing about bankers.
I mean, what we're talking about is just how people, black men in our communities, are taken away from their families in a larger proportion.
Committing crimes?
But not committing crimes. I started with not committing any crimes.
Yeah, but I'm saying integration
anyway.
on. Okay, there's a disconnection. I'm saying show me from integration on black folks being, like you said, snatched away from their family, put in jail, and they didn't commit a crime.
Wait, he just did though. What year? Central Park 5, that was in the 80s, right? That's after integration. What year you referring to? After what year?
Wait, I don't know. Okay, he keep going back to Malcolm X and this. So I don't know which way he's on right now. So which one are we right now? Central Park 5? So if I pull up a case of white folks, because I watch ID channel, all these shits, the law and order all day long. So if I pull up a case of white folks being locked up, so they didn't do, what's that? So are we even, or what's going on here?
Brother, I'll say this to you. I don't know if you had the privilege of watching the Nas documentary. If you had the opportunity to watch the Nas documentary, there's a part of the documentary where he shows a picture of all the guys on his album that he had, right? On the back cover of his album. And he's the only one not dead or not in jail.
Yikes. How many were there?
19.
Shit.
Well, he brags about selling crack and killing niggas. Queensbridge projects. I mean, I don't, like we all knew that. Jail brother, or death.
You show me any white community that's in a poverty state with the same impact. I don't believe you can. Any trailer park in America.
Okay, so we spoke yesterday that it's crime, different crimes follow whatever poverty you live in. So you got different crime. Now trailer park trash, I don't know if they got a gang culture. I don't know if they brag about living in projects and killing niggas all day. I don't know if they do
8
that
Mile
in trailer parks. Yeah, but this is national between black folks. We brag about whose projects are harder. Oh, you killed 50 niggas, ain't nothing. We killed 120. Like we brag to each other about whose city is tougher by the body count.
They do that shit in Bosnia and Kosovo.
I don't know a white trailer park community that's bragging about how many bodies that they have every year.
Brother, I understand your position, and I'm just gonna say this. We wouldn't hear in the news about the topic of justice reform if there wasn't an impact to our community that's disproportionate to others. We wouldn't hear about it.
I don't know. I think
Wait. So are you taking the stance that we're not being illegally, disproportionately locked up and sentenced to longer sentences versus our predecessor?
This is what I said. I always say it could be on an individual basis. So it depends what argument you're making. You're saying it's systematic or they're just racist people. And I always say on my show that the country's divided. You have white folks who are non-racist, meaning that they're not going out their way to harm and deprive black folks of anything, justice and liberty. And you have white folks that are racist that's doing that, denying loans, the things that I heard, locking up, just terrorizing. You have both. So now, when something's happened, when a cop shoots somebody, now could that be a racist cop who his whole life believed blacks was inferior, and he or she that denied you that loan or whatever it was, it didn't approve of credit card? I don't know whatever situation it is. That white person, could that just be a regular white person or was that a racist white person who always believed something about black folks since they were born, and they couldn't wait to get in a position to deny for something. So yeah, so if those white folks right there are doing that, then I would expect that from a racist. I would expect that from somebody who felt like that towards black folks.
You would expect that?
Yeah, from a racist.
Why are you lowering the bar?
No, I'm saying when we talk, so that's why I said, is it an individual basis or is it a racial? Is it racially systematic?
Yeah, but an individual can impact systemic. The greatest example in this country's history is J. Edgar Hoover. That one powerful person, systemically oppressed.
Right. He was a racist, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So and he abused his power, correct?
Correct. But our people were impacted systemically from one person's racist view.
Yeah, that happened in the country. I got it.
Okay, so the point you were making is now null and void.
No, that was segregation, all right?
No.
J. Edgar Hoover?
J. Edgar Hoover. Pre-integration and after integration, he was the head of that office.
No, I'm saying, but the body's work was when? Because I remember him.
He still was in office 10 years after integration, sir.
I know, but I said the body of his work.
He got 10 years of body of work, I'm including. Because who did Nixon call on to put forth that effort? J. Edgar Hoover.
Well, I don't know about that lineage, but I do know. Is my mic on?
Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, okay. I do know. I don't know if y'all heard me when I was trying to speak earlier. My daughter yelled, so I got to keep muting in and out. But I know he did systematically target a lot of African American gangsters and hustlers, and let the Italian mobs and Irish mobs and everyone else go scot-free systematically in various cities and states across the nation. I don't know if that qualifies as a system or systematically done, especially when you deputize agents to go run out and intentionally fuck up and assassinate and doing shit like that.
Yeah, and that's why I say, like, we are people coming from slavery, so there's a process, you know, and there's a process towards equality, right? It's not gonna happen overnight because there's views that's shared by certain people of the dominant race that's in potential power, right? So it's a process. So it started from physical slavery to just, you know, just terrorism, right? We lived in our area. They'll come through every so often, KKK or other groups, and then we dealt with the after that, coming to the 50s, 60s, we dealt with some of the loans and deprivations and things like that. And then from there, we went to integration, and you had problems there still, but each pathway was getting easier and easier. So yeah, so you're gonna have the individuals in power to do certain things, like I said, coming from slavery. So now that we knew it, J. Edgar Hoover, so things were done to limit one person like that to have so much influence over anybody, right? So now it's much harder to be that J. Edgar Hoover. So that's what I'm trying to say. So we're coming into now, and we're talking about 86, the Anti-Drug Abuse Act. Then we go into the 94 crime bill or whatever else we want to talk about. Then we come into 2020. So
are we counting down the Trump's actions, or that's the anomaly?
My thing is, throughout all those periods, the overt racism has lessened over time.
I agree.
Right, and so that's what I'm going at. So when we saying there's an effort to snatch black men today in 2020, possibly, but how powerful, like, is it like we just mentioned, J. Edgar Hoover? Like, is it that powerful? Is it just maybe a weak attempt that's like 50% successful? But when I hear this snatching black men out homes and locking them up, to me, the way I interpret it, it sounds like it's an 80% effective process. Like, and if
it's a very effective process.
Yeah, it don't have to be 80%. Yeah, it's very effective.
Right.
If they don't take our men and put them in jail, if they don't take the men and put them in jail, they're ruined based on drug abuse. When the CIA allowed all that drugs to hit our communities, it subjected Yes.
Where you get that from?
Brother,
What's your question?
it's already fact. Like, you need a director of FBI to confess in
Unbiased. So
California that they're responsible for it.
No,
Unbiased.
but
So what's your question? What was your question?
no,
What did you just ask him?
No, when people say CIA flooded the communities with crack,
okay,
I don't know that to be a fact. I knew that to be
That's been proven. That's been
The-
proven. That's not
but
even a debate.
Listen to what he's saying. Did the FBI give it to the community? If the
They
FBI gives it to one person and one person gives it to 15 to 20 people, who's accredited with flooding the community?
Okay, so if you look at the Rick Ross story, for example, right? Freeway Ricky Ross, he had a documentary. He told his own story in his own words. His
Okay.
connect were getting the drugs specifically from CIA agents that were importing the drugs to him. And he was administering the drugs to Freeway Ricky Ross. When Freeway Ricky Ross turned him over and they took him down to the government, the CIA came, got him out, and put him back on the street.
Okay.
Right. So now all I'm asking is this. I understand that was Ricky Ross' story.
He was an earner for the government.
Right. So I'm saying, is that a fact?
Yeah, that's a fact.
Okay, so where can I get that from? Like, where can I pull it up real fast?
It's public knowledge.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on a second. Why do we want to pull it up right now?
I just want to, because I just because I just want to know for myself, is it a fact? Because I keep hearing it. CIA did this. CIA. I just want to know. I just want to see the CIA admitted they flooded the communities with crack, so I can read it for myself.
But you don't. Okay, but you guys are missing the point because we don't need to go down the rabbit hole. Because when you say someone is flooded the crack, that's a motive. You're saying that they flooded the crack to kill the Black community, and you can't necessarily assign that motive because you don't necessarily know if they were using that or they were actually trying to use it to get these money so they can use the money to get the guns for the countries they're trying to secret fund the war, and the government actually cut off the funding for it. So like, there's a lot of nuances and other things that are in the background that we don't really know about, so we can't just make a blanket statement and say, oh, this is the main reason, even if that could have been a portion, or people in charge say, well, shit, well, we don't want to fuck up our communities, let's just send it to the Black community.
Well, it's
that could be the case.
You can see,
but we don't know
that was the case. If you look at the Oliver North trials in the 80s, it was specifically
familiar.
about some of this stuff. You know, during the Olympics in the 80s, Oliver North was on trial every single day because he was a party to that reality.
Yeah, he was the fall guy. He was the one who gave Reagan the deniability.
Okay.
I get it. I'm familiar.
All right. So clearly, based on your statement, you kind of know that stuff, right? So our communities are impacted in a disproportionate ratio to other demographics when it comes to drugs.
I agree.
So with drugs impacting our communities, impacting the heads of our families, whether prison for selling drugs because there's no other economic opportunity that's as lucrative or attractive, or ruining families through addiction, our families, the foundation of our families, have been rocked from the 60s, 70s, and 80s.
All right, now great. Now, do you understand the fact that the drug was a business enterprise, that if they were selling drugs to the Black community and the Black men were still going to work and they weren't being mentally fucked up from the drugs or whatever, the women or anybody, if it was still having just great effects and it wasn't fucking them up and they weren't leaving the family, you know, they still would have been selling the drugs? The main goal, to my knowledge, I could be wrong, and I'll stand corrected if you give me facts, but I don't think they implemented and started and brought it all over here with the main goal to destroy the Black family. That could have been incidental, horrible. I'm not going to say it's collateral damage because I feel like I'm associated with the damage, so I don't want to be flippant and be dismissive because it's horrible, but I got to be honest and say I think it was more of a hustle than just let's get in the lab, create this drug to destroy the Black family, to take the Black man from the Black woman. It's like, I get it, but I used to believe all that shit until I started studying it and being disappointed every single time that shit was put out. So now I'm like, I'm gonna just take the other side until somebody prove it wrong.
Well,
and that's sad to be there.
I respect that. And I'll say this to you, is that if you look at areas like Brooklyn, New York City, if you look at specifically Fulton Street, all the way to Atlantic Avenue, you will see.
My brother lives in off Legion. Go ahead, I'm familiar.
You will see train station for the railroad lit up. That was never the case in the 80s. You see no iron gates on the windows of the businesses. Wasn't the case in the 80s. You don't even hardly see any black people in that community no more. Wasn't the case
What was
in
the
the
case
80s.
in the 80s?
And
What was
what's
the
the
80s
difference?
like?
The difference is the economic opportunity of the people that's there now versus economic opportunity of the people that were there in the 80s. So if you notice in the 80s, the city put out a program that the rich people sponsored and paid for called the Summer Youth Program. And so their businesses can be successful through tourism, and crime in the city can be down in the summer when everybody's out of school. They hired the youth to do little jobs in the communities, clean up the parks, mind the daycares, learn secretarial work. And they also had pay to learn different programs to be secretarial or different, little jobs that people and families could do. Instead of going to school, you got paid to go to work. They had work school programs there, and that was all designed to keep crime down in the city during the tourism month. So if you got economic opportunity in the city and crime goes down, people are making money.
Right.
You take that away, crime goes up, people are not making money, and the only thing supplementing is the drug business.
Wow.
And other demographics, you don't have that. They have economic opportunity. Our community don't. And that's why drugs took off the way it took off.
But I think in a lot of poor or economically deprived areas, if you're talking about like the Ozarks and cities in Arkansas, just Nebraska, I'm like, there's a lot of swaths of the nation where there's a large quantity of poor whites. And I feel like a lot of the issues that you're describing happens in their community as well. Now they may have different programs and stuff, but that's probably due to the politicians that are in the situation that actually help them because they have family members who get caught on meth or whatever the issue is. And the programs that you're describing now, 9 times out of 10, I'm certain that it probably was people who are of the community that got into politics to change it, to put those after school programs because it was their children getting shot and messed up. So I think it's the people who actually put that situation into play.
There's no comparison of the impact between those two communities you're referencing, sir. No, there's no comparison. Our communities were destroyed, bro.
Okay.
If you look at the impact in today, like specifically in Chicago, and the black community in Chicago, with all the deaths and crime that's all over the nation's headlines, there are no fathers present.
But the point I made that is not to play like oppression or taking advantage of Olympics. Like these people were taking worse and this and that. What I'm trying to say, it's not specifically targeted as a tool to wipe out blacks and then white people just happen to be collateral damage at the large numbers they are. You understand what I'm saying? Like I get it. We got fucked over. But when you use absolute terms, I can't put that in a book or go speak to someone without them or countering it with what I'm saying right now.
I mean, I agree with you.
Okay, so now the whole point, what I'm trying to get at is because there are specific systematic situations, and I'm trying to get somebody to at least be able to say 2. And if we can't even say 2 to be on the phone for all this time and have many viewers who hop in, listen, and hop out, or some who are still here, it's like, damn, this is making that blackology, blackity black stuff look kind of weak. If we can't just sit here and say 2 specific things that are specific to black people that are destroying the black, taking the black out the family, designed to the black.
Okay, so you got a cross between black and poverty communities, right? Because you got other demographic that have poverty communities, and they have some of the same impacts that the black community have. But you can't be
and also there's rich black people that may not encounter some of those situations as well, which actually makes it that defeats the purpose of saying it's specifically targeted to black.
Well, why are we saying only specifically targeted to black? We're
because
saying
if someone
that
says that there's a plot out there okay, I'm sorry.
Right. If there's a plot for black folks, then it was like everybody else is just collateral damage.
What I'm saying is that black community is impacted, for lack of a better term, at the moment, more heavily.
Right. I agree with
communities of equal economic levels.
I don't
Right.
disagree with that.
So what they're saying is because we have the most disparate impact, that's not evidence of intent, right? The general consensus is that these were things that were put in place intentionally to destroy Black people. And I think what I'm hearing is that they're saying these things were put in place, but that was not necessarily the intent. It had a disparate impact on Black people, but that doesn't speak to the intent.
Also,
All right,
Amber, it could have been real quick.
Hold on a second.
We're not saying it's not the case. I just want to say this real quick. I'm not saying it's not the case, but I want to find the case if it is so. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that it's not the case. The reason why is because we get duped into a lot of spooky religions and faiths and groups and cults because of that gray area that they play on.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not either.
But
I agree. I just want to hear more compelling evidence that it is, and I just don't think that's out there. I think we just go ahead.
I'll say this to you is that we do know in some of the larger cities that there was organized crime, and everything that happens in organized crime is not public knowledge or information for the public. But I think it's fair to say that if there's a supply chain coming into a metropolitan area, that the organized crime, especially if it's an illegal substance, is navigating the direction and distribution of a lot of those illegal products. Would you guys agree with that or disagree with that?
I don't see any concerns or conflicts with that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like,
and I'll say that if we look at some of the movies that depict some of these gangsters, specifically The Godfather, and the first one he made, there's a scene where all the Dons met and they talked about this Salazzo business with bringing drugs into communities. They said they didn't want it to be sold to children. They didn't want it sold in schools. And they didn't want it, they could sell it in the Black community. Those people are animals anyway, can kill each other. So if organized crime is depicted in saying that, and then we look at it, and in none of their Italian communities, crack is sold in their schools or pretty much in that community whatsoever. But in the Black community, sold heavily.
Yeah,
would you say that's evidence of systemic impact?
But so I'll say like the emancipation of slavery. In the same way that yes, we were free, we achieved freedom, but it was a strategy of war, right? So what I'm hearing you say is there was this product, and when they're looking out as like, who can we market this product to? The product exists for a purpose. Now they're trying to say, by what means are we going to make it available? Who are we going to make it available to? Because we need this product out there. So it made more sense from their perspective to push it to our community. Do you see what I'm saying? It was a strategy to sell the product.
I get it, and I appreciate you saying that, and that's exactly what these guys need evidence of. And to me, that's all the evidence I need to know that systemically, this was a strategy, and the impact of that strategy totally crippled our community to do for self.
So cocaine was crack was for Black folks, right? It was strategic to get at Black folks to cripple the communities. Cocaine was a strategy to get a who?
Cocaine was a hell of a drug.
He asked the question.
So who was that?
But see, here's what I have an issue with. It was a strategy to cripple the community. No, it was a strategy to get the product sold.
Thank you.
And if this is a result of getting the product sold, crippling the community potentially,
be it.
Who would we want to cripple if we don't want to cripple ourselves? Well, let's just cripple them. Not necessarily a strategy to cripple the community, but if we know that this product is crippling, who would less likely to affect us from being crippled? Do you see what I'm saying? Like it's a nuanced difference, but it is a difference. And
Okay, so
I also want to say real quick, I'm not arguing that these things do not have that there was no malicious intent, or even if it wasn't like intentional, subconsciously it's malicious because of the racism that permeates our society.
Bingo.
So what I'm saying is, all of these things together, yes, it's very kind of it paints a picture for me that there definitely is a problem, that there definitely was an attack, whether they intentionally sought out to attack or whether they subconsciously just did not care enough to protect our communities. Like, but what I'm saying is I have enough evidence to where I could say, yeah, these things were a problem for the Black community. I just have an issue when people kind of conflate it, and they
Right.
add to it, and they put a little extra on it. That's my biggest problem. Not
well,
that
then
Make it law.
I'll say this to that mindset is that one question is, to that point, when did drug testing become a requirement for a job? I think it's a coincidence that it wasn't a requirement for a job until that era. And I also find it a coincidence that, as we talked about the organized crime piece, well, we know they control the unions too. And if you got a union job, you got a good job. They kind of wanted to keep Black folks out of them unions.
Okay.
And so at some point when you got this drug problem in the community, and mostly the blue collar community, we got a lot of white folks competing for the blue collar jobs. So if you notice when, and specifically in Michigan, when in Detroit specifically, the riots that took place because all these Black folks was coming in and taking up all those manufacturing jobs, work hard and do that blue collar work. So now you got drugs into that system, and you got the Teamsters union out there. Now all of a sudden you got to take a drug test when you come for a job, and if you got a habit, you ain't getting that job. Now what we say to that?
I don't think that that's a real quick. I don't think that that's a coincidence. So I would say that all of these things working together is not coincidental. I do think that that is it's evidence of a sequence of events, right? So there would be no need for drug testing prior if there was not a drug problem prior. But once you have drugs in the community, you have people getting, jobs without drug testing that are on drugs, and you have abundance of accidents and things happening on the job. Then, yeah, now they're like, this is a problem. How do we, vet employees before they start working, before it becomes an issue and a liability to our, to what we're doing in the workplace? So then I could see the natural next step as being drug testing. I don't think that that's like a crazy next step to take for a society that has a drug problem.
And then you take it the next step after that, and now you got the task force called the Drug Task Force.
All right.
Now we got three events.
Before we keep can I address a little bit of this? Because I was kind of patient, and I'm trying to remember it. That's the reason why I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm trying to hold these thoughts. I'm cooking. I'm working with my daughter. All right. So can I just address some things? So it's going to go all the way back to the mafia reference that you used when they came to the table, and then we can just go all the way to, I don't know if you a movie buff, you can go to Godfather, was it 2 or 3? But the whole point when they tried to introduce crack or cocaine into the game, and it was like only sell it to the niggas. So they knew not to sell it to their own neighborhood and their own, but we're going to make this money, but we're going to sell it over there. But then what some of the families didn't agree with that, and they started to do that, to sell it to outside or to other families and other people. And once they saw how lucrative, it was like, fuck it, we're selling it to everyone. So the point is, like, even if it did start, I think the greed and the money took over it. But what I'm trying to say is, I'm not into the belief that the boogeyman did this and did that. I don't even operate in beliefs. If you tell me that, it's more like it's a likelihood that there could have been one white dude who was sitting in Congress writing these bills like, we need to make money for these drugs, and the best way to do it is we can sell it to the Black people, this and that. And so let's go ahead and get it done. Like there could have been one person actually sitting there writing it up. So when they start putting out there, Nixon's doing what he's doing, or Reagan's doing what he's doing, it actually could have been someone with bigotry, racist heart in mind. But when it's implemented, it went to wherever it went. I don't know what was happening, but when I'm looking at the likelihood, what realistically, what makes sense, I don't really see that. And I'm not saying that the racist is not there, but no one is giving me that evidence so I can say, okay, that's a strong probability. That's the likelihood. No one's giving me that.
Right. So that's why I asked specifically. I said the CIA was responsible for letting communities crack. Like, that's a fact. And I got yes. You know, fact means it's like they admitted to it or they've been found guilty. So right now I'm at Wikipedia, right? CIA involvement in contra cocaine trafficking. So I'm gonna ask you again: is that a fact that the CIA was involved with flooding the neighborhoods with crack cocaine and coke? Because I understand the alleged claims, but again, is that a fact? That's why I said, look, and T-Man stepped in, and you can provide me with some information as well. So I said, where can I go to get that admittance? Like, who admitted that they were involved in crack, in the flooding of crack? You know, because that's a strong claim, and if that's a fact, then I should be able to get to it. So is that a fact or not? If it's a fact, I'm gonna go ahead and read this. It's kind of long.
I'm a post
Oliver
it
North
in the chat for you,
testified.
brother. The actual government document of the investigation. Since you want to research, I'll just post it for you to direct you to the official government report. That should be an undisputable source to document the CIA's confession that they're responsible
so I'm gonna
for
read this right
cocaine
here.
trafficking.
Do a fine for Oliver North right now.
Wait, hold on a second. Once we do that, then what?
Okay, so it should be in here then, right? Or no? The Wikipedia. What they now? I'm at. Look,
my question.
Let me get mine right. I heard you. I heard you said then what? I got you. So now I'm responding with this. So it should be in here, right? Stop. Don't answer just yet. It should be in here, right? And if it's not, is Wikipedia colluding to cover up the CIA involvement?
Oh shit.
Okay, so that's for you, Mo. Because what you're saying should be here.
Well, what I'm saying is there's an official government document.
All right.
That
secret government documents.
The investigation. I posted it in the chat for everyone.
Okay, cool. So
you can click on the link.
I'm gonna go ahead and read them. All right.
And you can do that on your own time, and we can move on to the topic.
But for right now, I'm gonna go ahead and get this out the way. So CIA involvement in contra cocaine trafficking, because we all hear about this shit. A number of writers have alleged that the United States, a lot of writers, not judges, have alleged that the United States Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, was involved in the Nicaraguan Contras cocaine trafficking operations during the 1980s Nicaraguan Civil War. These claims have led to investigations by the United States government, right? So now the government is involved, including hearings and reports by the United States of House Representatives, Senate, Department of Justice, and the CIA's Office of the Inspector General, which ultimately concluded the allegations were unsupported. The subject remains controversial. Okay, so I now need that document. It says unsupported. They concluded unsupported. Right? They were unsupported. 1986 investigation by a subcommittee of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, the Curry Committee, found that the Contra drug links included, among other connections, payments to drug traffickers by the U.S. State Department of funds authorized by the Congress of humanitarian assistance to the Contras, in some cases after the traffickers had been indicted by federal law enforcement agencies on drug charges, in others while traffickers were under active investigation of these same agencies. Okay. The charges of CIA involvement in Contra cocaine trafficking were revived in 1996 when a newspaper series by Gary Webb, the guy who you guys like to reference, and San Jose Mercury News claimed that the trafficking had played an important role in the creation of the crack cocaine drug problem in the United States. Webb series led to the 3 federal investigations, all of which concluded that there were no evidence of conspiracy by the CIA or its employees to bring drugs into the United States?
Okay, so now as you read it, now what's your point?
So do you agree with that or no?
No.
Okay.
Now what?
That's it.
Okay.
You don't agree.
All right, so now moving on to the main, back to the topic at hand, instead of going down another rabbit hole with this stuff. It doesn't.
That wasn't a rabbit hole.
Really,
I just wanted for myself to know, because I keep hearing.
but that's
anyway,
research you can do on your own time. You don't have to
Right.
do it on this forum, right?
Okay,
It's
no,
another
go
rabbit
ahead.
hole if we want to go for your knowledge, because
but I
don't understand what it adds to the conversation, because at the end of the day, our communities are impacted.
Right.
And at the end of the day, we need solutions to resolve the impact. And this ain't a solution. This is
We
a
all know
rabbit
the
hole.
solutions. The solutions are obvious.
Okay,
Fix
so
your own
we
family.
have some more of the obvious to talk about. So what do
Fix
you want
your
to add
family.
of value to that?
Fix your family. If everyone starts in their own corner, we'd be all right.
How do we fix our families? What's the
Fix your
process of
household.
doing that?
Fix your household.
Okay, so we have some household with single mothers and no fathers present. I think we can all agree that the statistics show, like Chicago, what the end result is of that.
Damn. Well, I mean, like, I'm not sure how they got in those situations. Everybody has various.
We just talked about how they got in those situations. Are we kidding me right now?
Oh my gosh. Let me finish, or I can say half sentences and you can cut me off out of context and run with that. Like, that's my point. That's my argument. What I'm trying to say, bro, is that there's many families who got in situations that they're together and they're not together. So are we really going to get into the remedy of repairing relationships? Are we going to diverge the problem and to try to make people act right? Like, niggas can't have wayward dicks and broads can't be thoughts.
So quick
You
question.
understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying.
I have a son that's 17 years old. And statistically speaking, he would be an exception, a deviation. His father is in jail, and he did do the crime. But he's still in regular communication with his child, still active parent. Do you consider that a father not in the household? Does he have to be physically present in the household for him to have a positive impact on his child?
Absolutely not.
Another question would be, to answer the first part, I would say that that's not in the household.
Yeah, I would say that person, that father is present in his life, and that's what we want, is fathers present,
right,
as foundations of their families.
So that's what I'm saying, because we say the in the household thing, but I'm wondering, because there are fathers that are in the household and molesting their daughters, or sons. So when we say in the household, what are we talking about?
Talking about fathers being present in the lives of their children, the lives of their offspring. Their children know their fathers, know their father's family, know their family history, have a relationship. Because in the families that you have fathers missing their daughters, that's a valid argument as well. And there should be penalties for that. There should be some things about that. But I'll say this, our society is, I'll let you go. Let me just say this one thing. I won't be long. I'll say this, that our society is more concerned with people driving and how well they drive versus the success of families. Because in order to get a driver's license, you got to do a whole lot of things. But in order to have a relationship with somebody, you don't need no training at all. You just go for it. So what's more important in our society?
So all I want to say is just these generic solutions, I feel like are problematic, because to the example that I provided, yeah, there should be a penalty to him. But also I would say that maybe that child would have benefited from not having the father in the home, where he had access to molest the child or abuse the child. So that's an aspect that we're missing. Now, all of these people, these statistics that we're hearing about, are a result of fathers just not being in the home. Some are a result of fathers that were in the home and were abusive to their mothers, to them, that were sexually abusive, emotionally abusive. So I think that when we talk about this, we should give a realistic depiction of what we mean when we say fathers and presence, because it's very generic and it doesn't really get.
I think it's all inclusive.
Just to add on?
Yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I yield my time to you, sir.
No, because what you're saying is more in line to directly responding to what she's saying, so it's priority. Because what I'm saying is actually going backwards. So go ahead.
So I think it's all inclusive. I think fathers being present is inclusive of, removing fathers that are not a positive influence. And when I say a positive influence, meaning if you have a problem with pornography with children and that type of rhetoric, or you don't have control of your temperament and you struggle with some mental health and you're not getting help or you're not managing it well, I think that needs to be addressed in a plan as well. But I think overreaching in the community, fathers not being present, has totally impacted the ability of our youth to learn self-control, learn unity, and learn communion.
Yeah. So now that you got more specific, I can agree with that. But what I was gonna say, and you actually hit on it, because like the examples that Amber gave are, just the extreme ones, which are valid because they are real. But I mean, like, that's the extreme case, because there's cases of neglect. There's parents who just come home and just stay in the garage all day drinking, or mothers who just stay out shopping or go to the gym and focus and they neglect the kid. Like, there's so many people who there's two parent situations where the kids are still suffering. But to what you're saying, if we're talking about the Black community, where we're detrimental at, and we're saying that the Black men is being targeted and most of the Black men are damn near scarred, so we need to worry about the Black boys, that's pretty much the future. And so if you're recognizing the Black boys need a strong male role model, then I see that as a viable solution. Now, I think a positive male role model is important because the men in the household didn't raise me or contribute to, well, I can't say that, but those weren't the cues that I looked to becoming a man. I had to go elsewhere to get the information. So
see, now we talking community.
Saying, right on. Go ahead.
You were saying now, so Amber's saying, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I actually want to hear what you got to say. See, I don't mind being cut off because we're dialoguing. So I get it. I get it.
So now we're talking community because, we know the old adage and our heritage in Africa is that it takes a village to raise a child, right? So you may have a foundation of your family present in the lives of children, whether in a household or in a separate household, but they're actively present, spend time, not just for disciplining, but also just, rearing of the child, right? But the other active parties in the community, like, for example, with, Muhammad Ali, going down to the boys club and having someone there that was instrumental in his decision to start boxing and helped him make a positive choice versus going after to beat somebody up, learn how to box,
Okay, so
and it changed the trajectory of his life with that. It didn't come from his father. It came from another role model in the community.
I see. But we also, like, again, I get that, but just to finish it up, because we also have to consider the people who are a part of the community, because not everybody in the community is good. Some people actually get in those situations to take advantage of the underprivileged or the single parent mom who wants her kid to play sports. And like, I've been around a lot of these situations and I see that the community is not all for the community. Some are out for self. And I think that's any and everywhere. One thing that a reoccurring thing that I hear a lot when people talk about the Black community and separating, or we need to separate and get our own thing and get our own city, our own state, our own government, all this type of stuff. We really don't consider the issues of the people themselves. Like Marcus Garvey said, he doesn't have a plan to take everybody back to Africa. There's some people who are no good here in America and they will be no good over there. So that sometimes it's the quality of the people. One thing Wujabu did bring up when he would like address certain concerns with his plans, and he never really delved too much into it because everybody was too concerned with the spookiness and the religion. But the people, in order for any of this to ever work, there has to be some sort of a code. If you don't want to say religion, then there has to be some sort of a code, because everybody has to agree to the rules and agree to the consequences. Because right now, people are like, man, fuck these rules. They don't matter because you don't respect the consequences. If I do something wrong, I get this consequence. But if he over there gets something wrong, whether he's rich or white or blase, the rule doesn't apply to him. So it's like, fuck the rules. But if everyone was getting the same rules in the code, then you kind of respect it to a degree. Maybe I'm wrong.
I believe that's valid. You know, I think that's 100% valid. Absolutely. You know, we have a lot of healing to do in our communities. We have a lot of healing to do as a community. And I think, you know, rebuilding the ability of trust in the household between, you know, male and female, helping our daughters make wiser choices with the men they choose to lay down with and, you know, potentially make children with. You know, if you got somebody that is a molester, I'm sure there's signs along the way. If you're trained and you got some, you know, somebody in your household to identify flaws of somebody, unless you just totally gone, you know, that was a real bad choice, you know, of a mate. And we see a lot of women out there today that make some bad decisions about a mate. And we have a lot of men that also make bad decisions about a mate, you know, and then we
Am
see
I
what
the
it looks
only
like.
one?
So
it's,
I see Unbiased got his hand up, but I do want to say something when you're done, Watcher. To his, if you're gonna go too far away from his point, then I'll just say it now.
Yeah, y'all can go ahead and go because I was gonna hit something else, but go ahead.
So I just want to say I definitely wholeheartedly agree with what he just said as far as making wiser choices. But even in that, it gets to be a little murky because a lot of the reason why females are okay with ignoring the signs is because of a lot of the rhetoric about women needing leadership and needing a man and needing a male figure in the house. And there's no real conversation about what qualifies the need of a man or who is worthy of sharing that space with them. So when you have the rhetoric, but it's not really rooted in any real substantive criteria, then you get situations where a woman is okay ignoring signs of pedophilia, ignoring being abused because the general consensus in society is that she needs him, that she's weak alone, that she's unsuccessful alone.
All right, now what I was gonna say to that point is it's like I hear all the examples, but maybe it's just the amount of people. Because I mean, I've been from Oakland, Brooklyn, Bronx, like I've Phoenix, I've been all over, and I've met a wide range of people, and I've met some good people, but I've met some rotten, scoundrel, dirty, thoughtish, just some conniving ass people. And I don't ever hear that story. Like, yeah, you'll talk about a situation where a woman is in a domestic situation where the father is, or the boyfriend is touching on the daughter type shit. But I'll never hear about when the mother is just a ratchet thought and she be sending that little daughter in there because she don't want to deal with the dude, or she don't like the dude's daughter or the dude's father and she be doing ratchet shit, or the father is doing fuck shit, or the boyfriend. I mean, like, I've seen some ratchet niggas who just like fucking shit up. Nigga, I like beating up on women, or I like smoking these blunts and robbing niggas. I like running up in people's houses, nigga. That's what I do. Like, these motherfuckers are really out there. So you're talking about these people are part of the community. These people are, I don't know. It gets frustrating to me because everyone wants to kumbaya and bring in all the black people and everyone's black, but I'm just like, I see a human condition that a lot of this poverty and sickness and that's really taking hold, and there's needs to be a big healing, but we really need to acknowledge that there's some real loss, and we need to see the magnitude of what these women are out here doing, these strippers, these hustlers, these slangers, these boosters. I mean, like, again, I grew up from it and in it, and so I it's hard for me just to turn my back, but at the same time, I can't act like it's not there. Because I've been in some houses, I've been in some blunt circles, I've been in some vans where I'm like, oh, I gotta get the fuck up out of here. Because I'm not like these guys. I'm thinking I'm with the homies and chilling. I just get off work and want to go chill and drink a brew and burn. I'm like, yeah, man, that girl came over here. She's talking that shit. That's why we snatched her and put her in that bed. And she won't be mad. I'm like, whoa. We snatching.
See, that's where a lot
get
of
the fuck up out of here.
That's where a lot of having a proper self-image comes into play. And you know, we talking about and what you and the aspect what
But
you're
let me
saying
finish though. But
as
let me finish. These be the same cats that go to work and put on a shirt and then they up in the suit in the churches, or they working in the call centers, or they up in the barber shops and they being all righteous and stuff. And I'm looking at them face to face just because I'm on both sides and I see it. Just like you can see a dude who's out here with his family and stuff, but then this nigga's on the down low doing orgies and gangbangs and type of shit. And it's just like you looking at him and you don't see it, because in my mind, I always thought someone was gay was a dude acting real feminine. Come to find out, that's not what gay is. You understand what I'm saying?
Can you guys see my screen? And I'm sorry, I got to go back a little bit, and you can bring it back, because I like to believe Wikipedia is undefeated, right? So I clicked on Mo link, and you guys can pick it up right after this. And I skimmed through this, and it seemed like this agreed with everything Wikipedia says. So, Mo, what am I actually looking for on your link that proved the CIA was involved with spreading, where they admitted or they were found guilty? This is your link. Where can I find that?
can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Now.
I'm not interested in this topic, brother.
Oh, no, okay. I know this is petty, but only because you asked me did I watch so and so, and that somehow prove I don't know what I'm talking about. And
Maybe another time I'll
okay.
take you to all the resources, but not right now.
No problem.
Not when we're building.
Problem. We can move forward. I just want to say the last thing. This was your link, and it agreed. And you say you don't agree with Wikipedia, and this says everything Wikipedia said. I think Wikipedia even referenced this shit. All right, but we can move on. I just want to note that this agrees with Wikipedia, that the CIA, there's no fact that the CIA was involved in spreading crack throughout the anywhere. All right, so the Contra's nothing. But anyway, we can go ahead and just carry on. Double X coming on too. I told Double X to pull up. All right, but you guys can finish.
But really,
thanks for the public service announcement, sir.
yeah. Because I take sourcing up serious. You dig?
Unbiased. Just look up Oliver North what he testified to. That'll give you what you're looking for. Oliver North. He's a general. He was a general.
Say that again.
Oliver North. That's what I was trying to explain to you. If you would just write, when you're in that wiki article, you should be able to right click find Oliver North.
Yeah,
he's the linchpin.
Now all right, I got you.
Oliver North. He's the main general behind it all.
It should be in his article as well, because this thing can elaborate a little more. But okay, but you guys can bring it back to what you were talking about.
Yeah, but yeah, just to finish up on my point, and I hate the fact that I have to bring this up, and I feel like someone has to say it, and I have to be the voice. But I mean, like when people talk about we need to heal, I'm like, no one really speaks on the magnitude of how sick we really are. You understand? We gloss over. Like, I know I'm not the only one with Facebook. Well, I killed my Facebook page, but I mean, when I get on there, just seeing all the drama and the BS and the spitefulness and the vindictiveness and the pettiness that these dudes are doing, these females are doing, and it's just like, we're really there. You know, your kids are gonna see this, or your kids are probably seeing this, or your kids' friends or your aunts, and like, we're oblivious to it. We get into a fight, we run the dude down, or female you pissed at her, and then you run her down, and she ain't shit, and you post some pictures. That's why she was doing this. I'm like, wow, that's your son's mother, and you just mad. It's just, we are, yeah. So when I hear people saying we need to be healed, we're sick, I'm like,
it starts at a young age. You know, a lot of the stuff that you're talking about, you know, starts to appear and happens in the educational system, on the schoolyard and the playground. You know, a lot of these social constructs are forged there. You know, so I noticed that the impact of the way we educate our children really shapes their futures in ways that we're seeing today. You know, there's some merit to be had about homeschool curriculum, things of that nature. So when we talk about healing families, you know, we're really talking about on every level, right? And so there's no rule book to it. There's no guideline that exists of the total package of what that looks like. You know, how do you instill a proper self-image in your daughters so they don't have low self-esteem? You know, how do you instill a proper self-image with a man that he's not totally demasculized in this system? You know, he doesn't lose his identity as how he is made to walk out his life and how to lead a family, God, and be a foundation of a family. You know, how women are powerful in their natural role and how their role in the household, and that makes that team of man and woman work flawlessly, you know, every single time. If we get caught up in all of the you know, things that the social media is putting out there, then is social media raising our children, or are we as parents raising our children to be better people in a sea of people that need, you know, healing from spiritually to mentally, physically, even on dieting, how to eat right. You know, so much of our population in the Black community is obese, and, you know, goes into how the impact of these vaccines and all these other things going on, how COVID impacts our people, vitamin D deficient. How do we navigate and heal our community? It starts with family, and no one has a guideline. The only institution that provides some sort of a guideline with morals and standards are the religious institutions. But so
Yeah.
many of our people are against the religious institutions and their rhetoric, quote unquote. How do we know what system of morals and standards should exist in our households and our families with our community?
And before you throw that shot unanswered, some people are skeptical of those said organizations for just reasons. There's been a lot of organization leaders and even organization systems in themselves who actually, I got a text message, who actually exploit their members.
Yeah.
Pardon me, I'm just checking. Peace to the whole panel. Peace.
Salute.
You're a little low, but yeah,
Peace.
go ahead. Watching.
Yeah. Now I was looking at the text. I'm trying to find this Oliver North.
Yeah, that's not in the article that I'm looking at, but maybe.
Okay. Just type, or you can just look at Oliver North and CIA Contra.
I'm gonna do that right now.
That'll answer everything you need to know.
North and like the direction?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oliver Lawrence North, an American political commentator, television host, military historian, a retired United States Marine Corps general.
Now, who was that talking about us not having analyzed just how sick we are before we could heal ourselves? Who was giving that presentation?
I probably was speaking on it, but I don't know about if I said analyze. I'm like, we really fucked up. What I was saying.
Yeah, we definitely fucked up. That was
Yeah. Because we normally gloss over it like we're just victims in the system, and I'm like, no, like it's raw. But again, I feel like I don't want to project my colloquial experiences because I may frequent some some unpopular circles, or I can get down with the streets in certain areas, and then I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah, and I think a part of the problem there, though, that we just do not discuss or, you know, support in the Black community is therapy. Like, Black people need therapy, period. Like, it's going to be impossible to navigate through society and feel hopeful or optimistic about your chances here, to pass that on to a generation. That's something that kids also pick up, whether or not you teach it or not, is that hopelessness. So for me, I feel like therapy should be a thing in our community. You need to find ways to cope and find a way to build your resilience on an individual level so that you can pass that off to your children and your community.
Now, a community, we first have to establish families, and we obviously don't have families in like a conventional sense, like a nuclear family where you got a mother and a father in the house. And so before we even get to,
you gotta talk a little louder.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you better.
I said before we can even get to constructing communities, we will first have to establish families as communities. Families are the basis of communities. If you don't have families in a conventional sense, where you got a nuclear family, a mother and a father in the household, then before I don't even feel like we can get to the conversation on community. and we definitely completely behind in that. I think it's somewhere around like 80% of Black households are, you know, single parent households right now.
Yeah, I think it all starts with a social contract before you have a community, because the main goal is if you don't abide by the rules of the community, then you got to leave. So everybody has to have a set of rules that we abide by, like this, Nick, like no pedophiles in the community, no excuses. You know what I'm saying? But we tolerate it, and I think this is what I heard Mike Tyson, and he was real eloquent when he was talking. What's that dude name? Bootsy, some rapper. I think Bootsy is his name. And he was talking about how we really in our neighborhood, like Black people, I don't want to say demasculized, but I mean, we don't have any power. We're powerless. We don't have any money. We don't have any power. We can't control shit. So who do we look up to? The drug dealers or the bad guys or the robbers, because they have all the power and they're respected. And we don't look at them like we got to get this dude out the neighborhood. He's hurting and terrorizing it. We all look at him like he's respected, because we want to be respected like that. And look at what he has, and we admire him. So we prop him up, and deep down inside, we want to be that person. So we don't snitch on the drug dealers, and we don't turn our back on them, because they're like our heroes and stuff. But if we really want to have a real community, how are we going to really have community when we know what's going on with it? That's the dilemma in our internal selves.
We can't even get to the community aspect, I feel, until we establish families. You know what I mean? Like, a community is made up of different families all convening or coming together and agreeing on a particular set of ideas and goals that they're trying to reach. We don't even have family structure right now. Like, as African Americans, I feel like we just completely fucked up at this particular point in time. Like,
What is the family structure you see? A father or a mother, a baby mama, a stepfather? What is the family structure you see?
Conventional nuclear family structure where you have a mother and a father.
That's not what you see, though. What do you see?
Oh no, we got the baby mama, baby daddy circumstance.
Okay, now how can we make that work? Since that's the circumstance we're in, how can we make that work? Or it's fuck everybody from this and we started from scratch?
That's a great question. I mean, you could brainstorm and come up with a bunch of different answers to that question, but for me personally,
involvement in cocaine trafficking to residents of this California district, represented by Democrat Juanita Millender McDonald.
Oh, you got your what's the name on, bro?
Yo, somebody flexing.
It was Mo. Watch it. I don't know the answer to that question right there. I would put up answers, but truthfully, I don't know if those answers would solve the problem. Like, this shit, it comes from the whole plan. I feel like baby mama and baby daddy are euphemisms for buck and bitch, that parental structure that was created during slavery. I don't know how you get rid of that right there. I definitely know you would need an economy. Because the only way you can control people is through their money. And
I see. So is it also fair to say that majority of the problems in the society, or at least within the Black community, lie within the poor people, the impoverished people?
I think it lies in the educational propaganda they roll out to our children.
Okay, now you throw that. All right, freeze. Oh, sir, I like what you said second, but this person just threw something out, and I'm trying to realize or think, is that really answering the question, or are we about to run down a rabbit hole to address that?
Watch it. Ask me your question again.
Okay, the second person who spoke, can you repeat what you said?
That was Mo that spoke.
That was Mo that spoke? The second one?
Yeah, the second one. He was talking
the
about,
second one was a direct answer, eloquently to the point. He got it. That's why I want to hear him say it again.
He's talking about
I'm asking right.
The education that ties, you need funds. You need to fund education. It's not something that's free.
Right.
All that ties in, again, back into finance, which ties into an economy.
Right.
It's not one.
So yeah. So what my question I was asked, going to the point, but yeah, the question I was asking, since poverty, or I was trying to, I guess it was a leading question, but to my knowledge, I should say, majority of the circumstances that plague the Black community are happening to people who are impoverished. So yeah, I understand how important education is. Most people aren't out of poverty until they get education. I get that. I understand that. But just realistically, the people who don't have the money tend to be the ones who are getting in trouble. We can say education, or I'll just jump off education or jump off money, and let's just say it's not the smart people, which to me that seems obvious. The people who are breaking the laws are sometimes the people who don't know the law.
Yeah, because you got smart people too that have.
I understand that, but I mean, like, just to never mind. I think I'm speaking.
But you know, majority
I
of black people are impoverished. So, like your comment would speak directly to black people. Like most of us are impoverished. That's just a fact.
So
right, but most. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so to Mo's point about education, like definitely agree. But again, it goes back into kind of systemic racism, because a lot of education is funded locally via property taxes.
Exactly.
So if our communities have lower instances of home ownership, not many opportunities or businesses in the community, how are we funding education?
We're not.
Well, it's more than the funding of education, in the sense that if you look at the organizations that influence and control education, one example is an organization called the Daughters of the Confederacy. This organization are single-handedly responsible and position themselves with politicians to put their organization in charge of curriculum and education system in the United States. So if you are a curriculum writer and you wanted to release a textbook on any subject, specifically in literature, your textbook went to the Daughters of the Confederacy for approval. And if your literature did not paint the South in a glorious light or negatively, they would not allow your textbook of curriculum to be entered into the school system. So that's a direct impact racially, with the Daughters Confederacy. These organizations are also responsible for 90% of the Confederate statues that have been erected in America.
Yeah, I heard about that, and then the streets, Robert E. Lee streets and stuff, because they're notorious out here in Arizona. But I didn't know that they were ahead of the educational system.
Hold on, what did you
They
say?
determine what school. I'm sorry, what was that?
Of educational curriculum.
You said
Yeah,
the Daughters of the Confederacy are responsible for what gets passed in America's educational curriculum?
That's what I was kind of thrown back at.
Mo, I'm asking you a question.
You're really low. I'm trying to hear you.
Yeah, he's asking you what I'm saying. Like, you're saying the Daughters of Confederacy were like a buffer to get approval for what's going on in textbooks and education system?
Yeah, definitely.
Where'd you get that from? Put that link up.
Yeah, he
That's
wants to source
that's
that.
history. That's history. You could just
You
Google
can't
Daughters
say
of the Confederacy.
I just did, and I don't see what you're talking about.
Yeah, I heard about the statues and I heard about the street names and all the monuments. That's
I'm on Wiki. I could read it off.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I heard like the Daughters of Confederacy. Yeah, I heard about that. They were like they're the torchbearers of the Confederacy. They're quote unquote whitewashing history and making sure that they stay alive. I've heard about that. I read about that, but I never heard like about the curriculum. Like, I heard funky stuff like the Texas school system and like how they rewriting history, trying to change slaveries and say that they were indentured servants and stuff, not just saying the Irish and the Europeans that came over. They're trying to stretch it towards the blacks and change. Yeah, like, I know they're getting real loose with the terminology and shit, but I didn't know that it was that wild.
But I could read it from the Wiki article. The United Daughters of the Confederacy, UDC, is an American hereditary association of Southern women established in 1894 in Nashville, Tennessee. The organization's activities include the commemoration of Confederate Civil War soldiers and the funding of monuments to them. Many historians have decided the organization's portrayal of the Confederate States of America, CSA, and the Civil War as a promotion of the lost cause and of white supremacy, and have asserted that the elevation of the Confederate tradition has been led by the United Daughters of the Confederacy. In the early 1900s, the organization often applauded the Ku Klux Klan and funded the building of a monument to the Klan in 1926. The United Daughters of Confederacy has been labeled as neo-Confederate by the Southern Poverty Law Center. Nowhere in here, Mo, do I see this having anything to do with them being responsible for what gets allowed into the American educational curriculum. Where did you get that quote from? Like, where did you come up with that at, bro?
Well, that's part of the human rights history, sir. I posted one article from them that addresses some of that stuff, but you can definitely, take it as a one-off and do some research to educate yourself about that organization and the influence they had on the educational system.
Hold on. Is this the one you put up? www.facingsouth.org?
Yeah, that's one that addresses the article and leads to some other resources.
I flipped it to drive.
The Library of Congress.
Flip it again.
The Library of Congress is also a source you can look
but I
into
put
to learn
napkins
about.
on it and I flipped it upside down to soak up the grease.
But hold on.
I took it off.
Are you saying that?
Did I take it off?
In modern times, that
because this is not what you put it on originally, right?
What is it again? The U.S.
Because it would have soaked through. You put multiple things of chicken on it. So I grabbed some, put it on top, and I flipped it upside down. And I thought I left it, but I must have took the top off. He got me on. Am I on mute?
Nah.
Oh, my fault. I thought I was on mute. My bad, y'all.
You good, bro? Yo, Mo, are you saying that the United Daughters of the Confederacy at current? Because I gotta go and look up. You saying that it was in the past that they had some sort of hegemony over the American educational curriculum. But are you saying that at current that this is still going on?
No, I think that organization is disbanded now, but the impact of what they did leading up to, I want to say like the early 80s, definitely impact education. So all the racism we see in the country right now, and even how the Confederate flag is the wrong flag, it's not really the Confederate flag, like all that is on them, on that organization. That organization is from 100 years ago, up until I want to say the late 70s, going into the 80s, before they kind of died off, if you will. They had a big impact on curriculum in this country, educational curriculum, especially promoting the. Huh?
You said into the 70s and 80s, they had an impact, like they were.
That organization, yeah. They were involved with curriculum writing, especially the publication of curriculum. They had a lot of connections, publications, and teaching of English, all that.
Could you cite where you got that from? Like, even in the article you gave, like, I don't see what you're talking about.
Yeah, the article talks about some of that. Look at it. Where does it come from? The ignorance that has been on display of late in the college-age photos of white men, now elected officials, in blackface, and the simulated Klan lynchings for yearbook laughs, and mischaracterizations of black slaves as indentured servants, and then denials that slavery was the central cause of the Civil War.
Yeah, this is all from like 1909 type shit. Like, this is nowhere near what we're talking about.
Listen, that stuff impacts today.
How?
Because people like Trump, Donald Sterling, they were educated in those people's materials.
There's no way these niggas, Donald Trump and them wasn't born into the fucking 40s. This shit was happening in like 1909, like the beginning of the 20th century. There's no way Trump and them was educated into this shit.
Really, look at the history of that organization, man. Like, I can't like give you a full history lesson on this organization.
I'm saying, if you bring something up, though, the onus is on you to actually qualify what you're saying. You can't just throw it out there and then.
Onus is not on me, man. I share what I know because we're building here, right? This is information sharing. I'm sharing what it is that I know. I'll point you into a direction where you can get some information, but it's up to the individual to go and get educated on something like that. because racism today, racism is taught. Racism is not something that just happens. It is taught.
Okay, but that's not how it works. Like that's not how the dispersal of scholarship is. Like you don't like if I told you that humans evolved from monkeys, I'm a actually give you a source and then I'm gonna read from the source. You can't. I wouldn't just say that and then just leave and say, oh, that's it's up to you to get education on it. Like, nah, that's not how that works.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we live in an age. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, so typically how Unbiased runs his platform is he tries to discourage people from saying kind of definitive things or making claims that they cannot support. So you may have someone ask you for something to support what you're saying. And typically how we run the platform and what we kind of come on the panel with the expectation that if we're challenged with something that we have to back it up. The go do your own research is kind of like frowned upon on this panel. Not to say that that's typically how you resolve these things, but most people that have followed how Unbiased run his panel know that, so that may be why he's asking you that.
All right, so if we I understand and I appreciate you sharing that with me. So I don't know the gentleman that was just speaking with the lower tone. Further down that article, it says Julian Carr himself wrote Faust on June 9th, 1921, demanding that objectionable history books be eliminated from North Carolina schools. Carr enclosed a multi-page critique from the Rutherford Committee of various books, including Muzzie's, that it deemed objectionable and offensive. So this article is hella long. I'm sure you didn't read the whole thing that quickly.
Of course I didn't read the whole thing that quickly. I'm trying to find where you found that
all right,
they have control over the American educational curriculum.
Okay, so if you go further down the article, it tells you in 1957.
Give me to the specific section. Are you at the Rutherford Committee section? Where are you at?
I'm at the resistant integration section.
Let me go down. Okay, no, that ain't it. Let's see, embracing the murder, banning books, targeting.
So if you go down to the third,
okay, I'm there.
We go to the third paragraph.
Okay.
It says in 1957, Virginia commissioned a slew of lost cause textbooks. One of the more famous, Virginia History, Government, Geography, presented slavery in glowing terms. Enslaved people were happy to be in Virginia and were better off than they would have been in Africa, it said. Abolitionists lied about slavery in the South. These textbooks blamed the Civil War on Abraham Lincoln, and they falsely asserted that states' rights and not slavery were the cause of the Civil War. The publisher even included illustrations showing happy captive Africans in Western dress clothes shaking hands with their new masters on slave ships. The fourth grade history book, commissioned at the same time, Virginia History, had this to say about slavery. Life among the Negroes of Virginia in slavery times was generally happy. The Negroes went about in a cheerful manner, making a living for themselves and for those for whom they worked. The high school history book, Cavalier Commonwealth, also commissioned then said slaves did not work so hard as the average free laborer, since they did not have to worry about losing his job. In fact, the slave enjoyed what we might call comprehensive social security. Generally speaking, his food was plentiful, his clothing adequate, his cabin warm, his health protected, and his leisure carefree.
What does this have to do? What does this have to do with us right now?
Brother, this is 100%. This organization is responsible for that textbook getting in the Virginia school system.
Oh, that was in that shit was 1957. This is before the civil rights shit came into being.
And I told you that this organization was disbanded in the late 70s. They died off like the early 80s. And I told you they also hold on a second.
Hold on.
Let me finish.
Oh, I'm gonna let you finish. I just want to get this off.
I also told you that Donald Sterling was educated under this type of shit.
Okay, bet. Let's say you right on that. Let's say, but hold on. I don't know if Trump and them in 1957, Trump was in school being educated. I gotta go and get those numbers to add the shit up. This is what I want to know. How does this shit right here? Because you said the organization, it wasn't dismembered until 1970 or whatever it was. When did their ability to influence the American educational curriculum end? Because this is back in 1957. When was that?
When they died off, brother. Like I said, that's why.
Hold on. Through the civil rights era, and all the civil rights bills and all that shit got passed, they were still able to get their material into schools. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you a question. When you wasn't educated, every time I answer a question, you cut me off before I even finish a sentence, brother. If you want to get something off, go ahead and speak your piece. I'll answer any question.
But really quickly, you didn't actually answer his question. You asked him a question in response to his question to you.
Just now, yes, but when I initially answered the first two questions, he cut me off before I could even say two words.
Because we're trying to get this thing wrapped up, this whole, whatever the fuck this organization, UDC influence on the American school system. Because I know it has nothing to do with us today, but I'm trying to figure out how you find that it has something to do with us today.
Well, if you notice what we were talking about, brother, he asked a question about how something occurred or how certain people got the way they got. And I said the answer, which was propaganda in the educational system. And he said, hey, brother, the second person that called, say that again, because you touched on the point I was trying to make. So this here education stuff, these textbooks being taught to our children.
No, it's not being taught to our children. This is in the fucking 50s, man.
Brother, that one section says the 50. This article is hella long. If you want to look at every, listen. Let me just say this to you, brother. You have to go back. You have to go back and do your research. Read the article. I posted the resource. You want to critique my resource? Read it. Then critique it.
You can't bring points that don't adhere to what you're saying. Like you just showed us something from 1957, bro. Before the civil rights bills.
I took you back to the 1800s into now 57. We can go on to 80, which is our lifetime, or my lifetime anyway.
Okay, no doubt. Show me that.
I can show that to you.
Okay,
but why is this important?
If I may,
I'm showing you, when I'm showing you that there's propaganda in the education system, I'm showing this to you because in this time frame, our people were educated with this same shit. So at the end of the day, our people is still impacted by this information. I'm going to be quiet. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I may interject really briefly and just give you an example of what I would like to see, because I'm not actually opposed to what you're saying. But like you just said, you said Donald Sterling, Trump and Sterling were taught this, right? And you mentioned Virginia when you were reading. You say it was in schools in Virginia. So let's say that you're saying this book was in schools in Virginia and they attended this school during this time where this book was being used. That would kind of get more to your point, right? So I think what he's looking for is a more direct correlation than kind of you're going to present this one argument and then present a piece of evidence that doesn't necessarily prove your point and then say, just read the rest of the article. The whole point of you bringing up the article is to prove your point. So
right, I'll accommodate you. Go scroll down to the showdown in Mississippi section, please.
It says up until 1980, Mississippi's public schools used that book, Lost Cause, exclusively, and it took a federal court order to make them stop.
Now that's an example of the education system using propaganda.
Hold on, which one? Hold on.
Yeah.
Were you this is in Mississippi. In 1980, were you in Mississippi schools being taught about this, or do you know
No,
anybody in Mississippi schools in the year 1980? No, it was done in 1980. That's when the shit got canceled out. Do
no,
you
that's
know
when they
any?
went to court.
Yeah,
But
up until 1980, the year
go to
1980 was done.
the last go to the next section called Lost Cause Resurgent.
Okay, let me go. Lost cause resurgent. Recent years.
Yeah, go to the third paragraph. The third paragraph. What does it say?
Consider what happened in Texas in 2010 as part of a highly publicized revamp of the state social studies curriculum. The Republican-controlled Texas Board of Education removed slavery as the central cause of the Civil War and replaced it with states' rights and secessions.
Which is the same rhetoric that they were teaching in 57.
Hold on, let me
But
read.
that's not rhetoric, though.
Yeah, let me read this carefully.
Oh, yes, it is rhetoric because that wasn't the states' rights in. Okay.
Did he say civil?
I'm gonna digress here because what I shared with you guys is fact.
Sir.
It's up to you guys to research it for yourselves and then come back. Because I can tell you anything, I can bring you to the water, but I can't make you drink. I'm not going to talk over you, Amber. I'm not trying to be rude here. I don't want to go down this type of negative path with you guys. But I'll let you speak.
So if I'm hearing that correctly, it said they removed that slavery was the cause of the Civil War. Is that what it says?
Yes, it does.
And updated it to say states' rights.
Correct.
Is that what it says?
That's what
that
it
is
says.
Actually true, though. The rhetoric is that slavery is what started the Civil War, and it actually wasn't. So that is the actual rhetoric. So they removed that and updated it because what actually started the Civil War was not slavery itself. Slavery was not coming to an end. It wasn't intended to come to an end. It was the expansion of slavery into new states that was the issue. So the South had a problem with the Union trying to limit expansion to their newly established Southern states. That was never part of the plan. But because of industrialization, they wanted to get away from slavery, or really kind of growing the institution of slavery, not getting rid of it. It could exist in the states that it was already established in. They just didn't want to expand it further.
So what year did they change that? What year was that?
What year was what?
The year you're talking about where they changed it to say.
Hey, hold on, T-Man. Hey, Mo. How long did that last? Where they tried to put that into circulation. How long did that last, Mo?
Man, I'm gonna be honest with you, brother, and just tell you I'm kind of done with this one, man.
See, this is the whole shit I was trying to get to. You put shit up, but you didn't read the whole thing yourself because you would have known that shit didn't even last long. They overrided that shit if you keep reading down this article.
But this is what I'm talking about, right? When you ask me questions, you already know the answer to, and I already know that's what you're doing because you're a smart, intelligent man.
Mo, you
know that you did it. You did that. You did that.
Going on and it's not going on, bro. You gotta stop that.
You did that the first time we got on the phone together, man. I'm not stupid. I'm trying to tell you, I hold a couple of I'm telling you that you don't have to go with what it is that I tell you. And if I post a resource that's educating you and you choose not to read it, I'm not gonna continue to talk over you, man. You
just gotta stop lying.
No, I'm not lying. I'm giving you facts here. Now, if you don't want to learn your history, that's on you. But I'm not going to do the studies for you.
To deliberately fuck with a person's perspective on something, knowing that that's not what it actually is, it's essentially lying. It's the same shit. I come to an erroneous conclusion. The same way if you lied, I come to an erroneous conclusion.
Well, if you want to mischaracterize what I'm telling you to make it fit your narrative, that's your problem. I don't subscribe to that. Again, you're going to continue to be disrespectful and talk over me, or are we going to have a mature conversation? I don't have to be on the call.
Are you going to continue to be disrespectful and lie to us?
Well, I tell you what,
I mean, you got a choice.
I'll tell you what, you got a choice too. You can either do your homework or you don't have to. I don't have to abide by what you say is this and what you say is that. That's your rhetoric. It don't put no money in my pocket, and it don't add no solutions to our community.
You know what the definition of rhetoric is? You know what that word means? You're using that word loosely as hell.
I know exactly what it means.
So why do you keep using it out of this context? I'm not communicating rhetoric to you right now.
You are. You're giving me propaganda. You're giving me an agenda that doesn't make any sense whatsoever and has no historical fact. Because you don't even know who this organization is. And now you're telling me I'm lying about an organization you know nothing about?
It has no effect on my life. It's like
okay,
if you ask me,
but it has totally impacted our people's lives. For generations, this has impacted our people's lives. For generations.
I think you are like blowing this shit way out of proportion. It hasn't
I
impacted
think you are
some of our
prime
people, a very
representation of the miseducation of the Negro. I think you fit right in line with that teaching. The miseducation of the Negro is what you're on full display of today.
Mo, do you feel as if you're a part of that miseducated Negro population?
I am. Yes, I do.
So how would you be able to identify that I'm not if you are that?
Because you're displaying all the characteristic of it, and I've done the work to come out of it.
Could an insane person tell who's insane and who's sane?
That's like the blind leading the blind. Isn't that the same type of a question you're asking?
If you blind, how you gonna be able to tell what you're seeing right now?
All I can tell you is this is a source and to learn it yourself, but you don't want to do that. You want me to point out to you, want me to be your teacher instead of going to the source yourself.
When you put arguments forward, Mo.
No, that's not. That's you challenging what I'm saying. Instead of going back and learning it yourself, you want me to teach it to you. Because that's the way this platform is run. If you state something here, education works by somebody being taught.
Okay, which is a teacher, man. You just say you're not a teacher, but then you're trying to.
I'm saying I'm not going to be your teacher and do your work for you. I'll guide you to where the information is. You do your research from there. And you come back and say, yo, what you said was not right. This, and this. I don't even hear you because you're not even hearing me. So why am I hearing you? We should probably just agree to disagree, and you should just stop talking to me like that.
Stop lying, bro. Or stop
I think you should recharacterize what I said as fact, because I brought you to the resource which talks about how they influence the educational system.
You're trying to say this doesn't say that, Mo.
Well, that's your opinion. I respect it. I disagree with you, family.
That's an educational issue on your behalf, because
that's an educational issue on your behalf because you won't even learn who this organization is and all that they've done. You only know what I showed you in one article. You haven't even gone to the hold on a second. You haven't even gone to the Library of Congress about this organization, about the influence of the organization. Nothing about it. Have you done any work?
No, you gotta stop.
You guys have to stop with the gotcha, because this is not building.
That's what you're trying to do. That's what you're trying to do.
I said, this organization influenced the educational system and its propaganda. This is not going to help our people solve its issues. That's what I was saying.
Who said that this will help our people solve its issues, Mo?
I did not say this will help our people solve its issues. Again, you're not listening. You don't listen. You just want to talk. Yo, listen. Number one, you'll never beat me in a debate. Number two, I'm gonna tell you like this. Number two, I know exactly how you think, and I know exactly the move you make before you make it. Don't make me shut you the fuck down, because every time you step to me, I shut you the fuck down with facts. Now you want to call me a liar?
You misrepresented your point. Now
you're misrepresenting my point. You're misrepresenting my point, not me.
You misrepresented your point. You tried to make it seem as if this organization actually had hegemony at current over the American educational curriculum, and it doesn't. Then when we call out on it, no, it doesn't, bro. Stop lying.
Yes, it did. Listen, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Where's your proof? Where's your evidence that they did not?
You're the one
if I'm showing you that they had influence of curriculum and textbooks, where's your evidence that they don't?
In 1957, bro. Up until
listen, you telling me that they did in the past, and now you tell me they never have. Which one is it?
No, I didn't tell you that they never have. Again, your argument was that at current, these individuals have authority.
That's your argument. Again, you recharacterize it. I told you our people was impacted through the educational system's propaganda, that this organization was responsible for that propaganda, and now you're telling me in this present time they don't, but they have in the past, and the impact of what they did is still going on till 2010, and you telling me I'm lying? This organization had direct impact on propaganda. You just want to be right about something, but something that's nothing. I hate going down these fucking rabbit holes with you, man. I hate that shit because you're ignorant as fuck. You don't want to learn nothing, yo.
What's your highest level of educational attainment?
Listen, man. Go to bed or do something else, man. Stop talking to me, man. You don't ask me shit. You're not allowed to talk to me no more, man.
What's your highest level of educational attainment?
Listen.
Did you get out of high school?
Listen.
It's just a question. I'm not trying to offend you. I'm just asking a question.
Listen, just talk to somebody else, man. Don't talk to me. I don't have no more words for you, brother.
I'm asking you a question, bro. Can we have a civilized conversation?
Clearly not. I'm beyond that. If we was in front of each other, we'll be in blows right now. That's where I'm at with you.
Mo, now does that seem like a person that should be having a conversation about the subject matter at hand?
That seems like a person that needs to stop talking to me.
Mo, it's not like you're gonna punch me through the screen.
Is you right? It's not.
So you gotta learn to control yourself.
I do have total self-control, which is why I'm telling you, yo, just stop talking to me, man.
If you had self-control, then there's no reason that if I was in front of you, it should come to blows.
Listen, bro.
What happened?
Listen. Anytime a man is disrespected by another man, you handle the ones and twos. I ain't gonna shoot you in the head, but I'll definitely punch you in the mouth. I mean, that's just what it is, brother. I mean, like I said, man, just stop talking to me, man. There's nothing else for you to say, man. There's nothing else
What
to say.
happened? Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Hey,
listen, just stop talking to me, man. Just stop talking to me, bro.
Go. Yo, my question, what I'm trying to figure out is this the same thing as the Daughters of the American Revolution?
Yeah, you low too.
Is this the same group?
What you said?
I don't know.
Hey, you're very low.
Could you hear me now, Unbiased?
Not yet. I can hear you better now.
Yeah, Mo, he flipped out. He was having a little nigga moment for a minute.
I missed the whole thing.
Yeah, pretty much just to summarize from a neutral party.
If we were in person right now, it would have came to blows. I'm like, how a disagreement come to blows?
Yo, are we going to continue to talk on this, or are we going to change the topic to something else?
How can we have a civilized conversation with you on anything and you can't even control yourself?
Brother, you're talking out of turn again. Please stop addressing me.
How am I talking out of turn?
I ask you politely, just please stop addressing me. Just don't talk to me, man. You and me, we can't reason together. We can't agree to disagree. We can't reason together. You don't allow people to speak. You want to talk over people, and I've been very respectful all night to people and letting people talk. It's only until you engage me do we get to this point. You and the other fella, Colleen, the both of you.
But Mo,
both of you.
Perhaps you have a problem with confrontation.
No, I don't have a problem with confrontation. I just usually handle it. I'm not a man of many words and want to talk. I share information.
If you're not a man,
if you don't want the information, you don't have to have the information. You don't have to ask me shit ever. Like,
Mo, if you're not a man of many words, perhaps you shouldn't be talking. Perhaps that's not your field.
I mean, maybe you should practice what you are recommending, brother. I've asked you.
I never told you.
Can we talk about? Let's talk about something else.
I'm a man of a lot of words.
Let's move on from this.
All right. So, what's the next topic?
Thank you.
I'm biased. You can't leave a wound untreated and then go on to doing something else. The shit is just gonna open up more. We gotta close certain things out. If Mo has a emotional problem, if we go anywhere, you're gonna see that thing come to the forefront. He has to learn to deal with his own issues before he starts trying to deal with the collective issues.
Listen.
Exodus psych bag. Look at
you. We're gonna move on, man. We're gonna move on. This guy is like, now he's a therapist.
Niggas trolling to the 10th degree. I feel it. We have some fun, but we gotta move on. I think he did kind of speak out of turn, and X is a master at you put your foot in your mouth, he's trying to shove that shit down to your stomach. Now, when it comes to the Daughters of the Confederacy or whatever I looked up, now technically there is a group, and that's why I tried to clarify. I think it was the Daughters of the American Revolution, where they do have certain funding, where they do teach at certain schools, and they do help with certain curricula to a degree. So I mean, like, that's very loose, in opposed to having like some sort of oversight committee with the Department of Education and
determining what information is being taught at what schools. I mean, like it's kind of loose when you're saying terms. It can be from one end of the spectrum up to the Department of Education. So I think what we're trying to figure out is how specific. If you don't really have that on hand to provide, fine. I'm willing to move on from it. I'm not going to beat you over the head from it because I can't really disprove it. And I'm not going to get any points by making you prove it because that's not how it works. I don't think that's how Unbiased is doing this platform right now. But if I can't prove it, then I got to back up off of it. Nobody's proving it, so we got to back up off of it.
I mean, I get that, but,
All right,
it
so come
seems,
on, let's go ham for it then. I'm gonna
no,
send
no,
you
it
another
just
resource.
seems like when we build, right, and we share information, and then someone say, all right, source up, and if you can't source up at that moment, well, I guess it must be a lie or it's not a fact.
Not a lie, but we got to
What
agree that
means
it
is
can't
you shouldn't talk about things that you're not prepared to actually present.
Now I'm prepared to present. I'm gonna do it just for me.
Mo, you just wanted us to get off the conversation. Now you want to go back in? Are you
Well,
sure?
don't be a bitch now.
Able to
Don't be a
handle
bitch
it?
about it now. Don't
Oh,
be a
I
bitch
thought
about it now. Let's really take this all the
before y'all
way
go all
so
the
you
way
can
left.
shut the fuck up. That's
Before-
what I want. I want you to be like, you know what, Mo, you was right. I was wrong. Let me shut the fuck up. So let's go down that path. Can we go down that path now?
Excuse me.
Go ahead,
Because
sister.
because I'm open to new information and updated information, I will say that nobody was quote unquote right as far as what the cause of the Civil War, and that's a debatable thing. The scholars are saying that it was a multitude of things, slavery and states' rights.
Amber, hold on. If you keep reading, this is what I wanted to get to real quick. This is why I tell you Mo don't read his own shit. He just reads what I guess aids his argument. But in that same article that he put forward, that shit got thrown away. Like they had to put that shit back to what it was. It was called propaganda, and like I think it was 2018 article said. I remember this a long time ago, and the shit got thrown the fuck out because I remember a Republican tried to change. They tried to change the cause of slavery of the Civil War. Everywhere else in the United States, they tell you the same shit, but then in Texas and shit or Tennessee, wherever this took place, they tried to change it and say it was states' rights. And then in 2018, they forced them to turn the shit back so that they couldn't preach the propaganda.
Well, actually, it's not propaganda. What scholars are saying is they're undecided. So there's no one cause to the Civil War. They're saying it's a combination of states' rights, slavery, and things that they're still discovering today. So I just wanted to say that.
Where'd you get that from? That scholars are saying that it's
I just dropped it in the chat.
Let me see.
But there are several other sources that state that as well. If you need a different source.
Yeah. Hold on, let me get to this point, and then I'm gonna go back and look at what you put forward.
Yeah.
Y'all keep talking while I'm doing my thing.
Oh, okay. Well, what? Damn, that's what I normally.
Yeah, how did we get to the civil rights?
Exactly. You feel me? I'm like, shit, we way in the rabbit hole. I normally
the rabbit hole.
Watcher started it. It all started from something Watcher said.
Nah, Mo had Mo had brought up that that this organization was in control. Because remember we were talking about
we was talking about education.
How we could fix black people's problems.
Right.
And I was talking about the economics aspect, and then Mo brought in the educational aspect and how this particular group they had control over the American educational curriculum, and that's how we got into the Civil Rights Act. Because I was like, this was before the Civil Rights Act and all that shit.
Yeah, so on Wikipedia, it tells the same thing. Is a specific section in Wikipedia, formation and purpose, and in the second to last paragraph, that the communication studies scholar W. Stewart Chance notes that the UDC's role in demanding textbooks for public schools that told the story of the war and the Confederacy from a definite Southern point of view. There you go, brother.
Hold on, what was that to prove? What was that to prove?
Now, at the end of the day, this
hold on,
organization.
you read that to prove what?
Can I finish my statement before you start yapping, bro?
You just read something off and then go. What are you doing?
Yo, I'm making a statement. If you would let a nigga finish,
Like if I read Jack and Jill went up the hill.
Listen, man, I don't really give a fuck about what you talking about, man. I just brought it to you. You can say what the fuck you want. This organization influenced textbooks and curriculum in this fucking country to promote its propaganda and racist theories amongst the people of this damn nation. And I'll tell you like this, that's a fact. Now, if we can go back to what we were talking about, that'll be fantastic.
One second. Let me just say this real fast to address T-Man. T-Man, no, we don't. When you say something, we say something, we don't say source up and think you're supposed to have it on the fly, because some people call in, right? Like Indigenous calls in since the 90s, they call in, so it's impossible for them to source up. But when I say source up, I'm willing to do the work. I'm willing to go look it up. Just give me something of what you're saying. I'll look it up. I'll share my screen. You let me know if this is what you want, or this is what you was referenced to. That's how I would do it. So there's not a cop out to say source up. You ain't got to know that. That's not how we do.
Well, did you look at the video where the CIA director confessed to the drugs and the guns?
All right, no doubt, yeah.
I
posted it in the chat. Did you look at him confess?
I didn't see a video. I didn't see a video.
When you get time, maybe you should check it out.
But hold on. See, because I wasn't dealing with that, but I will now. You gave a link. You said you don't trust Wiki, but you put a Wiki just now. See, now I wasn't get on you. Now,
I didn't say I don't trust Wiki. I didn't say I said I didn't believe what that Wiki was saying, because I seen the CIA director verbally himself admit to it. Thank you.
I got you. Hold on. We put a Wiki for the CIA and the contraband. I mean the Contras and the cocaine, right? We read Wiki. You said you ain't like it because it didn't agree with you.
No, I said I didn't believe what they were telling you.
Okay, now look. Okay,
so
now
Wiki was incredible.
Right. So now watch this. Now he gave me a link that was piss poor. Could agree with everything Wiki just said. So he don't agree with Wiki, but his piss poor link he agreed with. It's the same fucking verbiage. They both said not guilty.
Okay, so did you watch the video?
No, that's strike two. No. Give me something in writing. I don't want nothing I could watch a video to. Give me it in writing.
You can watch a man tell his own story. You can watch him confess. The CIA director, you can watch him.
Okay, no,
personally.
So it gotta be in writing, right? It gotta be in writing somewhere.
That's what we say source direct confession about the guns.
Oh yeah, guns. Wait. Okay, wait. Hold on. Is he confessing about guns or flooding neighborhoods with crack?
Bingo.
Because we was
talking
about
drugs,
crack.
brother. Guns and drugs.
But hold on. But we got to understand the story. Like he did first of all, Congress didn't want to fund the wars anymore, so they needed to get the guns. So in order to get the guns, they had to get the money. In order to get the money, they had to sell the drugs. So they had to do it with Noriega. You got to really know the story before you weave a conspiracy together. Because what you're saying is kind of true, but when you just blanket it's false, and unbiased is gonna eat that shit up.
Let him eat it up. I know the truth, and so do you, obviously.
Exactly. But if you don't know how to lead them to it, then you lead yourself.
That's not my job. That's the way y'all run it. That's not the way I communicate. That's
No.
Your
But
job
what I'm trying to
that.
say is, if you're gonna be an arbiter of information, if you're trying to help people and educate them, you got to know a little bit more about it. And again, please don't take it as
I'm not going to do your homework for you. I'm going to give you the information. You go learn it. I'm not doing the way y'all do it. That's not how I'm going to do it.
Oh, that's why I asked you the highest level of academic accreditation, because you tend to be doing a lot of homework.
Oh, man. Didn't I say not? I asked you politely not to talk to me again, didn't I?
Just because you asked doesn't mean I have to actually.
I mean, so why do you continue to try to engage me if I already made it clear, like, I'm done engaging with you, bro?
Because you're online. Can I engage with you if I want?
No, you cannot.
I'm doing it though.
Well, I'm not giving you what you want, right?
Yes, okay, let me see.
I mean, we can go back and forth like this all night if you want to. That's on you, but there's better conversation if we're talking about building.
We're actually having a conversation right now. I'm talking to you and you're talking back to me. You're telling me you're not going to talk back to me, but every time I talk to you, you actually do talk back to me.
Well, we're not going to answer any of the questions you have about whatever it is you're trying to talk about.
So let me get back to that video.
Let's get to the video because clearly, we got a person that doesn't understand English very well.
Yeah, let me get back to that confession.
Like, you could hear me talk and clearly see my English is way better than whatever educational disposition you got on this language. Like, don't do that, bro.
I'm doing that.
Mo, okay.
I just did that. Didn't I just say it?
I'm asking you live. What's your highest level of academic accreditation? You sound like a high school dropout. I just want to know.
Damn.
You know, guess what, brother?
If
I'm a high school dropout, if I'm a high school dropout, I bet you tax return for tax return, I look very, very well.
Oh.
When it comes down to this money making,
you want to put
talk
tax
to me.
returns? Hold on, we can put tax returns on screen to see if that's true. I think you bluffing.
Ooh.
Well, go ahead and put yours up.
You the one that says go tax return for tax return. Wouldn't you be the one to put yours up first?
I don't have anything to prove to you, brother. I make money. I do my thing.
Well, hold on.
What I gotta prove? Who are you?
Let's
I
get
gotta
back.
prove something to you.
Every time, this is the thing I learned with you. Every time you get called out on something you saying, we always find that you bullshitting us.
I'm not bullshitting you, but guess what?
Who is?
I don't live to prove anything to irrelevancy, and I refuse to have battle of wits with unarmed individuals.
What? Battle of wits with what?
Unarmed individuals.
Come on, man.
Like yourself, bro.
Talk
to me. Talk to me, cousin.
Come on, let's get back to the conversation.
Bro.
Y'all throwing more shade than Real Housewives of Potomac. God,
You think I take what Mo say serious, man? I know he ain't got no damn legit tax returns.
Come on, man. You know, you want to say, oh, show this, show that. What? Who are you?
Mo, you the one that brought that up, not me.
Yo, but you talking shit like you that dude. You not.
Mo, I just asked you what was your highest level.
So I muted everybody. Can we move on? Like, y'all having a pissing match, and it was fun for a while, but can we move on?
Yeah, I can move on. Yeah, I was just fucking with Mo. Yeah, he funny. He be coming with shit. Maintain it. Like, come on, man.
I vote to move on.
All right, next.
Because
What's up?
we're really not getting anywhere. If anything, just to
but nah,
beat
you, Mo.
Okay, can I ask a question about the video at least of the guy confessing?
I don't know if you want to do that because then people gonna want us to move on, and Mo not gonna want to actually respond to that right there.
Because the actual argument was, it was a proven fact that the CIA flooded our communities with crack. Is that what he's confessing to, my man?
Uh-oh.
Because if he's not, then let's move on.
Let's move on for today.
Yeah, because if I'm not going to hear that, then I'm good. All right. So now I disagree with the idea of we must have a separate state, or separation or anything like that. Like, I think that's unnecessary. I think that's extreme. That's an old talking point from, like, you could say, black nationalists of the 60s and maybe even earlier, the Marcus Garvey bullshit. I think that's just like their feeling because they were actually segregated. They was actually separate in a way from white folks and their oppressors. So they wanted to remain like that way, because they thought there was no benefit into coming together, and but I feel like all the things that our ancestors pushed for, and when I say push for, what they work for, what they labor for, is why this country is number one. So I'm like, to leave that there and then go do your own thing. I don't think that's respecting them, right? And I don't think that's a great benefit at all. Just to leave that alone and then reinvent the wheel all over again. Like why not take advantage of everything our ancestors helped establish in this country, and like the way science and technology and banking, everything is right now? Why not just take advantage of that? Use that and have if your so-called separatism, build your own like little community, like the Indian community, like come together and relocate in certain pockets, and live amongst each other. And I think that's like that's more realistic. But at the end of the day, you're gonna be American.
I agree, man. I agree. Why is it always the extreme? Why can't we start small? You know what I mean? We can't put 1 foot forward. How the hell are we gonna build the whole state? Just build a town first.
Right, and then we talking about a small militia? Is that next?
Oh man.
You know, because once you do that, you're gonna have like you think. I mean, come on, we gotta be realistic. Once you have a small militia, with the government just gonna just not monitor surveillance, not just we're gonna just be free to just stockpile weapons and ammunition and shit.
Oh, they'll come by and ask some questions. FBI, you know, or CIA. Somebody gonna come knock at your door and ask you some questions.
Now,
Take inventory.
So now, you know, so especially if there's truth to drugs being, you know, pushing our communities beyond our control, that's even more the reason to like live amongst each other, because at least we can barricade and block those type of devices. It'd be a lot harder for that just to like just a weapons or a package of whatever just sit right there for us to just to take and get in trouble.
But can we be realistic? Because I always hear people talking about, you know, we gotta have our own place because America's not letting us do what we're gonna do. And then I'm like, okay, so where is this place gonna be? In America? You know, or you want to take on the identity of Americans and go rob another country for their land and then just perpetuate the same ideology,
right?
By stealing resources and just trying to take over. I just don't understand it. You're just going to think that someone's just going to give you land, and how many people get to go and how many people don't get to go, and then what happens to the people who are already there and not getting the resources? Like, I just don't really. Again, I'm not saying it's not what we need. I just don't see how it works. Enlighten me.
It's not practical, man. It really isn't.
I just don't understand how the solution for being marginalized, because the integration aspect that was being pushed forth was as a result of being marginalized from society. So then integration was the solution to that. So now that we're integrated and marginalized in society, the solution is voluntary marginalization. Like, okay, let's just function outside of this. So I don't really understand how any of this really kind of gets to being the solution, so to speak, because even still, we have to have some type of foundation and basis outside of land, outside of like even to get land, you need to be able to purchase it. You need to be able to acquire it in some form or fashion.
Now, what was her name on last night? She said we don't have to do that. We can just take it, right? What was her name on bias?
But she's not even saying take it like as in
Cincinnati.
Just go occupy it. It's still using the system that is in place to take it.
Exactly.
Adverse possession, that's not a concept we created. That's something that is a part of this system, this structure. So even in getting away from the system, you're still using the system. And that's what I'm saying. Like it always goes back to this. It sounds good to say we're separating, but you're still using the system. So that's what I'm saying when I say, well, we need to find ways to navigate through the system for our empowerment. And then people say, well, no, we need to get away from this system, but then use the system itself to get away from the system. It's crazy.
Hey, Watcher, I know you said something earlier about the first step was to be to get our families straight, right? Can you elaborate on that?
I'm sorry?
Earlier, you said the first step would be to get our families straight. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, in my opinion, because it's hard to really try to listen to any man if his house ain't in order.
True that.
So it's hard when someone tries to give me solutions. 9 times out of 10, and maybe I'm flawed, but as soon as someone's trying to tell me what I should do with my life, the first inclination is, motherfucker, what you doing with yours?
True.
If you tell me how I should be spending my money, it's like, well, what are you doing with your money? You understand? So if you're trying to tell me how I gotta live my life, now, first off, I need to make sure my shit's right. So before I listen to anybody, before you give anybody advice, you better make sure your shit's straight. And if everybody would just understand that concept, I think that'll be a step in the right direction. Not saying it's a complete solution, but if you can control your wife and your daughters, and wives, you can control your children and your husband, and children, you can be accountable and respectful and hold your parents accountable when they fucking up, then that's a team that y'all can really work with. But if you feel like you need to be the man and you can do your shit on the side, you got to punk your wife, or if you feel like you make more than your husband, you can tell him what to do, or if your husband is not more man than his, or whatever identity that you think that he should be, then you can justify doing this shit on the side, then that's what be fucking people up in the middle. You feeling like you've done enough, and if you keep your family tight, I don't see a lot of these problems happening. I really don't. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just feel like the people who are actually that don't complain about the black or the white man doing this and that are the ones who have their family and their shit together. They're the ones who are successful. Even the ones who are living in poverty, if their family is right, they're not worried about that other BS. They find their joy in their poverty, in their holidays, in their Thanksgiving, in their step shows that they go through. They find their joy in other shit. They don't have to be out at Magic City or at Freakniks or at Vegas and strip clubs or all-star games and shit. But again, we get caught up in the consumerism in America. I don't want to say capitalism, because to me that's more of a different. It's just the ideology thinking that you gotta keep up with the Joneses. Like I think somebody posted about a Christmas is the only, what they say. No, it was Black Friday, the only holiday where Americans immediately being thankful for it that they have run out to go get more shit, and that's us. And I know I fucked up the quote, but I think y'all understand the spirit of the sentiment.
Absolutely.
That's us. You just get ready for, or just finish with being thankful for everything you have, and you wake up out 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, spending more money to get more. But I mean, like, that's like, we're just sick. And so if there's a better solution, to me, I'm waiting. But I feel like if everyone just fixed their fucking household, everything else it works. Because if you care about your house and I care about my house, we can be neighbors. But if I care about my house and you don't care about your house, you giving a fuck about the yard and you just letting shit fall apart, then you can't be my neighbor. So that's the same thing with communities. If you don't give a fuck about your community and I give a fuck about the community, I'm picking up trash and you dumping trash. I'm picking up after my dog. You let your dog shit all in my yard and shit. We got a fucking problem. And then if you let it's again, I feel like I don't like preaching. I feel like y'all done got me preach. I hate when people ask me questions. And then I get Trump speaking.
No,
I
AKA
agree. Colleen.
Oh wow.
Nah.
Oh wow.
AKA
Okay.
Lakeisha.
Oh wow. Okay.
I know. The only difference is he's not saying, "Can I finish?" We just letting him finish. He just keeps going. You know?
Right.
Oh wow.
No, so I got you right. So we there, right? So all right. So now you're in a community where everybody thinks
I'd be offended too, Watcher.
I'm sorry.
I said I'd be offended too, Watcher.
Okay, thank you, love. God damn.
All right, so say now your community's straight, your household's straight. So what's the next step? What will be the first obstacle we have to tackle?
If we have our household straight, then now I'm in a position. Well, no, I mean, like, before your household is straight, then you got to make sure that we can all get in like mind. And
yeah,
make sure
that's
that
what I'm saying.
we all have a good game plan.
So your
we got
immediate
to come on
community.
code. Your community has to come over the code. A shit that we accept and shit we don't accept, because there has to be consequences for those who don't want to stick to the code. We can't have motherfuckers like, oh, that's the neighborhood nigga who breaks all the rules and we like him and he gets to be a role model for the neighborhood. Is that what we doing? Because that wasn't even our culture. We start watching the Italians and the Irish slang their alcohol or their whatever connections they had and how they're manipulating other people off of the resources, and we thought that shit would be cool too. And then we get to run around and play colonizer on white men as soon as we get a bag of dope, and then we get to go to the strip clubs or to the parties and make all the bitches crawl for the shit after we get them hooked.
Yeah, I think all that will be addressed once you get your community intact. Let's say everybody's on the same goal. We all monolithic, so to speak. And all right, now what's the goal? What's the first thing we have to do? Everybody's cool. We kick all the drug dealers out. Everybody who don't want to pull weight, they're out. We're done. We're good. Now we're going. What do we do?
I don't think it's necessarily we, because I think everybody has their individual goals and aspirations and desires. Like, some want to be dancers, some want to be teachers, some want to sit down and smoke weed and play video games all day. Some want to be, like, everybody's going to have their desires of what they feel like in their recreation. I don't think we should all start becoming monolithic, uniform. We're going to build a pyramid. Everybody got to do this, and you got to take this. You're going to be part of the community. I don't think we should go. We're too Americanized. We can't go back to that shit.
Yeah, but then there's a problem. Back to individualism.
I don't think it's back to individuals. I think we are individuals. We can't go back. If we want to fix it, everybody who's been tainted has to die. We got to start fresh with all the children who have not been tainted. And nobody wants to like that reality. We want to stay around, so we got to work with what we have. We can't start from scratch.
Yeah, I hate to be speaking absolutes, but if you look at any community within the past, inner city community within the past, not anyone, but let's say the past 20 years or something, you have an influx of immigrants coming in. Let's just say Latin Americans. They come in, they get a house, they have a big family, they split the bills, they have a community pot, and they go out and they buy businesses. Now you look up 20 years down the road, that whole makeup of that town has changed. They own everything. They work in the banks. There's no individual.
Okay.
That seemed like a whole collective goal to take over and to spread. And they've
But
been
you got
very
to
successful
recognize
at
when
that.
they come over, they have certain barriers that allow that shit to flourish and to work. When they come into certain communities, they can't do business or even dialogue. So they have to have a niche market for them because you don't speak Cantonese or you don't speak Cambodian or you don't speak this particular Spanish since I'm in Arizona. So they have a market for them that's going to cater to them that nobody can cut into, especially if you don't speak that language. We don't really have that. We're already coming into a market where we're just consumers. And we can't really corner any type of market because all those markets have already been cornered. So if we're trying to come into this capitalistic competitive society, trying to be a competing on a global or a group thing, that shit's not going to happen. It's not set up for that to happen. When you use the example of people coming over here, majority of the people coming over here aren't the poor and the brokest. Some of them are actually doctors and lawyers in their other countries, and they're coming over here as refugees or coming over here, and then they end up driving cabs and shit. A lot of these motherfuckers have degrees and they're educated, but they're leaving, seeking asylum or whatever their individual situation is. But when they come over, they have a skill set because American doesn't even allow you to. The illegal ones come in, they have systems. I'm gonna come in, I'm gonna wash dishes for 5 years before I get this place. It's already set up for them. But I mean, like, if you're trying to, we have autonomy here. So you show me a sister and you're gonna tell her like you gotta live over here, and I know you're gonna be making 600 a month or 600 every paycheck, but you're gonna keep two and you're gonna put this to the pot for the family in the group. They're not doing that shit, not right now when they need to get their eyelashes, and brothers need to get their J's and their belts and their Gucci or whatever. But the whole point is like we're tainted. We can't go back to no utopia where we don't want. We've already been corrupted. We've seen it.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's a step.
So maybe I'm wrong. Were you saying, because I agree, Watcher, they do have systems, but I think what T-Man was getting at was like, even if you start with a budding city, right? Like, let's say it's a budding inner city, and that first wave of immigrants comes in 10 to 20 years, you will see that same structure that they have built for other immigrants to come in. It's what they do. You hardly ever see them occupying spaces where they don't have their own system working. Am I wrong, T-Man?
My bad, I was talking, I'm on mute. Yeah. Yeah. When I say that, like the individualism thing, I mean, all right, I'm getting my money, I'm good. So now I would expect if you want your community to grow, all right, I have my money, got my paycheck for this week. So when I shop, I'm gonna shop at the black grocery store, or I'm gonna go to the black bank, or I'm gonna fraternize my black communities. I mean my black stores. We don't do that.
Okay, why do we do why? Okay, so you're trying to say we should buy black.
Why not?
Over what's wrong with buying quality?
Well, you have to build before you get quality.
No, if I have money, I want to buy quality. I'm not waiting for the market that I prefer. Like if Nike is my favorite brand and their shoes are shit, and I got a basketball game, I'm going to get these Reeboks if they're proper. Just because I may prefer Nike and that's all I want to spend my dollar with, I got to make sure that I need something to work. Like I may like vehicles, but I need a vehicle that's going to get me to work. Fuck what I prefer. It has to be functional for me.
Yeah, but see, now you're going back into, okay, you're funneling the money out into another community who don't give a damn about your community, and then the cycle repeats.
But what I'm trying to
That's the only
explain to
way.
you,
So what
but
I would say to that, Watcher, because I agree. I'm not of the belief that just buy black, right? I believe that there is a current, we're in a society where we want quality for our money. And it would be kind of counterintuitive to spend money knowing that you're going to get a less efficient product. So I definitely understand that point. What I would say, though, is that does not necessarily mean that we can't buy black and have quality. We just need to do a better job as a community in rallying around startups and small business owners to nurture an environment where they can compete in the market and present a quality, affordable product to their community. We have to get our infrastructure right in establishing these businesses so that we can compete, and we're not asking our market of black consumers to accept a less quality product.
No, I never said if you're buying black it's of lower quality. I never said that. I'm just saying,
and I don't think no one said the opposite either. What I'm saying is specifically, like, it's like, I don't give a damn if when it comes to my dollar, when I'm purchasing something for my family, I want to get the best product that my dollar can buy.
Absolutely.
Not just the best product that a black person can make.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but and I think that has to change. That has to change. That mindset has to change, because where has that gotten us over the time? We all think
no. I don't think
what
that
I'm saying,
happens, though.
T-Man. So what I'm saying, T-Man, is I don't think that the mindset needs to change. I think the mindset as to so in supporting black businesses, I think we would be more supportive of black businesses if we allowed them to have resources available to them, be it me working with a business owner and helping them understand what the issues are with the product and how to improve it, really investing in the business so that they can provide a better quality product, so that we as consumers of these black businesses do not feel like we're missing out on anything by patronizing their business.
So invest.
Let's be upfront real quick to answer to address this.
So I posted a couple of resources about this particular topic. One is the economic development offices of the government and what's available for our communities for economic development, especially in distressed communities. And the second is the National Black Chamber of Commerce resource. I just want to share that before I bid you all a good night to contribute. And lastly, for Rondell, I posted a document that was released by the CIA that talks about its involvement in the drug game. So you have actual resources to help you understand that's truth. Good night, all.
Peace.
Peace.
Hello.
Yeah, but Amber, like you were saying, we have to, like you said, we have to invest, which means it takes capital to get it to a better quality. Because if you don't, how can we expect the quality to be better? How do we expect things to change? We keep driving by, the quote unquote our brother's store to go to the next guy's store every day. He's struggling. He's struggling.
This? Can we like accurate or make this a more accurate picture? Because in my opinion, and again, maybe I'm wrong, and it's something I don't mind being corrected, but I just don't see somebody passing by the brother man's spot just to go give money to the white man if they're both selling the same product, or even if one was a 10 and one was 8.9, I'm probably more likely to spend with somebody that I fuck with. However, we cannot, just like, and again, I feel like I get annoyed because I feel like I always have to be the one to splash cold water on it. But I mean, just like we know there's some ignorant dudes out there, some ignorant females out there, there's some shitty ass practices with business out there. Majority of the time, if you own a black business and all the black people coming in, everybody wants a discount or a hookup.
Exactly.
Or they feel like they can just jack and steal and it'll be okay because you got it like that. You got the money, you got a business, or you got this and that, and I ain't got it. Oh, now you're being bourgeois, you're hanging out. It's just the whole mentality that you're supposed to do something for me just because of the cause. And then it flips the opposite way. You understand? Like it's ridiculous when we get into the mindset that we got to get on code, we got to do this on the survival because look what's happening to us. And then it seems like every time we do that, the person who's on top looks around, starts getting fat, money starts getting pocketed, and then the truth comes out about them. And like we all fall into this victimhood of whether we go through a leader or we get into some faulty system, and we're not even acknowledging the main issue.
Yeah. I mean,
So-
we see it time and time again. Someone becomes successful and they leave the community, and the community remains the same. Meanwhile, that individual or those individuals have enough money, more than enough money, to where they can, go back and build a community center, give some resources to the people. But
and how often do we see people who be in their neighborhoods or be in their community trying to sell their business to their people, their family, and all that type of shit? Nobody fucks with them, and then once they go out the community or start fucking with other community, not even just black. Like if I can just, my family members won't fuck with my business, but then I'll go fuck with some other people down the neighborhood, and then my shit start popping. Now the family expect me to be fucking with them, and then offering them discount type shit.
I agree. I totally agree. Yeah. It happens, but yeah.
Pure Black also made a good point
ahead.
as far as those black businesses that are successful and how they eventually sell ownership to larger, more profitable, white companies for a quick come up.
Is anything really wrong with that though?
No, it's not. It's not.
But they also they have an obligation to their
I'm
people.
not saying there's anything wrong with it, but when we look at saying that we don't have this, we don't have that, that's also a part of the equation why we don't have it, because we get it, we acquire it, and then we sell it off.
But what do we? But see how we can say we don't have, but then we can say, but do we really have? Like what's this? Like these record labels? Like, do we have Revolt TV? Do we have Bad Boy Records? Or do Puffy, Sean Combs
exactly.
have Bad Boy Records? The
exactly.
individual have that shit.
Yeah, and how that helps community. Only time I see him when he come out to rock the vote. You know what I mean? Other than that, he's selling his own products.
And I wholeheartedly agree. So for me, when I see shit like that, and they come out with different things, I look at it as pure propaganda, as rhetoric, because when you have the opportunity to do something for your community using what you've amassed, you rarely take that opportunity. So for me, I look at that shit as pure propaganda. And it's like, this is just another way of you to brand yourself, and people kind of lose sight of that, and they still, support the business, but the actions aren't matching the rhetoric.
Amber, you're a hater. You're hating on Ice Cube. I understand that he had lawsuits that was going on, that he had to pass money and had to try to get these bills passed for his 3-on-3 basketball club, so he decided to go out there. But he may have had some good intention for black people. He might have had some intent for black people. He may not have been an opportunist who just speaking out, never had no real direction. And now that it's over, I don't see him speaking now, and I don't know where it's carrying. But yeah, I understand what you're saying, Amber.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I could see someone in the community, or they start a business, they build it up, and they sell it off. But hopefully, I hope they would do that with the intention. Okay, now we have the funds to do something bigger. But if it's just a come up, all right, I'm gonna sell my business now, I'm retiring to the Caribbean. Yeah, that's it is what it is.
Thank you. I'd rather you say that it is what it is, because if I decide to start my business and I'm doing this and I sell my business so I can go buy my house in Hawaii or whatever my dream is, who the fuck is anybody to tell me what obligation I have? Because nobody was in there loaning me the money to start my business. Nobody was in there when I had to take out money and get divorced and family left me because they bankrupt and flopped and everything. And now that it finally came up, now I have some obligation to some people. That's where we're at.
Well.
A moral obligation.
Well, actually, what is kind of being, and it's been a trend, which is why now people have when people make statements online that are racially motivated, and there's this whole campaign, and they end up getting fired. There is a such thing as a social responsibility now that is becoming more and more of a powerful tool. So while in the past it hasn't been a thing as to it's an individual, or you didn't do this or you didn't do that, and therefore I don't owe you anything. However, consumers are gaining power in the sense that they can pretty much ruin your business based off of your social stance. That's becoming a thing. So yeah, you had protections in the past that kind of limited you from being responsible as to what you did with your platform, or if you did anything in the social space. That has changed over time.
Yeah, but I think that you can't come on a platform and say, the Black community, how can we do this? And just knowing, all right, I'm gonna get my money, then I'm gonna be out. You know what I mean? It's kind of.
Oh, I wholeheartedly agree. Now you show me an example where that's not happening. You want to start with Al Sharpton? You want to go to Jesse?
Oh man, I ain't talking about
what?
them.
You want to start from that? No, but who are you talking about? We can start from top to bottom. Every person you name, I bet you got 2 commas in his account. Who's worth any note or rent? Come on, bro.
Let's talk about
Anyone who
LeBron.
actually can
Let's talk about LeBron. We can go there.
Okay, what about LeBron?
I mean, he came up from not the best,
I see
and
that.
he get money, and he's doing stuff for his community.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, so we follow that thing. Okay, he got money, he's good, or he have enough money to have fun, and his kids are straight, his family's straight, But he also started a school. He also
How
giving
much
back.
did he have to make to get to that level?
Yeah, I know.
And is that the bar that we have to get that damn comfortable and have that many private investors who actually partner in to help us do that?
No, we can start small. So I'm saying everything don't have to be big and extravagant.
You gave me the example of LeBron, and I'm
okay. So I mean,
and so I want to. We can hop off of it, or I'm just want clarity upon it because I'm trying to figure out. Okay, I get it, but if that's the bar, look at what we're saying.
Get your jump shot up. Shit.
Okay.
All right.
So until you make the dollar, until your bank account look at LeBron's, be an individual. Because once you're at his level, then you can worry about community. Let's tighten that argument up.
All right. Let me take it down.
We gotta be thank you. That's all I'm saying. And most of the time, and I gotta say this for the audience, a lot of times when I'm speaking, I'm not against the art, I'm just doing it for conversation. Yeah. I'm not good at playing devil's advocate, so sometimes I just stop. But I mean, because I'm not going to go against my morals just to win an argument or more. You'll hear me say you right, or maybe I'm wrong. I have no problem with being corrected. Fucking ego. I ain't got shit to prove to nobody on here. I love my life and my family. I fuck with y'all like y'all some homies, and after I'm done, I'm gonna hit the corner. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand why people get so upset. And even sometimes I may drink or smoke or something, then I get it a little bit, but then to the point where I gotta hop off here mad.
Yeah.
I wanted Chief to finish his conversation. I know he could have smoked something and still finished. He was hot. But I'm sorry. But yeah, with the ice or with the LeBron situation, and I'm not against the community. I'm all for the community, but I just see too many people that I'm just tired of trying to save and put in my community. That's my true stance. Like I'm not against the community. I'm not against buying black, but I just have to recognize, or I'm going to continually be in that voice. Like we got some motherfuckers in this community who's fucked up, and I'm not even concerned with trying to fix them. But we don't talk about that. We victimize them and like, look at they got thrown into jail. Like some of these niggas out here intentionally slanging and don't give a fuck. And some of them take the chances. When I take my chances and I do what I got to do, and if I get fucked up, I'm not calling nobody. I'm not crying about it. I don't want to be a victim. I don't want nobody to try to. No, I got this. I'm not calling my mom. You got to take that shit. I can't stand people who want to bang and be thugs and this and that. But the police always messing with me, pulling me over. Like, bro, you put on a jersey and you hopped on the field and you get mad and you get tackled.
Yeah. I'm not. When I speak, I don't talk about that either.
Okay.
Definitely know what you're talking about.
All right. But yeah, most just understand when I'm speaking, I'm doing it to further the conversation. Not that I fuck the black community. Fuck all y'all people. I'm an individual. I'm gonna get my money. Haha, fuck y'all. This AAU basketball teams. I don't like put my shit out there, but I mean, like I care about my people and I give back. But I'm also gonna hold them accountable at the same time.
This is way off topic, but trust me, it has something to do with it. How you feel about the Tekashi 6ix9ine situation?
That's y'all East Coast miss.
You think he a rat?
That's y'all East Coast mess. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say that first.
Yeah, I'm saying you consider him a rat though.
It saddens me the fact that I know about the situation, even have an opinion. So let me start there. I wish I could say I know nothing about it.
I know exactly.
I don't know. So I'm more ashamed the fact that I can actually have an opinion that's somewhat based off of some knowledge. Now, when it comes to from where I'm from, and I only can speak to where I'm from, it could be different elsewhere. But where I'm from, the game, the system, the hood, the gangs, or whatever, if you get into that system, there's a set of rule and codes. And also, if you allow some people to come into your system, then you got to own that. So if you bring somebody into your group who ain't built for that, then you got to own whatever comes with it. So again, if he does something that's against the code and everybody gets down on, I can't sympathize for you because you should have been smarter than to bring him in there. And then I come to find out that they were extorting him and they possibly got the green light from Jim Jones and other key bloods and that he had to be violated. And word on the street is that he got raped and his baby mama got taken advantage of and fucked on and all sort of type of shit. And so he was left with no other options but to just snitch and get himself out of that situation because he was facing time. And he probably was a op that they put in there anyway, but he got greedy and hungry with power and shit and it went to his head. So in my opinion, I can't say whether someone's right or wrong because that's your own moral code. I feel like you shouldn't be snitching if you bout that life. And if someone you let in about that life snitch, you got to take that loss. So to me, he did what I expected him to do. So I can't really get mad at that. If you meet a girl and she's in the club and she's cheating on her boyfriend and he's all mad, how you over here sucking this dick? Da, 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 da. And then you go over there and break up the fight and he's like, man, fuck that bitch. And then the other nigga who he's fucking with, he leaves too. And both of them dudes leave and she's over there crying. And then you start dating her. And then something happens and she's not loyal to you. Are you at fault?
What you expect? Yeah.
That's my whole point. So I can't show no sympathy to all the people he ratted on, especially if they were exploiting and beating up other people and running in him and running in his baby mama and type of shit. I don't have no sympathy. That's part of the game. You got to recognize that. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I mean, but that's the same thing about the community, man. It's just certain people, like you were just saying, how you choose that life, the consequences come with it, man. That's just what it is. It's the same thing. So we're going to have those type of people in our community. We have to just recognize it and realize it for what it is. And we got to move on. The conscious people, quote unquote, conscious people, we need to come together, get a plan, move forward.
I had somebody ask a question. What they say? Watch your. How about old owner of BET? Who is that? The Bobcats owner dude? Bob Johnson. Yeah. Well, I don't know exactly what you're asking me. If you're asking me how I feel about him selling it, I honestly feel he was in a situation where he had a little more responsibility. And I think that was kind of irresponsible to sell that in the manner he did. Now, again, he can make his money and do what he wants. I'm not going to say he's wrong, but I think it would have been more responsible to sell it to an appropriate owner.
Wait, hold up.
BET.
Wait, hold up. But what if he, try to sell and appropriate
and
owners
it didn't work out?
weren't going to buy on a certain price. Like they were negotiating.
Guess what? I give him effort for trying. Get your money. And make sure you put that in the media. Like I tried to, but I got to make sure that I get top dollar. I get what I'm worth. Nobody else would expect less. That's another thing. Oh, y'all want a discount again? Here we go again with that shit. You don't respect me or my business, so I got to compromise myself, my integrity, and my hard work and value just to take an L. I don't know, because I think that's different. Because in that position and what he was responsible for, and the gatekeeper on that's kind of a hard pass. And I think that's probably why Priest Williamson asked that question, because that's loaded. That's not just I created some t-shirts and say, fuck it, I'm selling FUBU or Rockefeller or Rockaware or Dre Beats by Dre type shit. I mean, this is actually controlling the image of a people and identity. And again, even though we can't tell him what to do with his money or business, in my opinion, I would like to see. That's what I like, have anything to do with this motherfucker's life. Fuck no. But again, I would have liked to have seen it go to someone. And the truth is, It could have went to someone black, and they did the same damn thing and exploited it. So I can't even say go to someone black. I just wish it went to someone who had the best peoples in mind and was sensitive to the image of Black Americans. Let me rephrase that. I'll stand corrected.
Yeah, for some reason, like black folks think when other black folks get their hand on something that's black, that we gonna all of a sudden like start having gospel hour and shit all of a sudden. Like, yo, we are sold on a certain type of entertainment. Like, we like ratchetness. It's in the views. World Star Hip Hop is all us. Like, we're attracted to certain things. Like, there's a demand for that. So, you know, and look at when they start to have like the damn near porno videos. Weren't we all watching it? You dig? So whoever bought BT knew what we would like. They knew what we would start watching. Like,
I think at the time a woman started running it at that time when it started getting more ratchet. If I'm correct.
Yeah, but my point is, like, they had mad views at an hour where nobody would watch BT. Like right now, like this is when the videos would come on. And it would be live. It'll probably have more ratings than peak hours. So we, for some reason, like we think that sometimes we think better than ourselves. Like, we're not gonna watch certain things ever. We're not gonna read anything, no matter how much we recommend it. We don't know.
But real quick,
you know.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
Nah, I was kind of just ranting. You can just go.
No, what I was gonna say is because fuck, I got caught reading this shit. What I was gonna say is that we don't. When it comes to fuck. Now just go ahead because I'm in the middle of typing. Let me see now. And I'm talking to Priest, so I forgot my point because he's talking about.
What was he talking about?
No, because I'm typing him in the chat because he's speaking more about the brand.
We're talking about, like, for some reason, like, we think black folks.
Oh yeah.
Interest. Like all of a sudden, BT will be about education and.
Right.
No.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. But honestly, they had those BET college tours and College Hills with stuff like the Cosby Show and Different World. That stuff I honestly think that it did kind of promote education to a degree. As opposed to what we're seeing now, like this Love and Hip Hop VH1 shit and reality and
now look what I was saying.
And Keisha Cole, all that reality TV fucked us up.
Right, but I didn't say that they intend to do certain things. I said we believe that when they do that, it's gonna get ratings. Like that's what we be talking to each other about. Like, all right, yeah, when it gets to black hands, they're gonna promote. That's why he show that shit. He's like, yo, ain't nobody watching these episodes of then they had like Teen Summit, like things like that. Like you know, when they interview somebody of note, you know, that's probably have a good education behind themselves. So and so views, 50 Cent, crazy views. They see this like, damn, like they just want what they want. Like you just can't force what you want on them. Like they want what they want.
All right, so
real.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and there's a lot of hypocrisy in our community that we don't discuss. Like for our network, we want to see positivity, but then we'll watch the networks where they benefit off of black ratchetry. So if we were in a space where we could even appreciate and be honest with ourselves and say, well, hey, there is an element of us that likes this messy shit. My thing is let's like this messy shit on our platform where it benefits us.
Yeah.
But black people will pretend like they want to see all this positive shit and they want it to be on a black network, and then turn around and all the views is on white networks, even with the black network. Right there, because they're not feeding that demographic of people who like the ratchet shit, which tend to outweigh the people that like the educational shit, or at least to some degree, even the most educated people, as we see with like Married to Medicine and these different things. Like these are casts that these people are successful, but there's still a degree of ratchetry there. So we're being dishonest with ourselves that even when we're in these upper level classes, we still engage in certain behaviors and we still enjoy engaging in certain behaviors or watching these behaviors exhibited because we feel like we can relate to those people.
Everybody loves ratchetness, Amber. Everybody
That's
loves
my point.
ratchetness.
Everybody loves it, but nobody speak about it. Everyone acts like it's not there. Like, oh, it's not about
Yeah.
ratchets and thoughts. It's Black Queen. It's like, okay, so like so there are no ratchets and thoughts, but that's not what's going on. That's what I get annoyed with. Like we only look at one side of the coin.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And it's like, yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up, Amber. That was dead on.
All right, so since we're talking like that, right? So we can build it into a community to where we gain something. Let's structure it how they do these deed restricted communities, right? You may own property, but when you sell it, you only can sell it to a certain type of people because the community has to vote on who gets to come in and buy. Even though you're the owner, you're the sole owner, but hey, if the community like, nah, you can't sell that to that person, or if that person buys, you have to follow these set of rules.
Yeah.
We can build it like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that goes, so you can still get your bag, get your money, and we don't have to worry about the new owner coming in because they still got to follow the same set of rules. That's all across the South. These HOAs and shit like that, man. That's all they do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know too many people who actually are selfish. What I mean is, especially Black people. Like, yeah, I think there's a level of greediness, and there could be selfishness, but most of the Black people I know, when they get shit, they want to brag, they want to floss, they want to share, they want to take it to the club, and they want to splurge. They're not really responsible with money. The people who are stingy with is the people they don't fuck with. So it'd be like their family members or cousins because they hold grudges. We are real petty. You know what I'm saying? We are very petty. So when we don't want to fuck with you, or you already told us we couldn't do it, and now we got it, oh, we are going to floss this shit in front of you. This is my people. You know, this is what I know. Maybe I have some crooked people that I'm around. Or maybe I'm around a different set of Black people, but this is just what I know. When we get shit, we want to floss it. And if we have a lot of it, sometimes we want to share it. Now, there could be some selfish and greedy, but most of the time that's personal because there's always some people that'll run around that they just give money to. There's always someone that they fuck with. It's just they're not blindly giving it to everyone. Now, are we supposed to blindly give it to everyone? Is that what we're talking about, taking care of the community? Or taking care of the community is taking care of your family and people who's on your team? Because at what point am I just supposed to randomly feel responsible for other people? Because after a while, I give money to certain people, but when I start seeing you and you know my name at the side of the freeway, we got a problem, bro.
Well, I will say, and that's my biggest issue as far as for me, I don't think that I think we try to forge a relationship of community with people who don't see themselves as a part of the community. So, and they may be a part of a community, but just not the community that we're referring to. So I think the biggest problem is not recognizing that the Black community has many communities within that community. So we need to address it realistically. Like, we're still very tribal. So even when we're speaking about the inner city and these poor areas, you still have those that abide by a certain moral code and those that abide by their own street code, which is in a sense their moral code. So to confuse the two is kind of where I feel like we fuck up, because we are trying to get the people that abide by the street code to abide by our moral code instead of saying, well, hey, we all share this same moral code. Let's build. And let the people that abide by their moral code of the streets or what have you, let them do what they do.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. Because that'll get you killed. Not understanding the difference and trying to save everyone. That was a cool dude from the neighborhood. He was a little bit younger than me. He used to run ice cream trucks and stuff. He had a couple of them. And then he sold the ice cream trucks. And then he got a vape shop. And he got some girl from the neighborhood, maybe like 10, 15 years younger than him. And exactly, you already see it. And so he's maybe in his 40s, you know what I'm saying, had a kid or two outside of her. But this female, oh my gosh, she was running the business, had a baby daddy. He was all on the news and shit. She took his gun and tried to stage a robbery and stood over him and shot him. But it was like some power shit because the boyfriend, who, you keep in mind, she's been dating this dude for like 4 or 5 years. So they've been living together and all this stuff. But just some dude that she met, some other dude, she texts him, like, I don't know if I can go through with this. I don't know if I can go through with this. And he texts her back, like, yeah, you should do this. You got to get the money to leave the state, so make sure it happens. So she goes in there, robs him, and he's like, don't do this. And keep in mind, she didn't even turn the cameras off. Just dumb, just ignorant. So this is all on cameras, and they got the text messages and shit. So he stands over and be like, don't do this. Just take the money, it's over there. And she's like, all right, fine. And then right when she was running, the gun went off and she shot him in the leg. He's like, oh, bitch, you shot me in the leg. And then she just went over and stood over him and then just murdered him. So she had everything she wanted. And she shot him on accident, panicked, and then went over there and shot him in the head. And then shot him 3 times in the chest.
Damn.
She was 26. You would look at the picture, and then if you wouldn't know the guy, and he was just so naive, so
he couldn't recognize it.
But she was 10 times out of his league, though, my nigga. Like, she was in the club. She used to, like, anyone who knows the street, know the game, is like, oh, man. Hey, she with you? Oh, my nigga. Oh, you winning, bro. It was one of them type of shit. When everyone know, like, nigga, what is you doing with her? Oh, no, something's up. You feel me? But you want to be happy for the homie. He ain't. Yeah.
Wow.
But, I mean, we don't talk about these type of situations. And this guy was all for the community, and he gave her a chance, put her in charge of the business, and she was working for him at first. This is just what I'm talking about. Like, you don't know your mentality. Like what Amber just said, you got the wrong mentality in the wrong situation. And these are just 2 different people, but they're starting the same community. They all skin folk is kinfolk. All right.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying that at all. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
You got it. But she looked so beautiful. Yeah, big. She had light skin and wash and wear hair. She wouldn't possibly, is like, wow.
Wait a minute, did you say wash and wear hair?
Wash and wear hair. Bro, I hear it all.
I'm fucking done.
Amber, am I in the streets?
Oh shit.
That's not suburb talk. You know, and like so I mean, I get annoyed when we always my queen and my kingness, and we don't really speak to the true nature of our people and how we got to fix the sickness. And some of these people really need to be put on blast and highlighted, and that shit is not acceptable. Having multiple baby mamas and shit, that shit's just not cool with me. I can't fuck with you like that, especially when you brag on that shit. You know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, bro, I get it. Because some dudes I know who have different baby mamas, that shit fucks with them. I see it in their face, they soul. They wish that it wasn't in the situation. They're being tormented every day because they're dealing with these different personalities, and it's just killing them. I see it. And then I see the other side. These females just really in love with this no good ass nigga, and he's just, gosh. And I'll be surprised how dudes will be lying to a female face, and she knows you lying, and she's looking at us, and I'm looking away because I'm not going to co-sign your shit. And it's PlayStations and TVs ripped off the walls and stuff. And I'm like, bitch, you dumb. You bought all this shit. This nigga just sit here and play video games and smoke. You fucking up your money. Just kick the nigga the fuck out. But I mean, what am I going to say that to? This nigga was on my basketball team, and I knew him for 15 years. You see what I'm saying? Like, you finna come through, like, nah, like, I can't even come over his house, and now I'm bougie. I don't even fuck with the homies no more. Just because I can't even be in that circle because it kills my spirit. And I can't, no matter how many conversations I have with him, a nigga ain't trying to tell me how to run my life, nigga. I'm handling mine, nigga. How many bitches you be bringing in your house, nigga? I can bring a bitch in my house right now. She ain't gonna say shit, nigga. I'm like, but that's how we bragging, bro. And these are the spirit. And niggas tell me you can do this and that, but I mean, you ain't saying shit to a nigga who's 6'6", 340 pounds. You is not finna say, I know there's probably niggas in the chat, even niggas on the panel. You think you gonna say something to it? Nah, nigga.
You like, all right, you got that. Yeah, you got that, man. All
You know
right.
what I'm saying? And the thing is he ain't gonna touch you. He gonna pull out a burner type nigga. So I can't even, you feel what I'm saying? So I would call you a whole ass nigga, but I can tell, like, nigga, you just so twisted in the head, you get off on that.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, like, these are the type of dudes who I see just be manhandling women, dog walking them, talking, doing them dirty. I go over there, like, make my nigga something to eat. Like, nigga, I'm just dropping you off at home. It's 3 o'clock, and you know you in trouble. But just to throw the smoke off the home, you want to start bossing her around in front of me, and I'm the cool guy, and so she wants to show that she take. You understand? I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't be a part of this shit, bro. But this is just one example that I'm speaking on one time, and I'm sure there's other dudes who are dealing with this shit who may see it and may be the guy, or may have the brother, or maybe the cousin, maybe the uncle. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I know this is just not one dude in the world. You know, when I hear women say they got different baby daddies, I'm like, damn, I wonder if they ran across that type of shit. Because I never saw this side. I've known this nigga for so many years, but I've never seen how he operated in an environment where he had the control and the power, and he ran shit. You know what I'm saying? Because in the neighborhood, everybody knows him because of the jokes and shit, and he gets all the hoes and he does all shit. He had like a cool demeanor, but in his house, in order to be that guy, it's like, damn, it broke my heart. Because I never saw that. And it made me realize, like, there's multiple guys that I see every day that I think is cool, probably just touching on their kids, beating on their baby. Like, it fucked me up. Because again, I was raised in like the church and the religion, so I didn't really view that type of shit until I went to the street. And then once I was stuck in the street, then it was just like, you staying with people, or you couch surfing, or you trying to find your way, or you getting into the organization, and you start recognizing that just because dudes are cool and smiling can dress don't mean that they're good people.
Yeah, for sure.
And then when I'm constantly hearing people talk about, we got to help our people, we got to help our people. And I've sat at so many different trap houses and dope houses or strip clubs and different females and stuff. And I ain't got no ride home after the strip club, and I'll take care of you, bring me home. I'm like, damn, how old are you? I'm 19. I'm like, oh my gosh.
I mean, but
I'm just
the biggest thing about help is you can only help people that feel like they need it. Like,
right. Say that again.
It's a lot of people in the Black community. Like, we talk about all these things as problems with our community, but if you go to some of these people in the community, some of the shit that we address as a problem, they see nothing wrong with. It's not even
I'm winning.
Yeah,
I'm winning.
So how can you help someone solve a problem that they don't even acknowledge they have?
Yeah, that's the tough part. Yeah.
Damn, but that's funny. See, Revolutionary says, I'm judgy as fuck. I guess I am, man. I guess I am. I try to be cool, but there's only so much shit my soul can take, man.
I'm gonna be honest, I am too. I just be, we be building here, so I try not to, oversaturate the platform with my own personal opinions, but I will admit I am judgy as fuck. A judgment is not automatically a bad thing. Judgments can be good or bad, but we only consider it to be judgy when someone is criticizing or critiquing behavior. Then it's like you judgy, but if you was bigging it up, nobody would call you judgy. So I don't give a fuck about that.
Right. And that was the main thing that I think that Mike Tyson was saying. Like, in our community, we've been so strict of power and authority and respect that we have a misconception of what we think is power, authority, and respect. So it just changes. It just changes. Like, if you see somebody doing wrong, then it's just like, well, why are you judging them? Just let them be who they are. And that's how I used to be. I used to just let them, like, he ain't hurting me. But then after a while, I start recognizing, like, shit, they are hurting people. You know what I'm saying? And when I feel like I should give somebody advice and I don't, and then the shit happens, am I in the wrong? Like, Amber, if you have a sister and you know the dude she with is no good, you seen this nigga doing some shit, but if you tell her, you're gonna break it all up and she gonna probably get mad at you and blame you. Do you still just go tell her?
I'm telling anyway.
Telling anyway.
I don't give a fuck about none of that. Yeah. Eventually, you'll see it my way, because I don't just say shit just out of spite or like, I've never been the hater friend. When there's a good foundation, and to be perfectly honest, I'm typically the therapist of my friend group, and I'm the youngest. My sister, brother, cousins, I am one of the most reasonable, logical, and fair people to talk to. So I'm not gonna take your side strictly because you my sister or you my this or you my that. Like I'm still gonna analyze the situation objectively. And when I see issues where instances where you were wrong, I'm gonna say, well, in this situation, you probably could have done this better. And I see why their response was that. Like that's just who I am. I'm not the one to just be like, oh yeah, fuck that nigga and this, that, and the third. Like my personal opinion means nothing because I really care genuinely about the people that I have relationships with and I want the best outcome for them, not me. So I have no issue with being objective and stating things as they are, as I see them from my perspective, and try to do that as objectively as possible without influencing my feelings about a situation. So yeah,
okay, what about real quick, do you feel the same way about a dude? Like when you tell your guy friend?
Yeah.
Okay,
absolutely.
What about T-Man? Who else is on the panel?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, now if you have a homegirl and you see that situation, do you tell her?
It depends. I mean,
Okay.
so say if their dynamic was great, you don't know what they agreed to on the low. So to go in there and especially if they have problems, all right, you guys already got problems, you let them know. But if everything's straight, you go over there, they happy. Who am I to break that up?
And what if it's your homie? Same thing, or it's different? If it's a girl, it's one thing. If it's a guy, what is it?
You gotta tell him.
You gotta tell him.
You gotta tell him.
If it's a guy, you gotta tell him. If it's a woman, leave her happy.
Pause.
Okay.
Are we
hold
talking
on,
about
Amber. Hold up, Amber. We gotta get everybody's opinions. Anybody else?
No. Because I want to know if I'm giving my opinion rightfully. So are we talking about a situation where someone is bringing something to you?
No,
and like, you are giving your opinion, or if I'm just out and I see some fuck shit.
Bingo. If you see some fuck shit and you know that this person is fucking around, do you tell the girl and do you tell the guy?
Oh no, that's none of my business.
So you're not going to tell the girl, your homegirl?
Uh-uh.
You're not going to tell your homeboy?
Uh-uh.
Okay, right on.
You gotta tell.
You gotta tell your homeboy?
If it's your homeboy or family, yeah, you got to, man.
I've been through that before, and I had to learn the hard way.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I felt like if I care about you, I would want to know, and you my family, you my boy, so I'm gonna put you up on. I had to learn you can't do that shit. Because one thing, if this dude is in love, from what I had to find out, this fucker was a simp and a sucker in love. She lied and wiggled her way out of it, saying that what I saw them doing in the parking lot was not what I saw. I was lying. As a matter of fact, I tried to holler at her too. And then the shit flipped it. So they get back together. And no, actually, they split up. And then he was, trying to chill with me for a couple of weekends and hang out and get over her and shit. Then they ended up getting back together, and I ain't seen my homie since.
That's his choice.
I'm gonna say this: it's to me, it boils down to the individual, because there's been instances where I did do it and I didn't have a bad outcome, and there's been instances where I did do it and there was a bad outcome. So for me, it boils down to the individual. Like if you're friends with somebody over so long, you could kind of tell how they operate and how they move and how they would take something like that. Yeah. So I've learned over time that it's not like a blanket no, a blanket yes. It really depends on my relationship with that person and how realistic they are in taking information and applying it. Because my thing is, when I don't need you to necessarily do something about it. I just want you to be aware. But some people will take that and they're easily manipulated. So you tell them that, and then this person like, oh no, it didn't happen. Like you said, it didn't happen like that. It really happened like this. And then now they looking at you like, so for me, I have to have a real special kind of understanding with that person. Like, and not all my relationships are like that. Not everybody. Some people are so in love with their mate, and they can do no wrong. And even if they're wrong, like literally they've been caught red-handed and they find a way to rationalize through it. I'm not telling you shit because it does not matter. you're going to come to the conclusion that you want to come to in order to keep this relationship. And if that is a result of me being thrown on the line, then you'll do that as well. You know, like, so it really just depends on the individual.
So let me flip it. Let's say you have two friends and they're friends through you, right? You know them both, but they only met because of you. And you find out that one of them is messing with the other one's significant other. Do you tell?
I've been there.
Because if you don't, and it comes up like, damn, I'm looking stupid. I'm up here chilling with this person.
In that scenario, me personally, I'm probably not going to
sorry.
I ain't gonna say I'm not gonna tell them, but how I will react is I would probably put hands on the person that's fucking with the other person's mate.
I didn't expect that.
I probably I'm that kind of friend because you put me in a funny situation.
Yeah.
I'm very serious about my friends. So not only are we finna not be friends, because that to me that's just some fucked up shit. So I'm probably gonna put my hands on you. And then I could never see myself being in that situation, like literally never, because I take my friendship so serious. Nobody would ever even feel comfortable enough to tell me some shit like, oh yeah, I'm fucking her man. And like I just don't roll like that. Like I definitely don't have no problem putting my hands on you.
Amber, can I give you an example that's kind of real? Well, it's realistic to me, but I mean, it'll make it more plausible. Okay. And this is my experience, but I'm gonna just explain it for you so you can get the same dramatic experience. All right. You're in high school, you have your friends, your group of friends. So it's, let's say you're on the girls' basketball team and your friend's on the girls' basketball team. Her boyfriend is on the boys' basketball team. So all throughout high school, you guys have all known each other. Are you with me so far? Amber,
yes.
You there? Okay. So
yes.
Okay. So now you guys go away to college, and the boy goes to a community college, and you guys go to the university, and you guys are roommates. You go to the library one day, you go to class, and you come home for lunch, and you happen to see your roommate getting smashed on the couch. Didn't even take it to the fucking room. Just smashing where everybody sits at and shit. Eat pizza, play video games. This motherfucker, right? Yeah, I'm sorry. No person. Your situation. Your homegirl is getting pile driven on the couch. Where y'all normally, so you just walk out. I should stop there. What do you do?
And it's your buddy that's fucking
you
on
open the door, book bag in hand, still drinking Starbucks and your lemon square, whatever that little shit was.
I'm gonna have just set up the relationship dynamics really quick. I heard the scenario, but so the girl that's getting smashed is one of your other partner's girls.
It's your roommate that you've been on the same basketball team with since high school, and y'all both go to college. And you know her boyfriend because he was on the boys' basketball. Y'all all went to high school together. Y'all double dated together. Y'all went to movies together. Y'all went to ditch park. I mean, y'all prom together. All rented the same SUV. Like y'all know each other.
So is this his current girlfriend or ex-girlfriend?
Oh, they're still dating. He was over. Her boyfriend was over there that weekend. I think in the middle of the week. I'm not exactly sure, but they were currently together.
I would say something about that.
You open the door. So what do you do when you see that? Do you stop them? Because that's what I got accused. I got accused for not stopping them. But I don't mean to be. I don't want to see. I'm letting y'all know too much because I'm not. It's gonna.
Well, I'm gonna say this. Well, first of all, so my reaction would be my reaction based off of who I am. But no, you don't have any responsibility to stop them. The damage is done. Who gives a fuck when they stop? The damage is done. So no, I don't feel like you had a responsibility to stop them.
Thank you. That was my point. Like the dick's already in. You want me to go in there and grab it?
Right. No. Stop. What kind of now my and first off, so I have been in a similar situation where I was the middle person. I actually talked about this last night as far as me putting my hands on my baby daddy. But the crazy thing is, so the girl who slept with my baby daddy previously, and again, I didn't ask him nor her when the rumor occurred because I did not want to know. right? I'm of the belief whatever happened, it's in the past. I don't need to know. Both of them volunteered a lie to me because it was a rumor, right? A popular rumor that was circulating. So because I was in close proximity of her, because of her other friend, who is now one of my closest friends, my sister actually, is how we describe our relationship. We met through her. So when it all came out, I was upset at her because they was in such close proximity to each other. My assumption was that she knew, right? So she let me know, like, oh no, I definitely didn't know, and her and the other friend ended up falling out because she like, listen, like, no, she never asked you one way or the other whether it was true. You put it out there that it wasn't true. And I expected that you was telling the truth. I never asked you, was you lying or not? But do you see how it looks fucked up? Because it happened during a time where they were kicking it heavy, right? So she was saying, like, it put me in a fucked up way because you're my childhood friend. Like, they went to elementary school together. So naturally, people are gonna assume that if this was a secret that was kept, that I probably knew about it. So now you putting our relationship in jeopardy because this is somebody I fuck with, I rock with, and you slept with her baby daddy. And if you wouldn't have never said shit, it wouldn't have been a problem. But the fact that you went out your way to deny it, you making it a problem for me. And I'm not going to lose my relationship with her based off your fuck up. So her and old girl end up falling out because, of course, I'll put it out there. I'm going to beat your ass, not because you fucked them, but because you lied to my fucking face. Like, girl quit playing with me. So she felt like she should protect her. And she was like, what I'm going to protect you for? You lied to all of us. Like, the fuck?
Oh, okay. Well,
and it happened before me and him. Like, that's the crazy thing. Like, you lied about some shit that really was of no consequence. I wouldn't have fucked with you how I fucked with you, but I didn't care either way. Like, girl.
Damn. Shit. What about you? Because what happened, I just want to explain how it happened. Is man on it?
I've had a couple situations like that though. Like a few.
So you walk in, and but see, the thing is, like, most time people are like, well, like, that was my roommate, but I didn't know him. I didn't know it. But this is different because like, we've all ditched class when we all grew up with each other damn near, at least at that time. So T, man, you open the door and you see your homie, your roommate, your hoop partner, your brother smashing some girl that you know is not his girl, but you know his girl, and you and his girl are cool. Had classes together, y'all cool.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta let that go. Like, all right, I'll be back.
Just don't say shit.
Yeah, hit me when I'm done. Just hit me when you're done, yo. That's it.
Okay. So I didn't even say anything. Me, I just saw like, oh shit, and I just shut the door. And then I ended up coming back later on, and of course, him and his girl is there, and I couldn't even like make eye contact because it was just like, damn. I wanted to yell at him for being on the couch. I didn't get that moment out yet. You just took her to the room, but on the couch. So I still didn't have it. But long story short, she ended up finding out because the girl told, and then she gets mad at me for not doing anything about it. And I'm like, he grown, he gonna do what he want to do. And then she got mad at me for not telling him. But I was like, I didn't want to betray his trust. And like, but you betrayed mine. I'm like, okay, you're right, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, I'm not with you, he is, so it was his responsibility. But the worst thing about it is she found out maybe like a month later. But once he saw that I wasn't gonna say shit, I swear this motherfucker was a scumbag.
Oh, so he kept
he
doing
called
it.
me, not just kept doing, like, he called me one time. He was drunk and he wanted to drive home from the club. So of course I get a ride to come pick him up. It's him and another broad.
Oh yeah.
I'm driving back. These motherfuckers fucking in the backseat of the car.
Damn.
And we get pulled over. I'm driving and we get pulled over.
Oh.
You see what I'm right?
So he putting you all in it. That's what I'm saying. You can't do that,
right.
yeah.
Right. And that incident right there, he had to end up, I think he got in trouble for indecent and some other shit. And the girl, I think she was the roommate of the bitch who told. That's how messy it was. So he was messing with two roommates. Do you see? Do you understand this?
Yeah, damn.
That's
But they
tough.
got a kid together. They got a kid together.
So
They got two kids together. She's in Georgia now. He's out here.
I've actually been in a situation where, and I've been 2 times in a situation where a friend of mine's significant other tried it.
With you?
Yes, like now one situation, it was, and I really don't want to say too much about it because I don't know who will ever see this. And I didn't say anything about it because to me it was no reason to say anything because of how that relationship was structured. But long story short, motherfucker needed to lay their head, right? And they girl didn't have no way to provide that. So they're like, hey, can you? I'm like, yeah, but under some conditions, I ain't no in and out of my house. Once again, he in, just make sure he understand that. It was for one night. So motherfucker come over and, I had the couch laid out for him. Like, there you go, blah, blah, skippy woo. So then motherfucker get to talking greasy, like, yeah, you a real good woman. And this, and in my head, I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? So, of course, at first I'm paying the dust. Then he like, yeah,
greasy, or is he being sarcastic?
No, greasy, like real on some slime shit. Like,
being slick. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm like, what? So of course, as I'm navigating through my night, putting my kids to bed and whatever, he started getting a little. I was like, I don't know if you need to be here. I thought you just needed a place like your head for the night, but you doing a lot. So he was like, oh no, I was just, I appreciate it. Yeah, well, just appreciate it and go about your business. Like all this extra shit is just unnecessary. So long story short, I never said anything because this was someone who had been caught several times engaging in shit. And I knew he didn't have a chance in hell with me for the mere fact that you ain't got nowhere to lay your head for one night. And you had like, just that alone, let alone you, my girl, dude. Now I'm still trying to figure out why the fuck she with you. Like it was just the audacity for me. She got you this place to lay your head. She did this. You couldn't even do it for yourself. And the audacity of you, it was just crazy to me. So I never said anything to her because to me it was just like it's not even a factor. It was no issue. They end up breaking up after a while. I have another friend who did it as well, but it's so much like for me, if I really felt like, oh, you doing what you're supposed to be doing and this, that, and the third and blah, blah, skippy woo woo, I probably would have said something. But the fact is, y'all really just having cheating wars at this point. So it ain't even no need for me to say shit to you either, because say what?
Yeah.
You doing the same shit. I don't know how many of his friends you've tried because I don't think you above it. You know what I'm saying? So for me, I just was like, I'm mind my motherfucking business. They ain't got shit to do with me.
Shit. Oh man. Yeah. And see now these are the issues that I feel like we're overcoming. So when you give those examples, and me knowing a lot of these examples, I can't necessarily knock a woman when she has a stern opinion about necessarily submitting, because I know there's a couple of people in circles I've been in did not necessarily deserve a woman to be submitting to them, especially with how they felt like, oh, this is gonna be an opportunity for me to get mine. And then again, there's been some brothers who actually needed that, a partner to grow with, and they can go back and forth, so I've seen both sides. That's why I don't really get into the battle of the sexes, Because it's more, when I hear mature people speak, then it just sounds different. When
Yeah.
it's really it's not even really a debate. It's just clear terms. You can rock on my terms and we can do something. If you can't rock on my terms, don't play with me. And then it's always those people who feel like they slick enough to maneuver through direct terms. A dude will tell a female, I'm not, or a female will tell you, I'm not. And then it's always someone thinking that they slick enough to get past the defenses.
All right, so to piggyback on the conversation from last night, when Tone called in, he slipped up. Amber, when you gave him that scenario, so let's say he was incapacitated or whatever, or you said his wife was, he said she would be selfish not to let him go out because he has needs, right? But then earlier in the conversation, he was like, man, we need to get past that. It's not a need. It's just something that we want. So it sounded like he wanted to have his cake and eat it too. So you can't sit here and say, oh, we're the one that's all caught up on sex. It's just sex. We have to get rid of it. It's nothing. It doesn't mean anything because they're no.
But I think I see it from his perspective. So like for me, right? I don't need to have sex. It's not like a need for me. But at the same time, I would expect my partner to consider that no matter how much I say I don't need it, if they were in a position where they could not provide it to me, that they would allow me or and not even allow, because I really don't need permission, but they would grant me that you know what, this is something I can't provide to you and I don't want to be selfish in denying it to you. Open that door so where it's not that I am going against you or like, do you kind of see what I'm saying? Like, so I had a discussion on another platform where they were talking about polygyny or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I was saying like, for me, I needed to go both ways. And of course, all of the girl on the panel, she's like, oh, nah, yeah, I'm not finna be sucking five. I'm not finna be doing this. And I said, well, see, you're missing my point. I'm the type of person that what I give, I want to be able to receive. I don't even need to use the access that's granted to me. But if you're going to ask me to give something, I want you to be willing to give that same thing. You understand what I'm saying? So that's just how I look at it. So if you want me to be committed, so how I see that situation as far as being incapacitated in a position where you can't do it, you're in a position where you can't and I can't. So to say that I can't do it because you can't do it, I do think that is a selfish thing. Because if you were given the opportunity to do it, you probably would be doing it. It's just that you can't do it. So
I think it's selfish both ways, and I think it's.
But what I'm saying is
sacrifice both ways.
Yeah,
exactly.
So you can grant me the ability to do it, and I can choose not to, because I want to make that sacrifice for you, and that's all I'm saying.
Right, and you got to be, and if you're sincere, you got to be content with both decisions.
And that's what I'm saying. Let people do things by choice, not by force. I'm not forcing you to make this sacrifice for me. No, I'm gonna allow you the freedom to do that. And if you choose it, it's what you want to do. You want to make you want to give this thing up. So therefore, it's no longer a sacrifice. You're not making me do it. You're doing it purely off the strength that you value the outcome of it.
Yeah, but as a man, by you agreeing to allowing your wife to get her back blown out by other men, can you really say you love her?
But to me, because I'm on a different scale. I mean, so
yeah, I'm just saying,
But honestly, to me, and I only can speak to me. Fuck yeah. She could be getting a gangbang by 15 motherfuckers, but it's my wife and I love her. That's my fucking wife and I love her. You know what I'm saying? I may not like it, and especially if I'm a eunuch or if I'm incapacitated, I'm in a wheelchair and I can't do it, and that's what's gonna please her.
Oh no! I'm not talking about you good. You good.
I'm just normal, and she's gonna do that.
Yeah.
If that's the boundaries of our relationship, but I would let her. Like my wife can go do that shit right now.
So what I'm saying is,
my wife can go do that shit right now.
What I'm saying is, it's not a sign that he doesn't love her if he says, I'm cool with that. What I would say is a sign that he doesn't love her is if he's telling her, you need to do this. and it's not something she's cool with. Me giving you what you want is not me not loving you. Like,
right.
I don't see how that's a thing.
All right.
I
So
see
so
what you
so
mean.
so maybe I did that. I said the question wrong. For me, I'm like, oh, you can do that. That's cool, but we can't be together.
Yeah, that's cool too. I mean, but see, my question would be, so do you love her or do you love your ego?
No, it's not ego. Because if I had some, I want it. I mean, it's the prize. It's only supposed to be for me, right? The same thing as I'm only supposed to be for her, right? If you're not fulfilled, right, then you ain't with the right person.
So do you think some one individual person can be all things to everybody?
Most things.
Most things?
Yeah.
Okay. So because and when I say ego, I mean it in the sense that, and you kind of reaffirm, you said, well, if it's mine, like as if like
I
she
don't
can't.
mean mine's like possessively like that, like I control you, nothing like that. But
It's a lesson because I used to date someone who was in the industry, and I thought I was the man. And I used to say stuff around her and shit. And she used to let me say shit and call her whatever I want to in front of the homies and all that shit. And then one day we were at home, and I don't know what I said to her. And she just stopped and just turned to me and was like, look, I love you, but I'm with you because I want to be with you.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to get a quick realization, like there was nothing magic that I was doing or putting it down or something. Like she was in the industry doing wild shit. So it was nothing physical that I can do to her, and I couldn't control her. And everything that she was, the illusion of me being with her, being faithful, and that type of shit was an illusion, what it was, and she was allowing me to live it. And I realized that in my mind, I thought I was controlling her. I thought she was a prize. I thought she was a trophy. I'm walking around showing her off.
Yeah.
And she crushed that shit real quick. And I realized, like, damn, am I the only dude doing this? Or that's what the status quo of having a girlfriend is. You're supposed to be trophy. Like, I felt like after all the movies I started watching, all the football jock stories, like, that's what I started realizing. We're bred to believe that's what the women are, trophies. The high school jock quarterback gets the trophy cheerleading. You understand? Like, it just seems the hard thug and gets the baddest bitch on the block. The hardest rapper gets beyond. Like, we're set up to believe that that's the dynamics of it. But if a female was to do that to you, you're saying, like, if you're with her and she wants to be with someone else, you're like, cool, go be with someone else. I'm not understanding. So you're
I mean, if it's that,
fine.
no, then the relationship's over.
But so my question is, if so, let's say that hypothetically, and this is just hypothetically, let's say that she just wants to see how you feel about it, right? And if you're uncomfortable with it, then it's something that she would not pursue. So let's say y'all have a discussion. She said, look, I really want to explore my sexuality with someone else. And you say, yeah, that's cool. You could do that, but we can't be together. She said, well, you know what? Never mind. I want us to be together. Would you still be able to move forward?
Yeah, that's
exactly.
Pandora's box is open. Nah.
So
it hurts your ego, bro.
Exactly.
Nah,
so
nah.
it's the act itself. It's just the mere idea that you're not enough.
You know what? I take it. I take it a step further, right? That's why I could never marry a virgin. Because you can be the best on the planet, the biggest, has the best moves, everything, but she has nothing to compare you to, so she don't know, and she will always have that in her head. So I don't even want to put myself in that situation. For her to be like, oh,
well, you don't know that she will always have it in her head. That's not necessarily true. That she will always.
Not always.
That's your perception.
No, not always, but it's going to be a wonder. At least some point.
But is that restricted to virgins? I mean, like, have you ever been with a Polynesian chick? I know you wonder about being with an Asian chick. Have you ever been? You understand what I'm saying? There's always going to be a fetish or a fantasy or something that you didn't explore that you might want to compare it to. Have you ever been with a white girl? Ever been with a black girl? Ever been with a Mexican girl? You don't know. Don't tell me you don't know. You ain't never. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's always going to be. I don't think that's necessarily exclusive to that a virgin. But I understand what you're saying. To me, it's like I can't. I don't have the patience and the time. I never was that guy who wanted virgins. That was never me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I like that just to put myself in the thought process I can't even imagine. I'm sorry, I gotta tap out. Like certain shit I'm thinking like
But
I can't
honestly,
do it.
I think those guys that crave virgins do so because they feel like they're sexually inadequate. They have to engage with somebody that does not have any experience, in order for them to feel accomplished, like they did something.
I thought that about pedophiles, but I mean that makes sense too. So these religions, when people were like, you get 72 virgins, to me that sounds like a fucking nightmare. That sounds like a fucking night. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no, you guys are all going home. Get the fuck out of here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Who would want that? Who would see pleasure in
It's power.
Who would morally feel that being righteous?
Yeah, it's power. It's a power thing.
Just 72. And I don't even know if this is right. I'm just speaking off of colloquial shit I see on the news and shit. But you get a certain amount of virgins to come on, and that's in a book. That's in a religious book.
Yeah,
as a
exactly.
reward, as a carrot. my gosh. But yeah, I'm not glad you said that, Amber. But that gives me so much insight. So when I'm hearing people talk, it lets me know why they saying this dumb shit. And when they try to make me look stupid, you may have had more bitches, but I had more virgins than you, nigga.
Oh my goodness.
And when I'm hearing, I don't even know how to respond to that.
Somebody say that to you?
Hell, come on. When you hear me talking voices, I'm
but
doing that because I'm
like, how is that a thing that you've and then the thing is that after that initial interaction is no longer a brag, because guess what? They're no longer a virgin. So the fuck are you talking about? Like, okay, you've had more inexperienced lovers than me. Wow, wonderful. The fuck?
But now that I'm older, I'm terrified to even imagine how those experiences went down. Because he's not a wine and dine impatient type of.
Oh, that's horrible.
Well, now you're understanding me, because I'm like, if you're a guy and you've ever been with a virgin, I've had one, and all the wine and dine and patience and the phone and conversations and the stop, wait, don't, I can't, just that shit was just like an experience. Like, and I don't know, maybe I'm taking people back too far, but I mean, like, that was something like, okay, I'm never doing, never, ever, ever. And then to like, oh, I'm sorry, I can't. And then I think, and again, I have a daughter now. So these people just, you're going over here to study, or I'm gonna get a ride to the game, and someone just locks the door and take you somewhere. That's why it's like when I like to hear about that dude in NBC, that the dude that got fired, he had a lock on his door. Women interns would come in his office and he would lock the door on them.
Oh man.
Right. He's a famous dude, but it's just
damn, that's horrible.
Yeah. Matt Lauer.
Yeah, the news guy?
Yeah, the news guy.
Yeah.
When that Me Too, everybody starts snitching. But just the whole fact that you have to have, what it takes to have a button installed on your desk that locks your door.
I know, right? What the can't get out.
Who installs that? What do you need that? Oh my gosh. This is one example. And you think about it, you go to these, I'm going to these fucking taco shops, and I'll be seeing these young girls, and I'm over here in Arizona, and I'm like, are you old enough to be working here? And then their mannerisms and the vibe, they don't make any eye contact. I'll just be feeling bad because I don't know what they're doing. They done got, life gets real. And it gets funny when people just really talk like that shit's not real. Like, motherfuckers are still in cages out here. I mean, there's motherfuckers still in cages out here. Motherfuckers aren't understanding that. There's kids out here who still don't know where their parents are. They got snatched from still.
Damn.
But the NBA's starting again, so people ain't worried about that shit. But when you got people picketing and going crazy out here because you're driving past the freeway, you're like, damn, this shit's still real.
Damn.
You wonder why Arizona went Democrat. Went blue, and senators blue, and legalized weed. all in one motherfucking president term. That's how bad when these white like, you know what? I ain't got no problem with niggas, but this guy gotta go. Or
Yeah.
you know what? I don't even like niggas. But what he's doing to the country, he gotta go. I ran out of gas one time. This dude picked me up in this pickup truck, and I wouldn't have gotten the truck, but I just didn't want to walk anymore. And I'm sitting there looking at him, and he's looking at me, and he said, "You know what? I normally would have never picked you up, but ever since Trump got in office, and I seen the way that my family's talking to me, the haters I thought I had in my heart, my friends, I'm not racist like that."
Damn.
And he just straight told me, like, the only reason why I picked you up is to prove to myself and to let you know that we ain't all like that.
Damn.
I watch Fox News. He said that like 3 times. I watch Fox News. Like he wasn't going to apologize for it. Like
Oh,
that's
you
an
were his
insult.
token Negro.
I guess so.
He did something good for a black man.
I guess so. I guess
But,
so. But it would just go ahead.
I was just gonna say, quick change of pace. But if y'all still building on that, then I guess.
No.
We passed that.
So,
no
how do y'all feel about people having relationship standards that they don't meet? For example, a guy or woman, or guy or gal, or rather, or woman or man, saying that they do not want to engage in a relationship with someone who has children when they have already had children.
Oh, that's just stupid as hell. Yeah, how are you gonna say that? That's crazy.
My sentiments exactly, but there are a plethora of people who think that shit makes sense.
Wait, run that back. I'm sorry, I missed it. I'm sorry.
A woman or man saying that they don't want to be in a relationship with someone who has children, even though they themselves have children.
Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion. You know, I get it, but it's wild. I'm looking at you kind of different. That's just like, I don't want to switch off the topic, but yeah, that's, well, actually, you gave a specific example to the broad point, so I guess I can speak on it. It's like Kodak Black saying that he don't want no dark skinned girl.
Oh shit.
You know what I'm saying? He got to have someone like Lauren London or whatever, because he don't want to have no dark skinned baby. And it's just like, but you have an expectation for some female, but you don't have this criteria. It's like Hitler saying that they got to be blonde hair and blue eyes and 6 feet, but you don't meet none of that criteria. But if you're doing it in a relationship dynamics, so if a woman wants to have, they say that they need a man who's 6'4", 6-figure account, or blah, 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 but they sleeping on a mattress on the floor and dishes in the sink, and yeah, I get it.
And
that's
see,
wild.
for me as a parent, right? Because I've seen recently some women on my timeline who have children promoting that they could never be with a guy that got kids or baby mamas. Like, oh no. But first off, you're someone's baby mama. So that speaks to how you engage in your relationship with your children's father. But it's weird to me because me as a parent, my kids are central to my life. So I would prefer to date someone with children so that I can see how they interact with their own children.
Exactly.
And that can give me an idea of how they are likely to interact with mine. So I tend to date guys who not only have children, but they former street niggas. So they tend, and older than me, so they tend to have more children. But the telling part to me is the relationships that they have with their children. So when people say that, it's just like, so you really want to go into this blind with someone who doesn't have kids, or at minimum may have children but don't necessarily claim them, you know, like I would rather see a guy that has children and see how he interacts with them. If even with women who will date guys that have children and have a child with them, knowing that they had children that they weren't actively involved with. To me, that's strange because they had children. They had an example that you could have, referenced prior to y'all having a child. And now all of a sudden you have a child and you like he a deadbeat, but he was a deadbeat when y'all was together, when y'all was creating this child. You knew that because you never seen his kids. You never heard him talk about them. Like you never interacted with them and you were okay with that. But now that it's your child, you feel like your child should be treated better.
That's hard for, like, I'm trying to think. I don't know. I've been with my wife. We've been together for like 20 years. But I'm trying to think, like, in my bachelor days, or I don't know. Because if I was feeling a female, her having a kid, she had to be on her. No, Amber's right. To me, like, all that shit, like, my money was straight, so it wouldn't be like she had to be in a certain situation. But I would have to see her character, and I had to make sure the dynamic with her father is straight, because I hated that drama. Messing with motherfuckers who ain't involved in the situation, but just see that the girl's on a better trajectory than what he put her on. And so now he got to be for me. So I mean, like, I got tired of dealing with that drama. And especially when she lived for the drama and loved that shit. And I got tired of having to, but she would gas up the situation. I couldn't tell if she was using me to pop off the situation, or she really felt me and just couldn't really control it and didn't know what to do and know how to handle it. But when I feel like I have to get on the phone and talk to him about shit, or she's not raising the kid, like all that type of shit, I'm like, I can't. I wouldn't want you raising my kid. That's what it comes out to. And from my point of view, that, you know what, if you were to be my child, or if I was to have a child with you, the way you're handling this one, I can see it's not going to be proper. But that's me trying to figure out to judge a female if she has a kid. What'd you say?
I said, indeed. That's also a telling thing from a male perspective when they already have children and you don't, and you're like, okay, I don't like how you running this show. Right. So I'm gonna bow out gracefully because I don't want no parts. I don't want to accidentally reproduce with you and be in this same situation.
Right. Yeah. So if you're a female and you trying to meet a dude and you see him with this kid and he's just like just being rough and ragdoll, like, get over here, and then looks at you and like, yeah, I'm just trying to make sure he's tough. I don't want him growing up in. Is that like, yeah, okay, he's an alpha male, or it's like, this nigga's wilding? I mean, curious, like, how do we go ahead?
To take it further? So let's say the female, the male, they're good with the kids, but it's that baby father, baby daddy is just wild. Can you still deal with it?
So like, there's
individual.
Now I have to see her relationship with now it changes to see their dynamics. Like, if he's just Bogart and they won't get up off, then if I care about her, which is pretty much the situation I ended up, then I'm just gonna have to let him know, like, nigga, you gotta stop playing, nigga. This is what's going on. She's with me. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to accept that? Do you understand that? Or you really have to have that conversation, because you ain't calling over here no more. You ain't popping up over here. You know what I mean? She's moving into my shit. So you damn sure ain't pulling, that's me. I'm not gonna wait for it because some niggas try to be pacified or be passive and don't speak on it. And so the other party gets that emboldens them, and then they start doing fuck shit, calling all hours and all want to speak to my son and this and this. Like, no, you call it this time. We ain't playing these games. Again, I've been through a lot of this shit, so I'm speaking on experience, and it's not necessarily judging. It's like, okay, I made these mistakes, so I know to do this, or I hopped out of it because I made this right decision, and this is what I'm sharing. So I'm more curious from a woman's point of view.
So last night we spoke, and I was saying just how I nurture relationships with my children's fathers. Even with exes, I still have relationships, and they were saying, would I be willing to let that go if given an ultimatum to do so? And I said no. However, one thing I do not do is what we're not finna do is play. So that 2-3 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock in the evening, let me speak to my child, and just being messy. I don't do the messy shit, right? Yeah. So I would take an issue with that, and that would have to be corrected. And that would be something that would change the nature of our relationship, because you're intentionally trying to create a problem. It's going beyond us just having this parenting relationship. You're intentionally trying to sabotage the relationship I have with this person, and you're not being respectful of my wishes. So now you're going into the territory of not respecting me. So now there is no relationship for us to nurture, because you're not being respectful of the boundaries I've established for you.
That makes sense.
Oh my gosh. You know what? That's funny, because, and if you were naive, shit, these niggas are ruthless. Like, I'm thinking motherfuckers break up to make up and shit, but now I look back at it, he would use the kid to get in there, and whenever she get with somebody and it gets serious, that's when he want to go back home and play house. But as soon as he break that shit up, now he's back out in the street. But I see it, you know what I'm saying? But it was always I'm going to go pick up my son. Like, all right, right on, right on. This nigga was my roommate, so I'm thinking, all right, right on. He's a good father. But then, like, who the fuck? I'm talking about baby mom. I'm like, the fuck? I could just realize, like, nigga, what the fuck you talking to her at 2:00 in the morning? Her nigga live there.
Damn.
That's that fuck shit. And but the thing is, she has to allow that.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. So, like, my baby daddy can't call me 2:00 in the morning now as a single woman. He can't do that. Neither of them. So, like I said, we're not gonna pretend like I don't know what the fuck you doing. You ain't been calling. And now I've situated it, at least with one of them. I situated it now to where you just got a direct line to your child, and that's what you need to use as your means of communication. We talk about the important things. And occasionally, we'll shoot the shit and just have a hee hee ha ha. Because again, I try to keep the relationship, on a level where we can have some type of camaraderie, even if we're not friends. We can still be, cordial. So it may take a midday conversation about, some of the little funny shit he did during the week that he may not necessarily tell you, but just me from, let me tell you about your child, and, let me tell you what he did, just something like that. But for the most
Amber,
part,
you see that question?
What question?
Yeah, I was just reading.
That's a hell of a question. I think I want to direct that towards you, sister. I think it's Sister Revolutionary. Me. What about a person with no children? Like, you need a dude.
You right to give opinion on raising up children.
Amber, the way you're raising your son, I think I got an opinion on that. And we together though. We've been living together for 2 years, and I just got an opinion on that.
I think it takes tact. And for me, I wouldn't invite anyone into our space whose opinion I do not respect. As far as a mate of mine, I pay attention to shit like that, right? Their perspective. So when I say I have to be with somebody who values align with mine, I mean that shit down to the T. So
okay.
So I'm dead ass. So when I wouldn't have an issue with them having an opinion, because I would expect them to acknowledge my parenting style and it be somewhat in alignment with that. Like I discuss now, things that I'm doing and raising my kids and, problem solving, correcting, trying to become a better parent. I take feedback from my children. I take feedback from my immediate, community and village, my sisters, my cousins, because I look at it as we are all invested in these outcomes, right? So the people who are stakeholders in the outcome of my children's futures, I do talk to them and I ask them for their opinion. And I'll, play it over in my head, what their feedback is, how I can implement some of the things, because not all the time will it be, beneficial, because no one knows my children as well as I do. And I'll give an example. Recently, I've signed my son up to see a therapist because he expressed to me that he feel like he needs somebody to talk to. And the people around him, me and him have a great relationship. I say, okay, that's cool, because I don't want you to ever feel like I feel like I need to know everything about you, or I need to relate to you on everything. Like, I want you to have a space that's solely yours. You know what I'm saying? Where you can communicate, talk to someone, and get whatever support you need. So when I was talking to my sister, she was like, oh yeah, and probably take him over to such and such house, and because they got a teenage son and he probably just needs to be around people his age. But I know my child. So I told her, I said, well, it's a few things. So like, it's people from when we lived in Gary that we have relationships with that still reach out to him. And he was like, oh, such and such called me today. I'd be like, oh, what y'all talk about? He's like, oh, nothing. I ain't answer the call. So I'd be like, well, why not? They reached out to you. Why you? He was like, Ma, like, we cool or whatever, but that ain't my friend. That's like a friend that became my friend because you was friends with their mama. And I couldn't do nothing but respect that, right? I can't force you to have a relationship with somebody. So I told my sister, I was like, yeah, I know it's family, but he a little too old for me to be making play dates for him. It's a glorified play date. And she was like, oh yeah, you right. I could see that, but I just want him to be. I was like, I understand that, but I try to do less of what I want and more of what will help him and be beneficial to him, right? So she was like, well, I could definitely see that. And then another thing I told her, I said, and you know how he is as far as religion. So she was talking about him going to a household where they're pastors and they have a teenage son that is his age. And she was like, well, you think they would force that? I said, it's talked about on a regular basis. He goes back and forth with his father about his father's doctrine and him just, saying stuff in conversation. And my son would be like, oh, well, I don't agree with that. And blah, and they'll get into a respectful debate, but a debate. I said he has no problem speaking his mind on certain issues. So I wouldn't purposely put him in an environment where he's probably going to challenge their way of thinking and it's going to be perceived as disrespect. I don't see that as being healthy. And she was like, okay, I could understand that. But I was saying all of that to say that I am open to opinions. Now, when it comes down to just like harsh criticism, most people fuck up because they don't do the other part of that, right? Like, so I show my kids love so I can critique them in love and it be received. But if you haven't really established that bond and you just come in pointing out what you perceive as flaws, then yeah, you're going to have to fall back on that because you have to develop a relationship before you can get there. Like you skipping some steps.
Yeah.
I do want to respond because she said she was speaking on a person with no children, giving opinion. My best friend just became a parent. But all throughout the course of our relationship, again, I've reached out to her for advice because she's been a child and she's a teacher on my oldest child's level. So she engages with people in his age group regularly. So I don't think you have to have a child to be a parent. If you're using your voice right, I would say that there are many people who have children that they didn't birth, be it via your auntieship, your best friendship, or whatever the case. I tend to believe that it isn't just pain. That's like saying a single person can't give anyone advice on how to be successful in a marriage. I don't necessarily believe that. Now, I've never been married, but I can tell you what I think can improve you and your personality and what things you can correct that can benefit you in your marriage. You understand what I'm saying?
Wholeheartedly. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. No, I was talking. It was on mute.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was. I understand that to the T. Well, she was speaking generally.
Yeah, so I think people fuck up because they be trying to do the correcting without the building first. Like, you got to be a contributor first, and not just financially.
Yeah, I respect that. I mean, I'm only 4 years in the game, so I mean, I can't really speak to that part because I'm still in the you want to protect and provide, and then the parenting comes later on as they get older. But I'm not with anybody disciplining my daughter outside the relationship because of her age. I wouldn't want to establish that because they haven't earned it. Like you say, it's kind of like you got to build up equity before you get a chance to do that. But if I had like a teenage daughter and I'm dating a female, I think her advice probably would get more weight just because of the fact of the sex. But I mean, I still would scrutinize it to a degree. But if any female that I'm going to be around, they would have to be of a certain quality or stock anyway. So I would have to trust you, and you have to have a certain mindset that your opinion matters to me. Because if your opinion doesn't matter to me, you're not going to be around me, and I damn sure ain't going to let you influence my daughter or offspring. So
Yeah, now I will say this. So, as I stated before, I have two different, baby daddies. So, my youngest son's father, a lot of our issues have been in his inability to recognize his boundaries as it relates to my oldest child. And I'm talking about not even being in a relationship. He has made the grave mistake of thinking he has an opinion that he can insert in regards to him without doing the necessary work to establish a relationship with him. So that's been our biggest problem is hold on, pause. He ain't none of your business. He got a dad and you do not invest in him, so there's no need for you to even speak on him. Mind your child. So now my oldest son's dad, he does not try to correct my youngest child. As a matter of fact, it's crazy to me because I had the extreme end, and then so my oldest son's father, we had our knockdown drag outs within our relationship, but instead of allowing that thing to get just so bad to where we were just nasty toward each other, we had the maturity to just sever the communication between us and just use a neutral third party, which was his mother during that time. So he still got full access to his child. We just took away the element of us communicating directly, because you feel how you feel, I feel how I feel. And when we get into discussions, it gets disrespectful because we're both Scorpios. He go for the jugular, I'm going right back for the jugular. So it just got to a point where we were just like, okay, we're gonna stop this, and we just gonna use this means. But over time, of course, our relationship has improved. So even during that time, my youngest would go to his mother's house. Like even once he went to jail, my youngest would go to his mother's house while I was in school because I was taking night classes. The daycare was closed. And she's like, oh, y'all, they just come over here. So I've always been used to that dynamic. My son is the oldest of, currently, as I know it, 13 children. And despite his dad having so many children, I've always nurtured a relationship with the other baby mamas, with the other kids, even the ones that were kind of like, oh, nah, I'm not fucking with, the other baby mamas. I even still, okay, well, we don't got to have no relationship. That's cool. But it's no beef, right? It's about these kids. So going from that environment where I try to work with everybody, and even in the instances where I wasn't working directly with them, it was encouraged that the kids are around each other and that they engage in each other, and that they have a relationship, a strong relationship on their father's side, and going to this dynamic where it's kind of like very like he's very ultra competitive. So that was his thing. He feel like he not good enough. He feel like, oh, you love him because of who his daddy was, and y'all was in a relationship and this, that, and I'm like, boy, you weird. Like, make no mistake, these kids is the shit because they mine. I'm like, the fuck? Y'all niggas ain't got shit to do with this. So we always had
shit. So this nigga's locked up.
So Amber, so in your previous or your past relationships, did you see these character flaws and you just chose to ignore them, or
the character flaws in who? In my second baby daddy?
Yeah, as far as why the relationship didn't work, yes.
Well, so of course, as I discussed last night, he was a dip, right? So I didn't give it enough time to see a character flaw.
Okay.
Although
I'm sorry, I missed the term dip.
Dip. Like I was supposed to dip in and dip out. But,
okay.
Yeah.
I see.
But it didn't quite go that way, right? So it's just it is what it is.
Okay.
So, but even in that, I don't constantly he ain't this, he ain't that, because overall he is a good father, has an excellent relationship with his child. Our relationship might not work all the time because of some of his resentment that I've apologized for, I've taken ownership in, but at the end of the day, I'm not gonna kiss your ass now. You gonna have to move forward at some point, because I'm not gonna live back there. We're gonna live right here. So but I understand that that's a decision I made. So the outcome I have to deal with. So that's just what it is. Even with my oldest son's father, he's now, truth be told, when we met, he was a high school basketball star. He wasn't in the streets, of course he had a certain proclivity to the women's, but I mean, that never really affected our relationship. Even once I had a child and he was still having children, that aspect was none of my business as far as I was concerned. As long as these kids know each other, they're around each other, and you nurture an environment for that, me and you really ain't got no smoke on that level. But fast forward, he's now in jail for something that he did do, but I also understand why he did it. At the end of the day, I had no way of knowing that would be, his path and his outcome, but it is what it is. So even with that, I may have to do some extra work in making sure that his child maintains that relationship with him, with his family. But again, it's a result of choices I made. So I'm not going to complain about that. It's just what I have to do as a parent.
Facts.
True.
See, not everybody. You see, that's why we can always call you the anomaly, Amber, because a lot of females don't have that mentality. A few of the ones that I should encounter, because I deal with a lot of these guys, but they sisters or their baby mamas, or they're in their young 20s, and they are just either destroying the father in front of the child.
Very vindictive.
I mean, just dismantling in like psychological ways. Like, you ain't gonna do it because your daddy ain't never had an opportunity to do it. Like, you can't do this. I know you ain't. It's just like, wow. Like, you don't realize how deep you cutting this kid. And so it's like I rarely see a female that's I don't want to say this because it's not necessarily suburbs, but it's just because Amber, you ain't messing with no squares if I'm putting it nicely. You understand? But I ain't saying you run out with no thugs, but it's just I don't see you fucking with no soft square ass niggas.
They have to have a little bit of an edge to them. So no, it don't have to be the streets that gave it to them, but they gotta have some type of edginess to them, however they acquired it. But they gotta have a little bit of edginess, like the complete square. Probably not, because I'm a little.
You gonna eat his ass alive?
I like people that are, huh?
You gonna eat him alive?
Not even eat them alive. I just like people to have a realistic worldview, right? So you could be a square in the sense that you're just completely oblivious to the world around you, and which people like you come from, right? So they don't necessarily have to be a square, but I need them to have some type of understanding of the historical and cultural dynamics of the Black community in order for me to not completely lose my shit in a relationship. Like people that come from that myopic, I just can't do it. I need you to have a little umph, a little zhuzh, a little something.
Okay.
But I wanted to answer Revolutionary Me's question right quick. She said, do I think maturity comes with understanding? Well, with maturity comes understanding, like being able to look at things in totality. No, I don't think that that's something that necessarily comes with maturity. I think it actually takes a good amount of work that most aren't willing to do. That's why we have so many people that are older and just completely oblivious, unaware, and don't understand anything about themselves or the world around them. So I don't think that maturity comes with understanding. Understanding comes with maturity. I think that's something that you have to be invested in at any age.
Facts. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all was talking about something that I want to. Okay. The disintegrating, the baby daddy or vice versa.
Oh, yikes.
I'm gonna do another hard sigh. It's so much to be said about, and so me, I'm the type of person that I have tried to, when I see these things being done in my space, that's something I do speak on. Whether it be men, women, because it is damaging, it's destructive, and I feel like it's a form of neglect and abuse. To damage that child, like no matter what, that's their parent, their other parent.
Yeah, that's harsh.
And they can't help but see themselves in that parent. They just can't help that. So to completely annihilate that person's character and who they are, you are to a degree doing that to your child. So it's always been my position that my kids' relationship with their fathers is none of my business. It's not for me to interfere with. That is their relationship. No matter how I feel about them, ultimately, one day, maybe they will see things as I see them or have a better understanding as to how I see things. But it's not for me to tell them what to see. It's not even for me to communicate what to see. It's just, listen, I'm going to do my part, nurture that relationship, not interfere with that relationship. And as time progresses, they will see these things as I see them in them. Not necessarily mean that they're going to completely throw them away. They will just acknowledge the flaws that their parent have naturally. Just same way I expect them to acknowledge flaws that I have naturally. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't have to tell you what to look for or tell you that your parent is this, that, and the third. And we also have to be careful about not taking things personal that like if someone says something to us, we automatically want to put it on the child. Like, well, they feel this way. No, they felt that way about your ass. They don't feel that way about their child. Oh, he don't even want you. No, they don't want your ass. They never said that they don't want the child. So it's just this type of toxic rhetoric that I just really, really, really cannot stand. And it is so, again, like I said earlier, we need therapy. You need to deal with your issues of, being abandoned or being rejected. That's some shit you need to deal with.
Well, I see a lot of that happens. Like if the mother is a single parent and she's taking care of the kid, And the kid always saying, well, my dad this and my dad this. And you like, yo, I've been sitting there busting my ass doing this. And you want to talk about your dad. So, and that's when you see it a lot when it comes out. And then they start saying, well, your dad ain't do this. Where the hell was he at when I had to go through this? Or, that's when you see it a lot. Because kids do that. They compare, especially because you're the mother. So you're going to be harder on them, rightfully so, because of, you have to be. But, dad's not that hard on me or whatever else because he ain't there. But they don't see it like that.
Mm-hmm.
So naturally, you're the bad guy.
They get to take the easy road. I mean, and then they don't even know what to be hard on you on. Like, they don't know where you struggling at. They ain't around to see it. Every time they with you with shits and giggles. But I also feel like, you have to be open to making the other parent a part of the process.
Yeah.
Like that takes effort too. So if you don't communicate, because I am the one that, my kids live with. So if there's something going on that they don't know about, maybe it's outside of school, because I always use my kids, fathers as an emergency contact, so that you can never say, what did the school don't be calling me. Yes, the fuck the school do call you. They're gonna let you know. So sometimes he'll call me like, hey, have you talked to the school, because they called me with this. I'm like, oh no, I haven't talked to them. Well, I'm at work, can you reach out and see what they're talking about? Yeah, I'll call them. But again, it takes a concerted effort to do these things. So for me, I see a lot of women kind of they leave the guy out of these types of things so that they'll have to call them, or so that they'll have to communicate with them. They'll have to reach out, or at least at minimum they can say, well, you didn't reach out to find out this. Well, how did I know that this was a problem if I had no way of knowing and you never communicated this to me? You see what I'm saying? Like, it's a setup.
Yeah. So do you find yourself naturally taking a role of, well, which role do you take in your dynamic with your children? For example, let's say, are you the quote unquote the soft one, the one that give in first? I don't see that, but I'm just posing a question. Or you're the one that's saying, all right, the understanding one to say, all right, listen, this, no, the stern one, or we're not doing this, and that's just that.
I'm typically the stern one. It's not like a don't do this, don't do that kind of thing, but I'm typically the stern one. I'm also the one that tends, so like, okay, I'll say traditionally, I've been the stern one because of my youngest son's father. He had an issue with kind of encouraging certain behaviors that I foreseen as being problematic down the road. So me and him, we get into it. I'm like, you cannot excuse these. And this was before he even started like official school, when he was just in preschool. So let's say we get a report, he go in to pick him up, and because sometimes he picked them up from daycare or whatever, he'll go in to pick them up and he'll call me like, hey, they wrote a note talking about he ain't going to sleep during nap time and this, that, and the third. And we need to go up there and talk to them, because I went up there and I sat with them, and it was like 2-3 other kids that wasn't going to sleep during nap time, but they only talking about him. So I'm like, well, you don't know what the fuck what notes they sent home with the parents, or what things that, like, you worried about the wrong shit now. Like, bottom line is he need to be asleep during nap time. So what do we need to do to make sure he goes to sleep during nap time? Like, what are we talking about? So I tried to kind of nip those things in the bud. So fast forward, he's in school now. So last year was a situation where he got in trouble for talking back or being disrespectful. So I'm always the parent that's going to advocate for my kids with full knowledge of knowing who they are, though, and knowing what's likely, what's not likely, And for the most part, I don't have dishonest children, right? Like, especially my youngest. He will typically tell you exactly what he said and what he did or did not do. So I asked him, I said, Cameron, were you disrespectful? He said, no. So I was like, so what happened? And he was like, well, she said, go, you need to line up so your mom can come pick you up. You're not doing what you need to do. You need to line up so your mom can come pick you up. And he turned around and responded, my mom not picking me up, my dad is. And she was like, oh, he was being mouthy. So then his dad was like, well, I did pick him up that day and this, that, and the third. So I was trying to get him to understand, yeah, he was being mouthy. He was being a smart ass. But at the end of the day, did what he say was true? Yes, it was true. But he had already got in trouble that day. So we were coming up to meet on that issue of him getting in trouble in gym class. So he was like, well, my arm was hurting and that's why I didn't finish the course. I said, your arm was hurting and that's why you didn't finish the course. He was like, yeah. I said, so you skipped one part of it, then you went on to go swing on the rope with your arm hurting? And he was like, yeah. I was like, Cameron, that doesn't make sense. You're lying, point blank and period. So his dad and they're like, no, he probably ain't lying and this, that, and the third. So he done got all worked up. He done told them people he wanted to see the obstacle course. They done walked him around to the obstacle course. His story didn't add up. So now his dad is embarrassed because he done put himself out there without an obstacle fact. So now he's overcorrecting when no, you was doing too much to begin with. So bottom line, now he's in this state of damn near anytime they say something, he automatically, yeah, he did it. Because now he's in the mode of overcorrecting because he's embarrassed. His ego has been bruised. You've made me look a fool when no, really you made yourself look a fool. So now I'm in the space where I'm more like, chill, let's parcel through the facts, calm down, quit trying to automatically assume he did something wrong, because that's just not how I am. I want to know what happened exactly. So it has transitioned over time from me being the one to me kind of having to rein him in, like, okay, you need to calm down, you need to chill, which I'm still playing the same role, right? I'm still playing gatekeeper. I'm still playing the one that's, using critical thinking and analysis, but it's just, he's on that other extreme. Whereas before he wasn't acknowledging any of his behaviors, as to now everything that's acknowledged by them, he automatically assumes to be a true thing.
So are you a believer as pushing your kids towards something or just allowing them to choose on their own as far as, let's say, schooling is concerned?
So what do you mean as far as schooling is concerned?
How old is your kids now? How old is the oldest one?
I have a 10 and a 17-year-old.
All right, so he's getting to, to be close to college age. So are you pushing towards a certain direction as far as career, or you're just allowing him to figure it out?
No, so I'm allowing him to. So currently he's taking college courses, so he can graduate with a certificate or an associate's. And he wanted to take up IT because he had IT class like his freshman year and then one his sophomore year. And he's like, I think I want to do IT. And he goes further and researches different fields, how they're growing. And he like, yeah, this is the industry I want to be in. He also knows that he's expressed to me that I don't know if I necessarily want to go to college after, high school. Like, I kind of want to get to work. We discovered this program and he like, if I can get into this program and graduate with an associate's, do you think it would be a good idea for me to just go right into the field? Because by this projection, they said I can make this, that and the third. I was like, yeah. And then, college is always an option if you want to do it. It's something that's on the table. So that has been his path. Now, for me, what I do is I hold him accountable for the things he says he wants, right? I'm not telling you what to want, but if you say you want this, then I'm gonna hold you accountable to following through with that.
Okay. I know there's been a push now to not push kids in a certain direction because they find themselves doing something later on that's not what they really didn't want to do, and they don't excel at it, so to speak. But if you don't push, then you end up with a kid just not knowing what to do. Now they're of a certain age, still trying to figure out. So there's a tightrope, I guess, to walk with that.
I definitely agree with that. So because my sister, she was here a few months ago, and she was like, "Oh, well, you need to be looking at schools, and you need to be doing this, and you need to be doing that." So he was like, he's like, so he started looking at colleges, and I said, "Hold on, sir,
Mm-hmm.
do you want to go to school?" And he was like, I'm not sure. I said, well, if you're not sure, then yes, you definitely need to start looking at schools. But if you know that's definitely not a road you want to take, then don't do it just because she said you should be doing it, right? And for me, what I look for is, if I ask him why, if I ask you why you want to do something or what is your reasoning, can you provide a logical explanation as to why you want this thing? Because I've always kind of prided myself on, I'm trying to raise my kids on how to think, not what to think, but how to think. Give you skills to problem solve and use critical thinking and analysis. So I asked him, like, okay, so what you want to, so when he brought up the IT thing, I'm like, okay, so, tell me about it. Like, what it is, so he bring up stats, and I could go into this, I could take this path, and, or I could do this and I could do that. Okay, I see you've thought this out. This isn't just, I heard this thing and I'm just going to run with it because I heard it was a good thing. He actually invested the research into finding out some things about it, finding out some potential paths that he could take now. So I respected that. Okay, that's something you want to do. Okay, cool. Went through the application process, got accepted. So like this past semester, he did not do so well in his classes, but he was taking a full load of college courses because his counselor kind of dropped off. So it was like a mix of everybody in the situation not really understanding what their role was, and we didn't get a full orientation of the program. So he didn't do so well. So he was just like, I don't know. So I said, well, whatever you decide, I'm a support. But just remember, you decided that you didn't want to go to traditional high school because you was over the experience. You said you couldn't relate to kids your age because out here it's very inner city. And I mean, they have shootouts at the school. It's a lot.
Damn.
And he don't fit into that dynamic. He don't fit in. So he like, I'm kind of over this high school experience. Like I don't relate to these kids. I don't really have friends like that here. So I say, okay, cool. So now he's in a situation. So we kind of made a rush judgment because we were anticipating that all of his grades would be horrible. So then once he kind of actually seen his grades, he was like, well, hey, I still want to do that. So I said, okay, that's cool, but what you gonna do differently? Because I tried to help you out in the beginning and tell you what type of discipline and structure you was gonna need. And I agree that I may have told you these things, but I didn't model it for you. So I'm committed to modeling it for you in the future. But what are you gonna do differently? Because you have to communicate when you don't know something. So again, I'm all about the solution, all about the root of the problem and what we can do to make actual real progress. It's no such thing. I mean, it's no point to me in just glossing over it and trying it again without making any correction. So that's where we are. So he's decided he's going to take one class on the campus. No, I think he's going to end up taking two classes for college, and then doing the rest with traditional, high school classes via, Zoom or whatever. And he said that he feel like he can manage that. Okay, cool. I'll give you that. But also, I'm with the expectation now that if you feel like you become overwhelmed or it's an issue, you have to communicate that, because we've already addressed that this was an issue. You stated that you didn't, that you're going to do better. So if I don't see that progress, then senior year, you will no longer be in this program, because we've tried to correct these issues and they haven't corrected themselves. And I'm not going to allow you to, jeopardize your senior year with this trial and error thing. This is your last semester to kind of, troubleshoot. Now, I understand that this pandemic has really made some things hard, which is again why I'm also getting him therapy, so that he could just have an outlet to express and to problem solve with someone else.
So how you feel when he says he just want to get to work and he want to basically forego the college. Once he's done, he just want to start working. And I noticed you said that's always an option to do it later.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me. That he does not want to go to school right after high school. It doesn't make me feel a kind of way. Like, I'm gonna support whatever he does as long as he is being, productive. And that's a conversation. Like, we've already had the discussion that he don't have to move out right out of high school, whether he working or not. I think we kind of put our kids out the nest a little too soon. So as long as he's working, going to school, being productive, and doing something toward, building a future and a foundation for himself, he could stay in my home as long as he needs to. So that's just how I see it. I also feel that he will probably end up going back to school if he doesn't do it right out of high school, because he's just ambitious in that way. So I don't see it as him getting comfortable and never going. I think he will see that, okay, I'm making this amount of money, but if I go back and get this, I can make that. And I think he will be driven by that idea alone to do it.
Yeah, because that's important, because, they say, statistically speaking, the longer you stay out of school, the less likely you are to go back and finish. So it's very important, man. They say even if we do something well, we have to do it better than our counterparts, because they're just allowed that margin of error that we're not. Kind of sucks, but that's the reality of it.
Yeah, definitely. And I also shared that with him too. I said, well, they say longer you stay out of school, the less likely you are to return. And so, I mean, my biggest thing is there are multiple roads and avenues to success.
Definitely.
And I don't want to be the person to tell him, you got to do this in order to be successful. Especially when I went to school and I came out, it was a plethora of people saying, well, we want to see this level of experience. And that's why I told him, I said, so you could go to work right out of high school and you'll get some actual experience in your field that'll look good when you go back and you get that degree. So now you have experience coupled with a degree, versus coming out, you got this degree and everybody told you the world was just going to open up for you and jobs are asking for experience. And you're like, well, how was I supposed to get the experience when I was getting the education?
Exactly.
But it's been great talking to y'all. I'm a peace out.
Yeah, I'm looking at the time too. All right. Until next time, thank you. Have a good night. Peace to the fam.
Peace.